Good morning and a very warm welcome to Oulton Park on a slightly misty, cloudy October morning for this, the latest event organised by the 750 Motor Club in 2021 and brought to you by Alfa Live. It's a great day's racing in prospect on the full international circuit, 4.3 kilometres, the best part of 3 miles, 17 turns and lots of elevation change, of course, around this fantastic Cheshire Parkland circuit. A little bit of rain forecast maybe later on in the afternoon, but it's going to be mostly dry and cloudy. Temperatures quite mild for the time of year at 18 degrees. So a busy day of racing in prospect. 9 races in total. We're going to be getting underway shortly. Our first race of the day is going to be for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. We've also got the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship and the high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship as well. Those all come up before the lunch break, and you can just see on screen in the background there the Alfas completing their qualifying session. Then after lunch we have the first of 2 races today for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Continuing the action after lunch, it's the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, the big race, more than 2 hours in length. The Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000, Toyota MR2s, Heritage Park Centre Formula Vs, and Alfas for a second time will round out the weekend's racing here at Oulton Park. And of course it's championship finals for all of these categories, some already decided, but some still to be settled. A checkered flag now being waved on the Alfa Romeo Championship qualifying session, so we're not too far away from our first race of the day, and that will be for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. Josh Barrett alongside me, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. Josh, we've enjoyed our qualifying sessions this morning, racing about to be getting underway. What are you looking forward to most about the 9 races we've got in prospect?
Well, it's a nice mix of races as well, which is always nice about a 750 Motor Club meeting. You've got some really different types of races. I think perhaps some of the excitement might come from the MR2 Championship, pretty much a capacity grid there, so that's going to be really good fun around this circuit, which the championship, this particular layout, the championship's not been to in over a decade, so that should be interesting. Formula V, again, that's going to be a good slipstreaming battle. I think there were 4 or 5 cars within a second in qualifying, so that should be good. There's a good grid of Alfas out, which have just completed their qualifying, so some really good-looking cars there too. And then the Club Enduro Championship as ever, that's got a huge grid. And although the Sports 1000s we're about to see haven't got the biggest grid, actually some of their races this season have been very exciting indeed. So that should be a great way to start off our race day here at Oulton Park, our first of 4 750 Motor Club race days in the next 8. So it's a busy old time for the club. And then it just gets busier still with the following week having the Burkitt Relay, the biggest race in the UK. So a really busy end to the season for the club.
Absolutely right, and it's worth mentioning now, I think, that you'll be able to see a lot of that action on the live stream via Alfa Live, so keep glued to YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're watching this coverage, or 750mc.co.uk/live indeed, because next week we'll be bringing you live stream coverage from the Championship Finals weekend at Snetterton, and then the week after that, on the Saturday, 23rd of October, it's going to be the 6-hour Burkitt Relay race, which is at capacity. There's a waiting list of people and teams wanting to get into the Burkitt this year, so 70 teams of 3 to 6 cars and drivers on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone should make for a very good prospect indeed, Josh. But today it is the first of our 3 championship finals weekend, and there's a few championship battles still to be decided. Particularly interesting are going to be the MR2s and the Vs from that point of view.
Yes, there's kind of a simple way each driver can win the championship, but I was speaking to Aaron Cook, who's leading the MR2 Championship yesterday. I think we'll be able to hear from him later, and he was saying, yes, I know what I need to do, but I'd like to win the race anyway. And, and especially when you get into a race environment, it's pretty easy to forget the championship situation, isn't it? And enjoy a good battle and try and win the race anyway, in the particular race, rather than the whole championship to think about. So I don't think you'll see too much backing off and what have you to get a safe position from those drivers. I think it'll be all out a great racing, because of course what better way is there to end the season than with a race win?
Absolutely. Andy Inman there, extending the long tradition of Alfa Romeo drivers of parking his car on the circuit to allow the marshals a better chance to fully appreciate the form of the Alfa Romeo. He's stopped down on the circuit at Shallows Corner. The marshals will get him back on his way to the paddock. The track will be cleared, and as soon as it is, then we will be able to go racing here at Oulton Park. That first race of the day is for the Romax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship.
I'm here with Keith Waite ahead of the final round of the Alfa Romeo Championship here at Oulton Park. Keith, a great grid of Alfas here this weekend. I think over 20 cars, so it should be a great couple of races.
Should be, as long as the weather stays like this, it should be fun.
Coming to Oulton Park in October and sunshine, we didn't really expect that.
You don't get that very often, yeah. I think it's about 20 years since I've been here, to be honest, actually racing, so it's going to be a little bit of a trip into the dark, I think, but we'll see.
A really nice range of Alfa Romeos in the championship this weekend, and I think you've been campaigning your one for a few seasons.
This one first started in 2000. Prior to that, I first started in, it was about 35 years ago, so I've done nothing else but Alfas, really.
Is there a reason that you decided to stay with the championship?
I run a garage which repairs and restores Alfa Romeos. I like Alfas, and it's a very friendly, normal place to go racing, and it's reasonably cost effective too.
Tell us a bit about your car.
My car is an Alfa 75 3 litre, it's 12 valve, so basically it's outgunned by all these 3.2 24 valves, whatever. It's been around a long time. It's brute force and ignorance, no, big wheels, big tyres, and just hold on, really.
Obviously, I think you're in the modified class, which has pretty open regulations. Is that a nice way to go racing?
It's the only way with these cars, really, because otherwise, I mean, you can't stick to the rules that the Power Trophy has without spending lots of money. I mean, George's sister car to this, I mean, he's 3.2, 24 valve, straight cut gearbox. It's a completely different animal, but it's fun. That's what we're here for, so have some fun.
Obviously, last year the Alfa Romeo Championship had a bit of a change joining the 750 Motor Club. How's that gone from your point of view?
If I'm totally honest, I haven't seen a great deal of difference, to be honest. It's just a different club, that's all. That's all you can say. There's nothing, it's just as friendly. They have different ideas with some things and other things. It's, just get used to it, really. Just put up with what is there.
And this weekend, Oulton Park, you said you haven't been here for a while, so have you got any aims going into the 2 races?
Finished 2 races.
Best of luck with that and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay.
So we're not too far away from our first race of the day. Good to hear there from Keith Waite from the Alfa Romeo Championship, as we had a little bit of spare time before we got our first race of the day underway. As you can see, still got the rescue unit on circuit as we wait for the circuit to be cleared and the cars for the Romax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship to be released out onto the circuit. But we do now have the grid for you for this first race of the day, and on pole position it is the man that was crowned champion in the last round of the championship at Brands Hatch. That's Ryan Yarrow, number 1, retaining his championship from last year. Alongside him on the grid is going to be number 24, and that's Rich Miles. On the second row of the grid, the first of the Mattel chassis, that's for number 5, Michael Roots, and alongside him is number 6, Daniel Lana. Third row, 21, Phil Hutchins, and 63, Colin Chapman. On the fourth row of the grid, it's going to be James Walker in number 20 and Jonathan McGill, 72. Colin Spicer next up in number 31, the current leader of the Sporting Cup Championship for drivers that have not had a podium finish this season. And next to him, number 44, Carl Austin, is Ian Hutchinson, number 9, and Matt Thomas, number 77, on row 6 of the grid. And on row 7, it's going to be 69 Vincent Dubois and 67 Victor Newman, who's just completed his 3 laps out of session in the Alfa session after fuel pump issues meant that he didn't get out in the Sports 1000 session. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this, the first of the 2 races we've got today for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. Josh, what are you looking forward to about this race?
Well, the last time I saw this category was actually a few meets ago, which was at Snetterton, which was a great battle between the Spire and the Mattel and the different characteristics of those 2 cars, where the Spire perhaps seemed to be a bit quicker through the turns, but the Mattel, perhaps at the end of the straights, had a bit more straight line speed, and it made a really fascinating battle. So if that happens again here at Oulton Park, it should certainly be interesting, with not really too much of a championship to worry about here. As you were saying already, that has been decided really going into this meeting, although the battle for second in the championship is quite close. And also you mentioned there about who's starting at the back, Victor Newman, who is an exciting driver to watch usually, and coming from the back, he will be fully on it, I imagine, trying to come through the pack. Yeah,
I imagine so. He's going to be very spectacular in that Mattel. I say fuel pump issues meant that he was ruled out of the qualifying session. And we've got Ryan Yarrow on pole position, of course, and having said he's won the championship already. He's had 6 race victories during the course of this year so far. Michael Roots, he's had 3, including in the last round of the championship, as well at Brands Hatch. And the other driver to be victorious during the course of this season is Richard Miles, who has also had 4 other podium finishes as well. But Ryan Yarrow certainly has been the man to beat. He's been reasonably consistent as well, Josh.
Absolutely. He's been on the podium all but once, and I think if I recall that once was when he got taken out of the race and had to fight his back way through. And he's still pretty new to racing, isn't he? He only started a few years ago. He runs the car pretty much by himself rather than being within one of the teams. It really shows you, although these cars are quick, they can be run privately, and therefore it's a very affordable way to go racing. The cars aren't particularly expensive anyway, and I think they're pretty cost effective to run as well.
Certainly on a bang for buck basis, because the lap times, as we saw in that promotional video that we played out before the race, they are sort of comparable to British Touring Car Championship lap times. They're faster than a McLaren P1 around Anglesey. They're really very quick cars. They run on treaded tyres, of course. They run with 1,000cc Superbike engine, so they're motorcycle engined cars, but this now very much a sports prototype type category, having evolved from what it was as a road going bike engine championship when it was created 20 odd years ago.
Indeed, and this race is the first time this category's been on the Oulton Park circuit for a very long time, isn't it? I think over a decade since it was then RGB have been to Oulton Park, and the lap record goes all the way back to Andy Charlesley, which was a decade and a half ago, something like that, I think. And in qualifying, we were almost 6 seconds underneath that, which just shows you the development of the category in that time, from what I think was a front-engine car back then for him, to now all rear-engine cars out there, although you can run a front-engine car, but we haven't got only them today. And it's, as you say, a very quick category. It's the quickest cars we've got here at Oulton Park today by, I think, quite some margin, something like 5 seconds quicker than any other category. And as we were saying, a pretty cost-effective way to go racing, and at this speed there really is nothing else that you can choose, and that is why certain people don't go away from the championship. You see Colin Chapman there on your screens. I think he's been in it pretty much since the beginning, hasn't he, Ian?
Yes, he has. He's raced a number of different cars during that time. This, the latest, it's the last year's car that Richard Morris raced, one of the latest Spires in the championship, and Colin's been racing with some success to some extent over the past sort of 2 decades, really, in this championship, and he's never really sort of felt a need to go and race elsewhere. Noticed that the marshals there, just on the approach to Britain's, showing a slippery surface flag, so presumably some fluid has been dropped by one of the cars in the previous session.
Yeah, where we saw that Alfa Romeo stopped earlier, there's a load of cement dust down exactly in that spot. So, and we saw that blow up as well, didn't we, halfway through the session? So I presume there's some fluid been put down there, but hopefully that won't affect track conditions too much. Going back to Colin Chapman, he had a problem yesterday. The part of the suspension was not part of the car anymore, I think, after an incident. But good to see that's been repaired. There was a number of people from other teams, I think, helping out. I saw in the paddock yesterday. So good to see Colin back out there, because he is actually battling for second in the championship here, isn't he?
Yes.
With Michael Roots, with Victor Newman and with Rich Miles. There's 4 drivers, I think, that can still take second place going through the 2 races today. So that'll be something interesting to look at going into the afternoon race, I think. But as you were saying, Ryan Yarrow, although he was saying to me yesterday, if he goes and gets excluded from one of the races today, that championship could be a little bit more in question. But he said this is his local track. He wasn't going to miss the first time that the championship's been here to Oulton Park. And he's put it on pole position, so we shall see if he can hang on there. With Rich Miles alongside him, so 2 Spires, but they've both been adapted slightly differently by the 2 drivers. And again, this is a development formula. That's what it's all about. You can develop the cars. You don't have to run them to a homologation. No,
exactly. And there are sort of regulations that are written, of course, to do that development within. But yes, it is very much a development formula. The car's forming up on the grid then for what's going to be a 20-minute race for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. We don't get another green flag lap after the cars have come to the grid. So you'll see the 1-minute board and then the 30-second board has been shown in very quick succession. There's the 5-second board. We're going to see the red lights illuminate any moment for 20 minutes of racing around the Oulton Park International Circuit. The lights go out, away we go then. It looks like a pretty good start from Richard Miles from the outside of the front. The good Ryan Yarrow's made a very slow start. He's dropped down to about 5th position as they go down towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. It's Michael Roots in 2nd, Daniel Lana in 3rd. Lana among one of many drivers that goes quite wide over the concrete at the exit of Old Hall Corner. They drop down towards Cascades for the first time then, and it's Rich Miles with a clear lead and the local man, Ryan Yarrow, with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, that was not a great start, was it, for our champion of the season? So Ryan Yarrow's got some work to do here as the cars go off down towards the island bend for the first time here. And there is Miles. He's getting away from Michael Rooks in 2nd. Up the inside for 3rd goes Yarrow to pass the older Mattel there of Dan Lana, who drops back down to 4th place through the shallows happening. Really driving off into the distance here is Rich Miles. He knows he needs to get away, doesn't he, before Ryan Yarrow is chasing him, and he's absolutely doing that. Behind the top 4, with Colin Chapman's there in 5th, James Walker is 6th, and Victor Newman's past 4 cars already, so he's into the top 10. You can see there the cement dust that's gone down as the cars head into the Hislop chicane then for the first time. Here comes Newman. He's on the inside of 44, which is Cole Austin. It's tight there, and it causes Austin to go off through the escape road, so he was avoiding contact there if he turned in. I think there may well have been contact, and that means he's lost some more positions, including to Phil Hutchins, who qualified well in 5th, but he's near the back.
Yep, so we are most of the way around the first lap of this race then for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. Which Miles it is that's leading there is Colin Spicer now. Colin is leading the Sporting Cup Championship, which is for drivers basically that don't have podium finishes during the course of this season. But further up, a change there. And look, there's Victor Newman. He's come through the field very well. He started right at the back, of course. And as they end lap 1, it's Rich Miles leading, Ryan Yarrow in Michael Roots in 2nd place, 0.8 of a second behind, and Ryan Yarrow in 3rd. Victor Newman has come up to 8th place already.
Yeah, that move we saw at Lodge was for 5th. James Walker was getting past Colin Chapman, so James Walker's had a good first lap. There they are, and they've got Victor Newman just behind them now because he's got past Jonathan McGill. But interestingly, that lead gap came down because at the beginning of the lap, Rich Miles had a bigger lead, really, than what he had at the end of the lap, so that's quite interesting to see how that's changed. And there is that gap, certainly smaller than it was a lap ago, between the top three, Miles, Roots and Yarrow. There's Lana, who's dropping away in fourth. For fifth, James Walker just ahead of Colin Chapman, and Victor Newman is with them now, and Colin Chapman trying to get that position back. You can take different lines, can't you, into the Shellall's hairpin, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, Chapman was trying to get the place away from Walker, but Newman played a little bit quicker than both of them, and Newman almost going to get around the outside of Chapman there. Things went just a little bit wrong at the apex of Britons, and making their way out of the chicane now, climbing up to the hill and over hit the top and back down, dropping towards the right hand of it, Knickerbrook, and through on the inside at Hislops goes Victor Newman. He's ahead of Colin Chapman now, so that is up into fifth position.
Sixth, I think.
I reckon. Okay,
James Walker's just up the road. He's there in fifth.
He is fifth, and so is sixth position. You're right. There's Lana. There's Walker. He's got quite a gap now over Newman. Then it's Chapman and Jonathan McGill just behind. There's Colin Spicer, and that's the 21 car of Phil Hutchins going off through the gravel at Druids. He was doing battle with Matt Thomas in number 77 there. He's going to get back on, but the good qualifying session has been wasted somewhat.
I think the engine might have let go. There was fluid coming out the back of the car. It was smoking before he went off as well. So hopefully Phil Hutchins doesn't actually get on the track too much. I don't think that car is too healthy. We'll see if it gets to the end of the lap if I'm wrong, but it didn't look terribly good. Michael Roots, by the way, sets the fastest lap, so he's catching the leader, 1:46.0, which is a new lap record there for 3 seconds under the previous best. We thought that would happen. There's Victor Newman, then he's in sixth place, and he's chasing after James Walker, who's there in fifth. Newman's only, a second and a half slower than the leaders, despite having to pass cars. And we saw where it all got a bit awkward with him and Colin Chapman. So it shows you that Newman is quick here. And once he gets past James Walker, there's a bit of a track to see if he can continue. Phil Hutchins did get across the line, didn't he? So whether what I saw wasn't quite accurate or not, but he's carried on anyway. So hopefully all is okay with that car.
Yeah, we'll see. Across the line, 14th out of 14. As we switch to watching Jonathan McGill there, Colin Spicer and Matt Thomas, 9th and 10th going through shot. But there's Victor Newman now. He's right with James Walker, and the Mattel trying to outbrake the Spire, and well, does so. It was Walker trying to avoid the incident. He's now had his own incident. He's spun off and the second apex of Hislops. Everyone having to drive around him. He'll get the car turned around. But James Walker and Brian Yarrow, the champion, has a big moment at Druids. He was right behind the race leader, or behind the second place by Michael Roots. He spun the car into the gravel trap at Druids. He's going to try and get it out again, which I think he will manage. And Victor, Rich Miles is off as well.
This is where I saw that fluid, wasn't it,
yes,
off the Hutchins car, and they're all going off there, so perhaps I wasn't totally making things up.
So the cars that were off were Rich Miles, Ryan Yarrow and Victor Newman, the ones that we saw anyway, and through in the lead, therefore, was got Michael Roots
is this about a second
of lap number 3.
Oh no, second is Lana, so he also didn't spin, and then this is about a third that is all very busy at Lodge Corner, which Rich Miles is ahead of Colin Chapman and Ryan Yarrow fifth. So a massive lead for Roots and Lana. It's a Mattel 1-2 in all of that. Victor Newman didn't lose too much considering he was off there as well.
Yeah. Vincent Dubois also had a spin at Druids, didn't he, we could see. So it's now Michael Roots leading.
But Phil Hutchins is carrying on. This is slightly bizarre,
still circulating. Meanwhile, Victor Newman trying to get a place back away from Jonathan McGill again. He's already done that once during the course of this race. He's going to have to do it again. And just there in behind Matt Thomas as well, who's managed to avoid spinning at Druids. He's up into 7th place now. So the order is number 5, Michael Roots leading, 6 Dan Lana second, 24 Rich Miles is 3rd, 63 Colin Chapman is 4th, 1 Ryan Yarrow is 5th now, and Jonathan McGill, I think, is probably 6th at the moment. No, he's a bit further back actually as they've gone over the line.
The good news is everyone has continued, so despite about half the grid going off at Druids, no one's hit anything. And everyone's got back out the gravel. We saw Ryan Yarrow was in the gravel, but he was able to get his way out. So that was good. Here is Druids then. There's the fluid on the track. So Michael Roots has seen these cars go off around him. You can see he's working at the wheel, but he's managed to get it through Druids successfully. Will the same be said for the rest? Well, they know that that part of the track is a problem because most of them, like we said, went off a lap ago. Lana in the background, he's got through okay. Here's Miles. He's quite close to where we can see that line of fluid, but everyone's been a lot more circumspect this time. There in 6th place is Matt Thomas. He's the one that, he just about stayed on, didn't he?
He saved it, didn't he? He saved it there in 6th position. but I think the other drivers, there, a lot of them had been off on the fluid on the previous lap, so they knew it was there. They knew to be a bit mindful of it. So we have had 4 laps of this race. 7 minutes or so have gone by. We're watching Victor Newman, who is now ahead of Jonathan McGill, so he has made up places, and he is, I think, about 7th place now as they come across the line. There he is, with Jonathan McGill just behind him, then Colin Spicer and Carl Austin, who straight line chicane back on lap 1. That seems like a very long time ago now.
So Matt Thomas there in 6th. He's going really well, isn't he? There he is, 77. He started 12th. We've never seen him this high up the order. He's going 2 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying as well. So I know he's gained some of them positions by others going off, but he's showing some really good pace here, so that's great to see. They're 3rd and 4th, Miles and Yarrow. They're lapping quicker than Dan Lana in front, but he's almost 10 seconds up the road, so therefore they've got some work to do here. There's still more than half the race to go. There's Colin Chapman in 5th, and Matt Thomas is absolutely going with him, isn't he? He's not put off by that slippery track and having a bit of a moment at Druids. He's not really been... Actually, Victor Newman's lost 7th now, hasn't he? So John McGill's got back ahead of him. So he looks like he's really been put off by that moment he had, and he's losing time and losing positions.
Meanwhile, Michael Root's out in front, very experienced kart racer, of course, did a little bit of low-cost racing. Big mates with Scott Mittal, who, along with his dad Ian, run the Mittal Cars team, which is expanding all the time, and in cars not just in Sports 1000, but they run Jedis in F1000 and Monoposto, and of course Scott himself races in bike sports. He's got his own championship decider next weekend at Snetterton. There's one of the older Mittals being driven by Dan Lana. He's there in 2nd place, about 9 seconds adrift, and that is the Colin Chapman and Matt Thomas battle for 5th. Colin very experienced, Matt not quite so much.
Yeah, you see the novice cross on the back of his car, and he's putting Colin Chapman under plenty of pressure. You can see the two different era of spires there going through Lodge Corner. Up the road, Ryan Yarrow's just set the fastest lap of the race, so 1:45.95. So obviously those track conditions aren't so bad now. We're going quicker than we've gone all race long, and therefore Yarrow is catching Miles and they're both catching Lana, so we could have a bit of a battle there before too long. But here for 5th into Cascade, it's Colin Chapman in front then of Matt Thomas. Victor Newman behind them again, so he's got back ahead of Jonathan McGill, it seems, but he's 6 seconds behind that battle. There's Miles and Yarrow, though, the two quickest drivers on the circuit at the moment, I think. Yeah,
and I think Stan Yarrow, of course, is going to go away with the lap record at the end of this race, that 1:45.95, nearly 4 seconds underneath Andy Charles. It's a relatively ancient lap record. Here's the fight for 5th. Colin Chapman, number 63, and Matt Thomas in number 77, 63 for Chapman, as they head their way into the Britain chicane. They're quite a long way clear of the next group of cars, which is headed now by McGill. Victor Newman's disappeared completely now, I think, hasn't he?
There he is.
He's right in the background of shot, so he's clearly got some problems with the car, I would think. He had fuel pump issues which prevented him from qualifying, so whether it's related to that or not quite sure.
Yeah, he looked slow there, didn't he? But through Knickerbrook, Chapman is just ahead of Matt Thomas still, so Matt Thomas is not letting him get away.
And one in the pit lane is Phil Hutchins, so he is out of the race. So possibly you're right, Josh, there was an issue with that car about 3 or 4 laps ago, which is he's only just pitted with.
Yeah, quite strange that, because it looked obviously quite dramatic at the time, especially with all the cars going off on obviously what was some fluid that was dropped. But presumably that was the only place any fluid went down.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
So that was quite strange. That's another car I think that's run by Mattel, isn't it? Although it's a Spire, so they're going to have a busy old time with possibly 2 cars to sort out before the race this afternoon. Great to see a number of spectators here on the banks at Oulton Park for the 750 Motor Club Finals day. The first of those 4 days of championship finals the 750 Motor Club have got. As the battle for 3rd place, Miles versus Yarrow goes down Lakeside. Another fastest lap, another lap record for Yarrow, 1:45.4. There's Lana through Ireland. He was a bit sideways, I think, wasn't he? And then that battle for 3rd, which is going 3 seconds quicker than him. And at the beginning of the lap, he was only 4 seconds ahead. So by the end of the lap, we're going to have 3 cars not very far apart, aren't we, for 2nd, 3rd and 4th?
I suspect you're probably right there, and of course they're getting away from Colin Chapman and Matt Thomas in 5th and 6th positions because they are setting in such a good place. We've got 13 cars still circulating, I reckon, in this race. As we watch once again Chapman and Thomas head through the chicane, you can see the gap that they've then got back to. It is Jonathan McGill in 7th place, I noticed earlier on that Old Hall, just out of our commentary box window, we could see James Walker saying a move. Oh, we'll come back to that later, but there's been, I think, a little bit of contact there. Matt Thomas outbraked himself, and I think that it was only a light touch, probably enough to spin Colin Chapman around at the approach to Hislop. So Thomas is the one that ultimately benefits from that, because he's got facing back in the right direction again much quicker than Colin Chapman, but Chapman back into the race. He's down to 6th position, but now not too far ahead of Jonathan McGill. What I was about to say was that at Old Hall at the start of this lap, James Walker tried to get 8th place away from Colin Spicer, but failed to do so.
Shame that for Matt Thomas, because we're saying how well he's been going. He's done 3 meetings this year, and his best result had been a 12, and he was running 6th there. But obviously that wasn't great, having a bit of contact. I noticed out of the commentary box window there's been a change for 3rd, because Ryan Yarrow dived up the inside of Rich Miles into Old Hall, so that's changed at the beginning of the lap. So Thomas is actually 5th now after all of that. 6th is Chapman across the line, then 7th is McGill, 8th is Spicer, 9th is Walker, and 10th is Carl Austin. So a whole host of cars together there, Ian.
Unsurprisingly, Victor Newman into the pits as well, so he's now out of the race, as you say, a busy few hours ahead for the Mittal Cars team, who run both of those cars for Victor Newman and for Phil Hutchins. So we are on to lap 8 of this Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship here at Oulton Park. Now there is Matt Thomas. Of course, he did survive and came across the line in 5th position, but that was only after that brush with Colin Chapman down at Hislop's the best part of a lap ago.
Notice just a bit further up the road, Dan Larner's nearly been caught by Ryan Yarrow now, so about a second might be interesting to look at if we can possibly soon, because I don't think it'll take long for Ryan Yarrow to get past Dan Larner. Now he's got ahead of Rich Miles because he's going so much quicker than him. So that might be interesting to pick up on, as well as some of these battles a bit further back. There is Yarrow then in 1, and he's right with Dan Larner in.
Yeah, he is. So they're just going out of Druids now for the 8th time in this 20-minute race. You can see Rich Miles in the background in the white car with the orange nose section, but Dan Larner, the driver from the Midlands, in this relatively elderly Mittal, by which I mean it's probably getting on for 10 years old. And then you've got the Spire right behind it. So they're coming up and over the line to complete lap number 8. And it's Yarrow to the outside of Larner as they go into Old Hall Corner. Can he get the switch back and get a good run down the avenue to Cascade? It doesn't look like he could. And then meanwhile, Jonathan McGill and Colin Chapman, this is the battle for 6th and 7th. That almost changes around. And yes, Yarrow has got through at Cascade. And also, Rich Miles has got right on terms with them as well, Josh.
Absolutely. So we said they were sort of catching Larner together. They swapped around positions. And Yarrow's got ahead of Larner. It might not take too long for Miles to do similar. Dan Larner's best result this year has been a 4, so I'm sure he'll be really keen to try and stay on the podium if he can. He's got about 5 further minutes to hang on ahead of Rich Miles. Not sure there's a bit of damage to the back of Miles' car, perhaps where he had that spin at Druids earlier on. He hops over the curbs, touring car style rather than sports car style, but it kind of worked for him as they go now over the top of the hill. Dan Larner is defending. We thought he might try that. He's got the guy in the middle of the road. He sort of brings it back to the racing line, so Miles can't go through into his lot, but he's got a better line for Knickerbrook, which he can't really go around the outside there, and he's ended up on the grass and he's gone off, so that did not work. And actually Dan Larner's podium now is starting to look rather more likely.
It does. It looks a little bit more secure. I think Rich Miles, with hindsight, may well have been advised just to take a little bit more time over that. Maybe I think he would have got past Dan Larner. I don't think he needed to rush to do it there, because there's still about 4 minutes or so of this race to go. And now he's probably not going to do any better than 4th position. There, the 2nd and 3rd place cars, and there only now is Rich Miles. You can see how far behind he is, those two now, as he heads up to Lodge Corner, as 9 laps have now been completed by Michael Root, so just about 4 minutes of the race left to go. There is Yarrow getting away in car number 1 from Daniel Larner, number 6, who is down to 3rd.
14 seconds of gap routes to Yarrow. It was a little bit more than that earlier, but obviously that's not the gap that's going to come down in the last, 3 laps of this race. What about the battles further back? Well, Jonathan McGill gets there, he's sideways. So whether there is a bit of fluid on the track, I'm not sure, because there's still quite a bit of sidewaysness going on, isn't there? And we are over a second off of qualifying times. Obviously, it's the same conditions for everybody, so it's not really a big deal. There's James Walker in 20. He hasn't done so many races this year, but has had a best result of 4th. He is running in 8th position here. There, though, is Jonathan McGill, who's just in front of him in 7th place. He's 8th in the championship, but like you said, his battle, isn't he, with Colin Spicer and Tom Johnston, who's not here for the Sportsman Cup, which is going to therefore close up because McGill is ahead of Spicer in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So that will be decided later on today, more than likely. This is, Matt Thomas getting the chicane a little bit wrong there in 5th place.
He's now going 4.5 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying this morning, Matt Thomas.
Well, that's learning the circuit for you, isn't it? That's a very good effort from Matt, and he's certainly pushing and finding the limits, isn't he, on occasion? And that's one of the ways that you'll be able to get ever quicker. So it'll be interesting to see what Matt can do next season, maybe, if he's back for next year with a bit more experience under his belt. I'm sure he'll be a regular top 6 contender if he shows form like this again.
Yeah, this is only his 7th race, I think. He's done 6 races in the past, and with a best result of 12th, as I said earlier. So this is really good stuff from Matt Thomas, novice driver this season. So he makes his way down towards Lodge, as I say, and in front of him, Rich Miles, perhaps frustrated after he's off, has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.95. He is 2.7 seconds behind Dan Lana. He's going to catch him again, so that battle for 3rd position with 2 laps, it should be still to go, is not over yet. So 6 Dan Lana, 24 Rich Miles. Might be something interesting to catch up on as they turn their way through Island Bend. The gap is a bit at the moment, but at the pace that Miles is going, he's going to catch Dan Lana once again, Ian. Yeah, and they should have 1 more lap to go at the end of this one as well, because there's 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go when Michael Root started this lap, a lap time taking about 1 minute and 3/4 or so. So they should have time for 1 more lap at the end of this. There's Yarrow then, now comfortably in 2nd place, but still 14 seconds adrift of the race leader. Michael Roos is looking set for his 4th victory of the season then, and it will help his strengthen his claims for 2nd place in the championship as well, no doubt. And there's Dan Lana in 3rd. Now, at the start of this lap, there was about 2.7 seconds between Lana and Rich Miles. It's come down by, I don't know, maybe a second. So there might be 1.7 seconds or something like that between them now. We'll get to a better idea of that when they come through to complete this lap. Meanwhile, out of my commentary box window, I can see the last lap board now being shown to Michael Root. So he goes on to his final lap as up towards Lodge Corner comes Dan Lana, number 6 in 3rd position, and Rich Miles, ex-Compact Cup racer, in 4th position in his Spire. First time really he's done a sort of full season of Sports 1000. He's done occasional races in the past, and those two have come over the line now. And do we get an update on the gap between them? We do. It's down to about a second between Lana and Miles. So there is that possibility that this 3rd place could change around on the final lap, Josh. Going back to that championship situation you were talking about, I'm pretty confident this will secure Michael Root's 2nd in the championship. Okay. This win, but battle for 3rd is the one that's going to keep our interest, and they're going to have traffic, aren't they? Because Vincent Dubois is just ahead of them, so that could add another element into the battle for 3rd. They are together now as they turn through the Sherrills hairpin. Yeah, and they've got half a lap or so to go then, heading up towards Britain's. Where are they going to get to Dubois? Maybe around Druids, somewhere at Clay Hill, possibly? We'll wait and see. There's Yarrow, and about 12 seconds ahead of him now is Michael, which is possibly just easing off a little bit. But Lana, again, he's on the racing line there, and he's got Miles right behind him, so it's nose to tail now. And they've got Dubois. Where are they going to get him? It is probably going to be up Clay Hill, I should think. Vincent, who's an ex-Alfa Romeo racer, will have seen them. They both jinked to the right at exactly the same instant. That could have gone wrong, but it didn't. Up into Druids for the final time they go. Meanwhile, Michael Roots, number 5, our race leader, is heading through Lodge Corner for the final time, and he's going to take his 4th victory of the season in the penultimate round of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. So congratulations to him, but for 3rd, here comes Miles up the inside into Lodge, but Dan Lana covered that really well. So 2nd across the line will be Ryan Yarrow. We see him first, but it's going to be overlapping for 3rd and 4th positions, which might be quite difficult to tell on the screen who's going to get it. I think that's Dan Lana from looking out of the window, and indeed it was by about a 1/10 of a second. Yeah, so that's his first podium of the season, so great to see one of the older spec cars doing really well Well done to Dan Lana on 3rd place. Well done to him for not going off like most of the others did at Druids.
Kept his head in difficult conditions at Druids in the sort of early part of that race, and then had to fend off Rich Marty, who was really pushing quite hard towards the end. Matt Thomas, congratulations to him on a fine 5th place finish. It wasn't without incident, but nevertheless 5th place to him. 6th to Colin Chapman, who was also involved in a little push with Matt earlier on. And 7th and 8th almost side by side over the line. That's Jonathan McGill and James Walker, both of them quite experienced Sports 1000 drivers. 9th over the line is going to be the number 31 car of Colin Spicer. No, it's not. It's going to be Carl Austin, isn't it? So he's got ahead of Colin Spicer on the final lap.
They've both done quite a slow lap, so I think something might have gone a little bit wrong there between the two of them, but they both got to the line.
And Ian Hutchinson, 9th, is going to be the last finisher on the lead lap because Vincent Dubois had been lapped. So a very entertaining Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 race there, Josh.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit dramatic at times, particularly that moment at Druids, but good to see no cars really were damaged there, were they? Which could have gone very wrong with cars going off in all kinds of directions, sort of out of control, but it didn't in the end. Ryan Yarrow, by the way, got the fastest lap, 1 minute 44.42, which was over a second and a half quicker than the leader, but it was by not going off at Druids. That's what gave Michael Roots that chance to win the race. And to claim 2nd place in the championship as well.
And I think that 2nd place is well deserved because he's had 4 wins this season, so he's not actually too far behind Ryan Yarrow on win count this year.
Absolutely, so it's 6 for Yarrow, 4 for Roots there, and nobody else has won more than 1 race this season. So Michael Roots, I think, did a bit of low-cost racing a few years ago, but hasn't done that much car racing before this season, really, so sort of getting to grips with the car, and big thumbs up there from our race winner, Michael Roots. A good way for him to start off the race day here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing from our victors very shortly. Don't forget, you can interact with us, put some comments on YouTube, and we'll see those on our screens here. Stuart Nichols has sent a message. He's saying he's looking forward to seeing the first MR2 Championship race in-car footage. Wow, something to look forward to for the MR2s that are coming up next. We'll see how that works. It looked very good from what we could see earlier on, so look forward to seeing how that pans out. But hello, wherever you're watching, we've got people watching all over the world, in Australia and in Lincolnshire. Hello, Tom Gadd, who's watching on from East Anglia. So we've got the drivers heading into the Parc Fermé area. The team down in Parc Fermé will be hauling drivers out. They'll be getting garlands around their necks. They'll be getting caps on their heads, and they'll be doing all of that ready for us to speak to the top 3 at the end of a very exciting race. Michael Roots, Ryan Yarrow and Daniel Lana, who had to work really hard to cling on to that 3rd place finish. Don't forget, there's a 2nd race later on today. The final round of the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship is going to come up at around about 4:20 this afternoon. So do stay tuned to Alfa Live whenever you're watching. Very shortly we'll have a Mottis, but let's get down to John.
Fantastic first race there for today. Fantastic job from Michael to take the win. It looked relatively easy once you got out front. So how did that race go for you?
It was, yeah, a race of 2 halves in a way. Like the first half was kind of stuck behind Rich, well, not stuck behind. I was trying to keep up with Rich, and then yeah, found a bit of pace. I think he put a bit of pressure, and then he hit a bit of oil, and yeah, I took a tighter line and just got around that. And I can't exactly remember how I got in front of Ryan, if it was at the start or what. But yeah, it was, and then it was just a case of yeah, the boys just kept saying, oh, the gap was building and building and building. So I thought, okay, take it. But he said, I don't know where that puts me time-wise for the race too. But I think the time was relatively okay at the start. But I just didn't want to push it too hard on the oil. Yeah. So I thought I'd be a full, 10 or 12 seconds ahead to try and get a lap time in, and then throw the win away for the point. So yeah, it was enjoyable.
Okay. No, it looked enjoyable out there. I was going to ask you how you managed to keep it together on the oil there, because it seemed like nearly almost half of the field went off at that corner. What did you seem to do differently? Did you notice?
No. No.
Just a bit of luck, you think?
Yeah, I think I probably just hit the right inch of tarmac just by luck, and probably from a lack of experience around this track, I've probably taken a tighter line. So maybe I just got lucky, really, with my lack of experience around here.
Well, no luck in taking the win, mate. You did a fantastic job, so well done. Congratulations. Thanks for speaking with us. Hopefully we can have a chat with Ryan Yarrow now, who took P2. Ryan, firstly, we'll start off by saying not your best start. What happened there?
It just span up for days, and I couldn't get it to grip up. So it was about either 5th or 6th or something into the first corner. To be fair, then I picked back up to 3rd pretty quickly, and then kind of got settled. Was right on Michael, and then going into Druids. On the brakes, I just thought I'd completely overcooked it until I saw Richard in the thing as well. And then when I came, obviously, to be honest, I was going to give up. I sat there for a second and I thought, let's see if it moves. So if I was a bit quicker, I probably wouldn't have caught Michael, but I might not have had as much work to do. And hopefully I redeemed myself a little bit.
No, you definitely redeemed yourself, mate. You put in fantastic pace after that, caught back up to take the P2. You should still be happy with that, right? Yeah,
well, yeah, from the barriers to pole in qualifying, and from the gravel to P2. I'm as happy as I can be.
No, good. It was a crazy race, and yeah, as I say, you did well to get back up to P2. So congratulations, mate. Thank you for speaking with us. And then finally, we've got Daniel, who came in P3. Daniel's over here. Fantastic race from you, sir. We saw some great battling from you, some robust defending I saw at points, and you managed to hold off the man in 4th place. And I think it was a photo finish nearly at the end.
Yeah, I had a bum gear change on that last corner, really? Yeah, and then had to knock it down again to try and get the drag. So it was a drag race to the finish, which was quite exciting. Yeah.
You managed to get it though, so you must be happy with the P3 there.
I think it will be P3. I think I might have a penalty for running wide, so we'll see. It was good either way.
Okay, yeah, good. Can you sort of talk us through from your perspective how that race went?
A bit leery with the oil going down. I think that's what caused my few too many going off. Yeah, I don't know. Learning the circuit. First time I've driven it. Didn't test yesterday, so just still learning it. Kind of copying the guys in front, trying to find some pace. Found a bit more time. I don't know. It's just we'll see what happens later.
Yeah, no, well done, mate. That's fantastic. Especially first time around the track. P3 should be very happy with that. Yeah, so well done. Thank you for speaking with us. I appreciate that. So as I say, what a fantastic first race of the day from us here at Oulton Park. I'm going to hand it back up to the guys in the comms box for our next race, which is the Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yes, the penultimate round of the Toyota MR2 Championship about to get underway. It is a very, very full grid of these cars as well. It's going to be a fantastic 15-minute race, the first of 2 today for these cars, with the championship still to be decided. It's Aaron Cook versus Sean Traynor in the battle for the overall crown, with 2 races out of the 16-race season left to go. You can see them still streaming out of the assembly area down to the pit lane onto this green flag lap. They'll form up at the end of the lap onto the grid, and then it's straight into the 15-minute race for the Toyota MR2 Championship. So it's going to be an exciting race in prospect, especially because we've got the 2 main championship contenders both lining up on the front row of the grid, both of them in their roadsters, the Mark III cars. It's going to be Sean Traynor on pole position, and he's going to be lined up alongside Aaron Cook, and it's Aaron that is ahead of Sean going into this penultimate round of the championship. It could very much, though, be decided in this race, though, couldn't it, Josh?
It certainly could be. Aaron Cook, I think, here just needs a 4th place finish going in this race, but that could be easily said than done. We saw at Castle Coombe, didn't we, a couple of months ago? If you start to get shuffled out wide, it's quite easy to lose a number of positions, and that race went all of it wrong for Aaron. So we're hoping not for a repeat of that. Him and Sean Traynor both on the front row. Traynor really needs to win with 2 fastest laps and 2 wins already in the 2 races today. And the 2 of them were a decent amount quicker than anybody else in qualifying this morning around this Oulton Park circuit. Perhaps the Mark III roadsters are the ones that have a little bit of an advantage. And we are on board here with Aaron Cook, the championship leader. Looks fairly leisurely as he drives around, doesn't he, on this green flag warming up lap.
He certainly does, and it's great to have this onboard footage there. You can see Sean Traynor's car ahead. We get the outside view, Aaron Cook, the 2nd car in the queue. So it's Sean Traynor, number 27, that lines up on pole position for this race, and alongside him is number 96, Aaron Cook. The 2nd row is going to be 50, that's Cam Walton, and 4 Peter Higton, the 3rd of the roadsters. The third row is going to be 84 Neil Stratton and 18 Sam Harper. And there a little bit further back, we're looking at the number 17 car of Maxine Nichols, who starts pretty much exactly halfway down the field in 20th position. So we'll get some great shots from the middle of the pack as well once this race gets underway. Just going back to the grid, it's fourth row, 11 Adam Lockwood and 2 Ben Rowe, championship winner up last year. 25 Paul Hinton, he's been a race winner, and 22 Nick Williamson line up on row 5. 6 Darren Aldworth and 26 Paul Cook, he's been an MR2 race winner as well, line up on the 6th row. Then it's Lee Brown, Jim Mew, Gary Patterson, Georgios Georgides, Rhys Dorman, Daniel Sylvester, Jim Cook, and say Maxine Nichols, rounding out the top 20 of this hugely competitive Toyota MR2 Championship field. It runs, by the way, in 3 classes. Class A is for the oldest cars, the Mark 1s. Class B for the cars from roughly the 1990s, the Mark 2s, the cars with the largest engine capacity as well and a bit more power. Class C, the most modern cars, the Mark 3 Roadsters. And we were saying earlier on, Josh, that Oulton Park seems to be a circuit that suits these more modern cars.
Indeed, they're a bit lighter, aren't they? The Mark III Roadsters. They've never won a championship outright before. This year, that should change unless something really, really weird happens today. Either for Sean Traynor or for Aaron Cook, 2 drivers that have won championships in Class B in the Mark IIs, but never in this Mark III before. Sean Traynor switched to it last season. Aaron Cook switched to his this year, and they sit on the front row. They're ahead of Cam Walton, who's the Class B champion for this season in the Mark II, and there's one of the Mark 1s for the pit lane, so it looks like we might lose a car before the start. The Mark 1's a bit further back on the grid, but the race is about to get underway.
Yeah, 5-second board is raised then. It's going to be a 15-minute race. The red lights go on. Out they go. The race gets underway. Who's it going to be from pole position? It looks like Sean Traynor has just marginally got the better start there, and he's going to lead into Old Hall Corner from Aaron Cook in second place, but everyone else is trying to be third as they turn their way through. Are they all going to get through Old Hall Corner safely? There's 1 or 2 being sort of spat back onto the circuit, having run off on wide Old Hall, but actually that was more well-disciplined than I thought it might be. On board with Maxine Nichols right in the mid-pack.
It's very busy. There's a car off wide. Is that Paul Hinton, former champion, off on the right-hand side of shot? There he is. Yeah, it was Paul Hinton. He's back on, though, but much further down the order than he would like. It was number 16, Daniel Farmer, who made his way into the pits. He's back out again, but here's Traynor and Cook. I think Sam Harper's up to third. That was an awesome start from 6th. He's the best of the Mark IIs, therefore, but leading the race is Sean Traynor from Cook. Then it's Harper, then Walton, then in 5th place, Adam Lockwood. So there was some good starts a bit further down the order there and making progress pretty quickly. And there's a car, I'm afraid, in the gravel.
And that is the number 74 car, David Mustard, but he is going to get back into the race right at the back of the field. So it's Sean Traynor doing everything he can to try and stop Aaron Cook winning the championship, but if Aaron Cook stays there, that's still going to be enough for him, sitting there in second position. Third is Harper, 4th and 5th and 6th altogether. There's a bit of a gap further back, so something's gone on in the middle, I think, to divide the pack. That's possibly where Paul Hinton disappeared, isn't it, earlier on? I can still see yellow flags waving on the exit of Cascade, so possibly there's someone off a little bit further round the corner, which we can't see at the moment.
Oh yeah, I just saw there's a car parked up, I think, perhaps on the left-hand side of the track. Just caught a quick glimpse of that. There's Nick Williamson returning this weekend. He leads a whole gaggle of cars, which includes Paul Hinton, who's gaining places. He goes up the inside of 13, which is Rhys Dorman, so he gains one of those places back at Druids. And for 4th, a change because Adam Lockwood dives up the inside of Cam Walton and goes through. So the best of the Mark IIs is now 5th. Don't think we've seen this many Mark IIIs at the front before. We've got 5 in the top 6.
Yeah, it's very competitive. And Aaron Cook right with the race leader Sean Traynor there. Then you've got the first of the Mark IIs, which is Sam Harper in third, but it's a distant back. The 2 leaders are pretty much side by side as they go down towards Cascade, and it looks like Sean Traynor has lost the lead to Aaron Cook down there. They're still side by side as they go through. The left-hander absolutely nose to nose, and Sean Traynor, I think, is just about going to hang on after all of that. You can see they passed one parked car at the exit of Cascades, but there's Aaron Cook looking over to his left-hand side, see where Sean Traynor is. Is Sean Traynor there on his left-hand side? Yes, he is for the left-hander, and Sean Traynor does hang on through the left-hander island.
Great battle this is. We've seen a lot of it this season. There's good respect generally between these two. Don't think we've really seen anything actually happen between them, and we didn't there. I thought it was going to get a bit tight, but Aaron Cook backed out of it. He did say to me yesterday he wouldn't do anything silly, and perhaps that was part of that, going into the shallows hairpin, not diving up the inside. Into the Breton chicane, going over the curb. Again, Aaron Cook looks pretty leisurely at the wheel.
It's very relaxed, isn't it? It's remarkable, considering he's there in second place, battling for the win, gunning for the championship, but it's like it's a Saturday morning, it still is, drive around Oulton Park, but it's Sean Trainer leading, Aaron Cook second. They're getting a long way back from the next group of cars. You've got Sam Harper and now Cam Oulton up to fourth.
Sam Harper's never finished on the podium in an MR2 race before, I don't think, so he's trying to do that. Yet they're in third place, and great battles, more Mark 3, there's so many of them, isn't there, this season. And Dave Hemingway, the best of the Mark 1, locks up, he's side by side with Maxine Nichols and goes through ahead then of Maxine Nichols, and one's gone down the escape road, that's 19, which was Cameron Bell.
So here's the battle for the lead of Class B then. That's Sam Harper against the Class B champion for this season, Cam Walton. But you can see how far back they are from behind the roadsters. It looked like Cam was about to try and make a move up on the inside of Sam, and we didn't see the end of that because we're watching quite rightly the battle for the lead going on as well between Sean Trainer and Aaron Cook. But it did look like we had the change with Cam Walton, yes, going through, and Adam Lockwood trying to follow him at Oulton Corner as well to get up into fourth position ahead of Sam Harper.
Yeah, it was all very busy there for third place. You can see them turn their way out of Oulton. It's pretty busy for the lead as well, getting very twitchy there with Aaron Cook right on the bumper of the race leader Sean Trainer as they turn their way then onto Lakeside and down towards Island Bend, and Aaron Cook is alongside, so we've got a good exit there to Cascades and into Island. Is he going to go through this time on the inside line? He does. Can Trainer hang on the outside? He can't. So Aaron Cook therefore has taken the lead of the race. By the way, on that first lap we were, I think, 2 seconds under the lap record from a decade or so ago.
Yes, another relatively ancient lap record with the MR2s not having raced this layout very regularly.
Ben Rowe is up to fourth, so he's progressing well. He was sixth at the start of the lap. He started 8th, so this is turning into quite a good race for him. So the Mark IIs are starting to move forwards again now, aren't they? After perhaps a great start for some of them.
Yeah, and he held the Class A lap record, didn't he, coming into this weekend as well for the Mark 1s, did Ben Rowe. It's now been taken away, I should think.
Yeah, by 7 seconds by Dave Hemingway.
As we watch this battle on, there is Ben Rowe, number 2. He's just ahead of Adam Lockwood. Sam Harper, the driver, has dropped back down to 6th then. Peter Higton is 7th. Nick Williamson, number 22, is 8th. And Darren Oldcliffe is 9th. And there's a gap back then to the 10th place onwards car at the moment. I think that's 24 Daniel Sylvester, the YouTuber, that's there in 10th position. Leaders had gone through shot, still with Cook ahead of Trainer. There we get a good view of Rowe all the way up from Devon. Trainer trying to fight back here. He's going to the outside line for Lodge Corner though. Deeper into the corner he goes. Yeah, that doesn't work. I thought he might try and get the switch back on the exit of the corner, but no, he got that a little bit wrong on the brakes, I think. And talking of get it wrong, that's number 20. That's Patrick Stoner.
Yeah, for Trainer, you could hear the tyre squeal, couldn't you? So I think the tyres had given up on him there. But he didn't really lose too much time to Aaron Cook. There in third is Cam Walton. Fourth is Ben Rowe. Then in fifth place, Lockwood. 6th is Sam Harper. So he lost out in all of that. Peter Higton is there in 7th. Ahead of Nick Williamson, Darren Aldworth and Neil Stratton completes the top 10 after 3 laps.
Yeah, so we are 8 and a bit minutes left in this race. We're getting up towards the halfway point of this 15-minute contest. There is Nick Williamson then just behind Peter Higton. This is the fight for 7th and 8th positions, and Nick there tries to make a move at Island Bend. It'll be put him on the outside line though for the left hand, and yeah, it comes to nothing as I thought it might do. And Neil Stratton it is that's now made his way up into the top 10 in car number 84. You can see his yellow roadster in the background of that shot, and I think he's gaining on this group as well, so he's very much one to watch as this race goes on.
He started 5th, but has progressed, or after falling away, he's progressing again back forward, as you've been saying. And Paul Cook and Paul Hinson are behind him, so Paul Hinson's come back through nicely, hasn't he? And he's lapping as quickly as the third place battle is. So Paul Hinson is quick after he's off towards the start of the race, and he's just at the back of this Trainer car. It's the 2012 MR2 champion. There's Darren Aldworth in car number 6. He's had quite a decent season. He's 6th in the championship coming here to the final meeting of the year, and they turn their way out of Knickerbrook. Then you can see Paul Cook trying to catch this group, and Paul Hinson sort of dropped away again after saying how well he'd been going.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can come back into contention as the race goes on. 7 minutes left to go. There's Stratton in the number 84 Roadster. He's one driver that has over time converted to a Roadster. He previously raced a Mark 1. There's a few drivers that have made that switch straight from a Mark 1 to a Mark 3 within the Toyota MR2 Championship. And they drop down out of Lodge Corner, climb Deer Leap and complete another lap. That is 4 laps now in the book, with 6.5 minutes left to go in this race. It is Aaron Cook leading by half a second from Sean Traynor, 96 from 27. Cam Walton third in car 50. He's now 1.3 seconds clear of Ben Rowe, so relatively comfortable by the standards of this race in third place.
Aaron Cook fastest lap 2:02.49. The first time any Mark III Roadsters have raced on this layout, which shows you how long ago it was the last time the MR2 Championship was here. As they turn their way through Island Bend, there is Adam Lockwood, who's chasing Ben Rowe. Did Ben Rowe lock up a little bit there into shallow oils? Possibly, but he still sits there in 4th place overall. Then you've got this massive battle pack behind, headed by the quick start in Sam Harper, who is there in 6th with no more, though, is he? Because Peter Higton, who's got ahead of him, and Paul Cook at the back of the queue, has got ahead of Neil Stratton. So a couple of changes there for them at the start of lap 5 as we move into the second half of this race for the MR2 Championship. Here comes Darren Aldworth in 6th, trying to challenge 22, Nick Williamson, into the Hislop chicane. And now they're both with Sam Harper, who started so well, but he sort of had a lot of this race watching his mirrors with other drivers trying to pass him.
Yeah, of course, he went from 6th to 3rd, didn't he, at the start? And possibly there was maybe a little bit out of position in the early laps, and has just gradually assumed his more natural pace as the race has gone on in this one. Higton looks to have the rear bumper of his car just flapping a little bit in the breeze, like there's been some contact at an earlier point in the race which has dislodged that. Well, yeah, you can just get a view of that as you watch the rear of that car disappear up towards Lodge. Now here is Paul Cook, that is, trying to forge his way through. He's now got ahead of Neil Stratton and up into the top 10. That's in the little yellow and grey Mark II car, right behind now number 6, Darren Aldworth.
And Sean Traynor's now set the fastest lap of the race, 2:02.16, so he's going back after Aaron Cook again after being passed a couple of laps ago. There's Neil Stratton in 84 in this big battle pack that heads its way down the avenue through Dentons and onto Cascades. Paul Cook's been trying to find a way past Darren Aldworth for the last few corners, but is unable to do so so far. Behind them all, Paul Hinson is now lapping as quickly as Cam Walton in 3rd, which is going to put him on a good grid position for the race later on, which is set by fastest laps from this race. But at the moment, Hinson is still there in 12th. No, he's not. He's up to 11th, because into Island Bend, he went up the inside of Neil Stratton. Meanwhile, a bit further up the road, Nick Williamson's trying to squeeze his way up past Sam Harper, but can't do it. There's Stratton, who again is starting to fall down some positions, isn't he? And Nappy's on the grass, which isn't going to help his case as he fights his way onto the circuit again, up towards the Britain chicane for lap number 6 of this 15-minute race.
Well, it's a long old train of cars that he's a part of, isn't it, as well? And it's sort of headed by Sam Harper. There's sort of 5 cars in that group. Harper is about to be passed by Williamson, who's later on the brakes. He almost outbraked himself, though, but actually he did manage to squeeze through ahead there of Sam Harper. So he now goes up into 7th place, does Nick Williamson. And it's a mighty old queue, 6 of them in fact, right behind him.
Sam Harper's fighting back as they go up Clay Hill. Williamson's line, I think, was a bit awkward into Knickerbrook, and therefore he's slower off the corner, and he may lose a number of positions here because they're all trying to pass him into Druids. Up the inside is Harper. Paul Cook comes up the inside of Aldworth, and up over the curbs is Paul Hinson. I don't think I've seen a car on 203 Druids before. It's kind of worked for him though, because it's passing Aldworth. He's trying to pass Cook as well as they come down towards Lodge. Sam Harper's held on to the lead of this battle pack, and there's Hinson still up alongside. They were 3 wide. They've all just, oh no, they've all made contact now, and on the grass is Paul Hinson going up Deers Leap. He made contact there with Paul Cook. So here they come across the line. So Hinson's lost all those positions he gained. Daniel Sylvester's right in the middle of all of this, so he's gaining positions now, or trying to at least. And we've kind of, I think, Ian, just about got away with all of that.
Seems that way, doesn't it, as they drop down out of Oulton towards Cascade. A big shake-up then in this sort of 6th to 12th pack. There's Sylvester, the red car, up on the inside of number 84, Neil Stratton. Yet he's made that move stick.
So he's the big gainer in all of that.
He was sort of right place at the right time, wasn't he?
Harper and Williamson have got away. Because they sort of started it by slowing each other up at Knickerbrook, didn't they?
Yeah.
But then it all went crazy behind them, really. Paul Cook is ahead of Darren Aldworth, so that was a change. But then Daniel Sylvester ahead of Paul Hinton, who looked like he was running very wide. Yeah, he's on the grass again, and he's losing a position to Neil Stratton and possibly to Lee Brown as they go side by side down into Britons, which generally doesn't work. So Hinton breaks desperately late, hops over the curbs again. I think he's finding as much of Oulton Park as possible, isn't he, in this race, Paul Hinton?
Right, so down towards Hislops goes Sam Harper, but let's have a look a little bit further back. Lee Brown there, as you say, is involved now with 25 Paul Hinton. You've got Sylvester and Stratton in the two reds, the red and yellow car. Primary colour battle going through just ahead of them.
Cook's got a good run here, Ian, on Nick Williamson. He's quickly caught him, hasn't he? And he's going past. So Paul Cook, who had that touch with Paul Hinton, is the one that's gaining positions again, and he's now going to be the one to try and find a way past Sam Harper, who's had been doing a great job at holding them all off, but he's spinning and he's going to just touch the Recticel barrier. He should be able to continue. Don't know if there was a touch there or not, but after what had been a good defensive drive ready for Sam Harper, he wasn't doing anything wrong, but ended up off the road.
Meanwhile, the leaders have gone on to the last lap. Aaron Cook's lead over Sean Traynor now extended to 1.61 seconds. It's 96.127. They're about 10 seconds clear of Cam Walton, number 50 in third place, 2 Ben Rowe fourth, and Rowan Lockwood are right together, 2 and 11, fourth and fifth, and then it's Peter Higton sixth. And then you've got this little battle.
Little battle, is it? Headed now by Paul Cook, who you'd think might have the pace just to spread everyone else out a bit. But here is the lead gap, and it's massive all of a sudden, isn't it, between Cook and Traynor, because Aaron Cook has gone quicker than anybody went in qualifying. He's done a 2 minutes 1.63, so that's a really good effort from Aaron Cook. I think the lap record was a 2:06 coming here, so that's 4.5 seconds quicker than what Mark Jessup did back in the day, in the early days of the MR2 Championship, a championship that's grown and grown, hasn't it? It's been pretty much at capacity or above capacity all season, but generally the driver that's been at the front, as he is here, is Aaron Cook, who one-handed turns his way through the Hislops and into Knickerbrook.
Yeah, why use two hands when one will do? Out of Knickerbrook he goes. He'll climb up Clay Hill for the final time. He's set here for his 8th victory of the 2021 season. In a 16-round championship, this round 15 of it, you can see he has, over the last lap or two, put quite a bit of daylight between himself and Sean Traynor, his championship rival. I think a 4th place finish in this race would have been enough for Aaron to wrap up the championship. With a race to spare, well, he's gone a little bit better than that. He's, after a very entertaining early few laps, he's gone on to dominate this race in the last quarter of it, really. Out of Deerleap, under the pedestrian bridge, up to the line to take the checkered flag and win round 15 of the Toyota MR2 Championship, and indeed the championship title as well.
So that's back-to-back championships and making history, being the first Class C driver to win the championship overall. So congratulations to Aaron Cook. He's been hard to beat over the season. Sean Traynor's done it a few times and taken the championship to the last meeting. But Aaron Cook, absolutely the star of the year. For 3rd, Cam Walton had beaten Ben Rowe. Adam Lockwood was 5th. Peter Higton was 6th. And then the big paddle pack behind is headed by Paul Cook, from Nick Williamson, Darren Aldworth, Daniel Sylvester, Paul Hinton, Neil Stratton, Lee Brown, Jim Muse. That was, what, 8 cars in that battle at the end. A bit further behind, that Rhys Dorman, who takes 15th. He had a lonely race compared to those in front. Then Sam Harper, who I'm sure will be disappointed with how that ended up. Then the rest of them come up across the line. But showing you, Ian, that wherever your pace is in the MR2 Championship, you will find somebody to race with such a big grid and such a competitive field as well. Yeah,
around 40 cars on the grid, you're bound to find someone around about your own pace, and certainly sort of 6th back to 12th. That was a particularly tight knot of cars, a very entertaining scrap that we had, a few little incidents in it as well. Good drive there from Ben, row 2, 8th up to 4th position there, using all of his experience. Paul Cook from 12th up to 7th, another driver sort of on the move during that race.
And Paul Cook in the end set the 3rd fastest lap of the race, which will give him a good grid position for later on. And he wasn't that much slower than Cook and Trainer, so whether he can take it to those 2 Class C drivers in the final round of the year, we're yet to see. And there's more battles, aren't there, still to take the flag, headed there by car number 70, which is Stuart Brearley. So that's a battle, well, outside the top 30. But they're coming up across the line. So I think everyone's going to finish the race, bar Daniel Farmer, who had that problem right at the start.
Yeah, so and Class A being won by Nathan Harrison today from Dave Hemingway, with the Class A champion Gareth Baxter back in 3rd place within that class today.
That's good stuff from Nathan Harrison, isn't it? I think he won a race before. That was one of the split races, so he'll be really pleased to beat Dave Hemingway in all of that. We didn't see how that one ended up. It ended up 0.02 of a second apart at the flag, so it was an entertaining battle, and it was sort of hard to take our eyes off the cars a bit further up the overall order, but it shows you even those older Class A cars have absolutely got a place in the championship. They've sort of grown, haven't they, in the championship over the last few years, and showing here at Oulton Park that if you've got one of those original MR2s, it's a great place to race it.
Absolutely right, but really all attention after that race is going to be on Aaron Cook, having wrapped up the championship, retained his championship, heading into Parc Fermé. We'll hear from him very shortly, but he's really impressed since arriving in the MR2 Championship and the 750 Motor Club paddock, since sort of switching from short ovals, which is where he's learned a lot of his racecraft, no doubt. And he's transferred very successfully to the circuits, as a number of other drivers have done in the past as well. So in the background, you see the cars heading into Parc Fermé at the end of that race. There'll be the chance to hear from our top 3. There'll be some scrutineering checks done, no doubt, on some of the cars as well. And we do see the MR2s out again later on this afternoon, just before 5 o'clock, for the final round of the championship. And with the overall title already decided, well, who knows what might happen. No holds barred, perhaps, at the front of the order. Although maybe Aaron will be, well, I don't know. Is he the kind of driver that's going to just take it easy, just to keep out of trouble and not pick up any exclusions or anything like that?
Well, hopefully he races, because I know some people, when they're in the championship, then think that they don't want to do any more. So let's hope he does race this afternoon. I somewhat suspect he probably will, because he likes winning races, doesn't he, Aaron Cook? It'd be interesting, you mentioned about his past, what his future might hold, because he's shown how quick he is here in the MR2 Championship. Whether he's going to stay with MR2s or whether he's going to move on to something else. Perhaps we might hear that down in the pit lane in a moment or two.
Yeah, absolutely right. So let's head down to the pit lane now and talk once again with John Ratcliffe.
Well, what another fantastic race here at Oulton Park, this time in the MR2 Championship. We're going to have a little chat to some of the drivers. We saw some great action out there and a lot of battling up and down the field. We saw near the end there was like a group of 6 or 7 going at it. Absolutely mental. But first, we're going to have a little chat to Aaron. Aaron, if I could speak to you quickly. You've won the race and you've now won the championship. How does that feel, mate?
Yeah, mega. Massive thanks to everyone. Rogue, it was hard work getting to this meeting, but massive thank you everyone that helped us get here. It's been hard work the last couple of weeks, but we made it and stuck it on second, won the race. That's a championship, so cheers.
Exactly, you should be so happy with it. Can you talk us through the little move that you did on Sean to take P1?
Yeah, we had a nibble the lap before. We was sort of in side by side for sort of felt like half a lap, but probably not. And I just couldn't quite get it to stick, so I didn't want to do anything silly. Stuck back behind him and just got the run on him really, out of turn 2. Went back underneath him, and yeah, we actually gave each other thumbs as we went past. It was a great race.
Yeah, the respect there was awesome, and the race was brilliant. So thank you for chatting with us, mate, and well done. No worries, congratulations on the championship.
Cheers, thank you, mate.
Right, let's have a little chat with Sean now as well. Sean, fantastic race from you there, just pipped to P1, but still the respect between you guys was fantastic. I do remember seeing you side by side. I think it was from turn 1 all the way down to the hairpin at the bottom. How was that race for you?
To be fair, I think we weren't even looking where we were going. We were sort of almost looking at each other, and I'm waving, Aaron's waving back. He's carrying so much speed through Cascades. I just couldn't do nothing. I defended it the first time. The second time, I didn't have an answer for it. Yeah, so then I tried to come back a little bit, and then I made a few mistakes, and then thought I'm pulling it back in again. but the same as all year, he hasn't been making mistakes, so I wasn't counting on it. So, like, congratulations. I think that sort of wraps it all up. So.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, he's wrapped up the championship now, but yeah, you're on his bumper for absolutely ages there. I thought you were going to send another move down at the end, maybe a cheeky one, but didn't quite happen.
No, it's not working. No, my luck. Well, and I'll probably take myself out.
Well done, mate. Fantastic race. Cheers for that. And we'll also speak to P3 as Cam in P3. Well done, mate. We saw you having a good battle there for third. It was sort of third, fourth, fifth, I think we're battling for a while. You managed to clear them, get ahead and take the podium. How does that feel?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I never had the pace to keep up with these guys, so really the aim was just to get into P3 and get in a good lap time for the next race. I mean, I got a really good launch off the line, but missed second gear shift, so had to kind of battle my way back through, but was able to do it. Had a good dice with Peter Higton and Sam Harper for the first couple of laps, and then just put in some quali laps for the rest of it.
Yeah. No, you did a really good job, mate, and P3 should be very happy with that. Do you know where you will be for the next race, or is that yet to find out?
I'll find out in a minute. I assume it'll probably be P3 again, so hopefully we can get a good launch and maybe keep up with these guys a bit more.
Yes, try and get the second gear next time and see how we can do. I'm sure we'll see you back on the podium next race. But cheers for speaking with us. Cheers. Thank you, mate. Again, as I say, what a fantastic race there. Second one of the day, and we got lots more coming at you. But next up, I'm of course going to send it back to the comms booth. Next one we've got is the Alfa Romeo Championship. Yes, the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship up next, and like all of the other categories, it's their final meeting of the season. It's going to be a pair of 20-minute races that we have for the Alfas today. And of course, the Alfas run to a 3-class format. There's the modified and power trophy cars that go off first on a split grid, and then the second part of the grid is for the Twin Spark Cup cars, which are a more production specification of car. And we have the grid, so let's bring that to you now. On pole position, it's going to be one of the power trophy cars, actually, and that's Tom Hill in number 1, and alongside him is number 34, George Osborne. The second row is going to be 7. That's Roger Evans, and 5, Graham Seeger. The third row, number 50, Gareth Hayward, and 97, Gabriele Icarino. On to row 4, Dave Messenger, stalwart of the Alfa Championship, is there in number 79, and Andy Inman, number 80, alongside him. It's Andy Page, 14, and Scott Austin, 55, on the 5th row. Keith Waite, number 4, and Tom Waite, number 24, on row 6. Then we have a gap back to the production cars, the Twin Spark Cup cars, 86 and 23 will line up next. That's Andrew Bourke and James Ford, that's row 7, row 8. 41 and 9, Colin Cunniff and Richard Ford. Tom Williams, 29, and Connor Davis, 51, line up on the 9th row. And on row 10, it's 48, Jonathan Tortolani, and 165, which is Andy Winterton. So that's the grid for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. Now, this is a championship, Josh, where all of the overall and class championship battles have actually already been settled coming into this weekend. So certainly the overall champion, Barry McMahon, not here this weekend.
That's right, and that means for the first time this year, somebody not called Barry McMahon will win a race overall, because he's won the 10 rounds we've had so far this season at Silverstone, Donington, Crofts, Netherton, and at Brands Hatch. So that, you'd think, should open up the overall battle somewhat. George Osborne has won the Power Trophy. He's won that 5 of the 10 times, and he starts on the front row alongside Tom Hill in 2 cars. They're very different eras as well of Alfa Romeo. The GT of Tom Hill on pole, and the 75 of George Osborne alongside. They've had some good battles this season, so it'll be interesting to see if that carries on here at Oulton Park, although in qualifying Tom Hill was a couple of seconds quicker than George Osborne, but Osborne usually goes better in the races. And then in the Twin Spark Cup, that championship has gone the way of Richard Ford. He's won that race 4 times this season, but he only qualified 4th on the grid here within the Twin Spark Cup, which regularly gives some great races. So whether it's a battle up front we watch, or perhaps the Twin Spark Cup, which should be an interesting race in prospect.
It certainly should. The driver we've got on pole position today, Tom Hill, in that Alfa Romeo GT, he's certainly a driver with a lot of pedigree. He joined the championship in 2014, 7 years ago now. He's always been a leading contender. He's been a champion on 4 occasions, including last season, and that's when he switched classes to race this Revs Italia built GT 3.2 V6. His previous wins before that had always been in the Twin Spark Cup in the 156 run by Bianco Auto Developments. This season it's not gone quite so smoothly for him, but when everything does go to plan, he's usually found leading the Power Trophy class and certainly in the top 3 overall. He had to miss the meeting at Brands Hatch, the big Italian festival meeting. So this is his first meeting since July, but he enjoys Oulton, and he certainly showed that in qualifying, putting the car on onto pole position. So Tom Hill, number 1, very much one to watch. But alongside him on the front row of the grid today is going to be his fellow Power Trophy competitor, and that's going to be number 34, George Osborne, in the black Alfa 75 3.2 litre 24 valve V6, and championship, long-time championship coordinator, he no longer is, but Michael Lindsay, who prepares the commentary information for us, says he used to write that George was probably more interested in building cars to the highest possible standard than racing them himself, but he's had to review that opinion as it masks the fact that he's actually a very talented driver, as shown by his performances over the past 3 seasons. His 75 is fitted, as I say, with his 3.2 litre 24 valve V6 engine, which is absolutely glorious. And he enjoyed a fine drive to win a damp race overall at the 2020 version of Festival Italia. The car now has a close ratio gearbox, and having shown at Silverstone back in April that it's a strong Power Trophy contender, with winning the class, finished 2nd overall there in race 1. And he had some good fights with Tom Hill at Donington as well last time out. Sorry, at Donington earlier in the year before having a gearbox issue in the second race. Had a couple of second places at Croft as well, followed by wins at Snetterton and Brands Hatch, and the latter after very close battles with Graham Seeger. So that's a little bit about the first 2 drivers on the grid. They're both Power Trophy cars, but then the 3rd place car on the grid is actually an invitation class car, and that's the very spectacular number 7, Roger Evans Giulietta 4.2 litre V8, I think. I don't know if that did make it out onto the circuit, but the car's heading out onto their green flag lap now. They're a lot of the way around it already.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he may not have been there, but we'll see that in a moment, I think, on our next shot, whether Roger Evans is there. It'll be a real shame if he's not, because you said it's a spectacular-looking car.
And we'll soon find out. No, he's not there, unfortunately, because the next car that we can see, that is Graham Seeger's car, I think, isn't it? The next car that comes through, which is the number 5 Machine. So this is another Power Trophy car, the 147 GTA V6 3.2 litre car, another long-standing part of the Alfa Championship in his 26th year with the championship. He raced to 33 before moving on to a peak Alphabet 155, and he's spent recent seasons at the wheel of a supercharged GTV 3.2, which I think actually is the car just behind him on the grid, before moving into to this car. He's won the overall championship as well in 2015, has Graham Seeger, and so lots of experience in the championship, which has certainly stood him in very good stead. So no Roger Evans, unfortunately, on the second of the grid, but we do have Graham Seeger, and then we have the number 50 car, which is that of Gareth Hayward, which is the supercharged 3.2 litre GTV. So the cars making their way onto the grid. It's going to be a 20-minute race. It is a split start. Oh, we've got one down the pit lane as well, which is the number 24, Thomas Waite, Alfa 33. So is he going to start from the pit lane? It looks like he is.
Yeah, he was quite a bit slower than the Twin Spark Cup cars in qualifying, so I wonder from a safety point of view he's deciding to start behind them and from the pit lane. He only did a few laps in qualifying as well, so perhaps the car is not quite as he'd like it to be.
Okay, so we get the final few cars into position. There you can see Thomas Waite's green Alfa 33 at the end of the pit lane. But for the rest of the cars, the 5-second board is shown and we're going to be underway for 20 minutes of racing any moment now as the lights go out. So who is it that makes the best of the starts? It looks like it's a pretty even start from both of the front row drivers. In fact, it's just the black number 34 that's got its nose ahead. Yes, it has, as they head into Oulton corner for the first time. So that is George Osborne that has the advantage in the Twin Spark Cup cars get away, headed by number 86 Andrew Bourke into Oulton corner for the first time, but followed by 23 James Ford in second place as they work their way through Oulton corner and drop their way down towards Cascades for the first time in this 20-minute race.
I noticed Tom Hill was trying to challenge George Osborne going down to Cascades at the start of this, so let's see if how that's ended up. But George Osborne keen to get through at the start because you know how quick Tom Hill was in qualifying this morning. So the modified and the Power Trophy cars turn their way up towards the Shell Oils hairpin, including number 4 there, which is Keith Waite in the Alfa Romeo 75. I think he's at the back of that group, and then the Twin Spark Cup cars not far behind are absolutely together. Andrew Bourke versus James Ford, and they're getting away from the champion. They're getting away from Richard Ford, who sits there in 3rd place within their division. But it is George Osborne still in front. We've got a 3-car battle for the lead, Ian. Well, and possibly not really what we were expecting because Tom Hill was so rapid in qualifying. We thought he'd pretty steal a march on the rest and just pull away, but that's not proved to be the case. Of course, it's one thing to be quick in a lap, it's another to be able to get past another pretty rapid car. And I suspect these cars are quick in different ways around the Oulton Park circuit as well. So it is number 34, George Osborne, that leads the way then from Tom Hill in second. Number 5, Graham Seeger going with them in 3rd position. Bit of a gap back to the rest of them in the modified and Power Trophy part of the race. Tom Hill getting almost alongside, and he's alongside on the brakes with George Osborne at Lodge Corner, and he's got through, I think. George Osborne just ringing over the curbs there on the exit of the corner, so Tom Hill at the end of lap 1 makes that move stick. So number 1, Tom Hill takes the lead, 34. George Osborne is second, and a great amount of speed carried by Graham Seeger into Oulton corner that time. He tries to follow Tom Hill through into 2nd position, but in the end he just couldn't quite make it work. So it's still George Osborne 2nd and Graham Seeger 3rd. They turn their way then down into Cascades. In 4th place is Scott Austin. It looks to me to be in a different car to what we've seen him in the past. It says a 155, but that is not a 155 for the best of my knowledge, as they turn their way down Lakeside and up towards Island Bend then for the 2nd time in this race. And Tom Hill is starting to get away now then. And there is a change for 3rd place because Scott Austin has got ahead of Graham Seeger. So Graham Seeger in the 147 there. Another of the Revs Italia cars turns his way through the Shell Oils hairpin, but the modified class leader, Scott Austin, is up to 3rd. He only qualified 10th, way off the pace, obviously had problems. How quick can he go? Can he take it to Tom Hill, I wonder? But he's already got ahead of Graham Seeger for 3rd. Is he going to challenge George Osborne possibly down towards Knickeborough? That's certainly not a 155 Alfa there in 3rd place, is it?
It's a 156 2-litre turbo that he's racing in this race. And he's there with Graham Seeger just behind him. There's a gap back to Gareth Hayward in 5th, and Dave Messenger in 6th place now, ahead of Andy Inman by the looks of it. But yes, and that's Jonathan Tortellini, I should say, off number 48. That's well buried into the gravel trap as well. That's down at the hairpin, I think, isn't it? So that might take a little bit of work to get it removed. Yeah, that was at Shell Oils, so that's a shame for him. He was running in 17th position at the back of the Twin Spark Cup, where some still battles going on there, including Andy Winterden and Tom Williams, novice driver there in one of the Bianco hire cars, I think, as he turns his way up Clay Hill then on the 2nd lap of the race. Meanwhile, across the line, there's been a change for 2nd overall because Scott Austin has got himself ahead of George Osborne. He's 2.5 seconds behind Tom Hill, so that might be a gap to monitor. But more battles going on there, including Colin Caniff, who's another novice driver in the Twin Spark Cup there, number 9. That is Richard Ford, who is behind James Ford, and they're both behind Andrew Bourke, I think, who leads the Twin Spark Cup. But some good battles throughout that field. Yeah, Connor Davis and Colin Cuniff there having a good scrap, and in the Twin Spark Cup we've now got Andrew Bourke ahead of the slowest of the cars from the first start in Keith Waite, and other cars now are passing him as well. There is Keith Waite's car. He's being passed by that battle between Connor Davis and Cunniff as well. We've got yellow flags and safety car boards now out, and that will be because of the Jonathan Tortellini car that was buried in the gravel at Shell Oil's corner. So the race being neutralised. 20-minute race, of course, so there'll be a little bit of time, hopefully, to get that incident cleared and get some more racing laps in towards the end. We've had 2 laps so far, but we're now under safety car conditions, with the lead being held by number 1, Tom Hill, second, number 55, Scott Austin, third, number 34, George Osborne, fourth is number 5, Graham Seeger, fifth, number 50, Gareth Hayward, sixth is 79, Dave Messenger, seventh, number 80, Andy Inman, eighth is 97, Gabriele Icarino, 9th, number 86, Andrew Book, and 10th, number 23, and that is James Ford. And there you can see the safety car. Now that all the cars have gone through, it's going to go out, and it will wait to pick up the leader, Josh.
And what it will mean is this 2.5-second gap is no more. And Tom Hill versus Scott Austin on fastest laps was only 0.2 of a second difference. And we said that Scott Austin didn't really have a qualifying session of any particular note, so we can't make a comparison there. But there may well be a battle for the win of this race yet, I think, looking at that. Tom Hill, by the way, is 5 seconds, underneath the Power Trophy lap record here at Oulton Park, which was held by Roger Evans, who unfortunately hasn't made the start of this race. Hopefully we'll see him later on today.
So there's the safety car picking up the 2 leaders, Tom Hill and Scott Austin. Scott in the ex-Vincent Dubois 156 Turbo. We saw Vincent House in the Sports 1000 race earlier, and in Vincent's hands, this car was very quick. It was an occasional winner, but it was also very unreliable. So the hope very much is that Scott's been able to sort that out. Well, certainly it didn't get him all the way through the qualifying session, but he's made a good start to this race, and we'll see if he can take the fight to Tom Hill once the race gets back underway. There is the number 9 car. That's Richard Ford. As mentioned, he has won the Twin Spark Cup this year. He's 3rd in the overall point standings as well, coming into this weekend. So,
and he is the finance director of High Tech Electronical Materials that sponsor the championship. So I'm sure he'll be very pleased to be the champion of the Twin Spark Cup this year, and being a real part of the championship as well.
Absolutely,
being part of the company that sponsors the championship, and racing with his brother, just behind his brother James, on the circuit here in 3rd position. Within that class. It's James that's 2nd in the championship, only just ahead of Andrew Bourke within the Twin Spark Cup. So that could be an interesting battle, I think, in the points going into the race later. I'll check that out before we get to that race.
Absolutely. So this high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship race, over 20 minutes. We've got the safety car out there at the moment. Tom Hill, it is, number 1, that is leading the way. From 55, Scott Austin in 2nd place. There you can see the safety car leading the cars very slowly past the scene of the incident. There it is, that will be cleared. So I would imagine once this train of cars has gone past that, then the marshals, you can see running behind the barriers there with brooms and buckets and goodness knows what else, they'll be able to get that car moved with the aid of some mechanical intervention, one would think, and hopefully into a position of safety in the race back underway. I know that one of the earlier races at Snetterton in July was quite badly affected by safety cars as well, but hopefully we'll get a few more racing laps on this occasion than we did then.
Going back to that incident at Snetterton, it's good to see Andrew Bourke back out, because that was a hefty incident he was involved in, where he was T-boned at quite some speed. It wasn't very Alfa Romeo shaped by the end of it, but that car looking like you'd never know about that accident, and Andrew Bourke back where he generally has been this year, at the front of the Twin Spark Cup, which he has won, 3 times over the course of this season. So it is going to be interesting to see how Andrew Bourke can do today, whether he can add 2 more wins to it, and if he can, he will be the driver that's won the most races within the Twin Spark Cup. Of course, he's got to come out on top in 2 races today first. It shows you that category, it generally is in the most competitive of the 3 classes in the Alfa Romeo Championship. Well, the Power Trophy's been good this year, we've already said. Good battles between Tom Hill and George Osborne.
Absolutely. So we are still behind the safety car here at Oulton Park in this high-tech Alfa Romeo Championship race. And there you can see the Land Rover has just picked up, or is about to pick up, the Jonathan Tortellini car. I'm not sure about that angle of recovery, but I'm sure they know best in terms of how to recover the car. Certainly picking up plenty of gravel with it. And hopefully they'll be able to haul that out. And I guess the aspiration is that there'll be no more than one lap behind the safety car after this one. There'll be at least one more.
I think that proved that when you've got axles full of gravel, turning the steering wheel isn't very easy. For Jonathan there?
No, absolutely right. So, I mean, this Alfa Romeo Championship, switching to run with the 750 Motor Club from the British Racing and Sports Car Club, with whom they had a long relationship for last season. And it's been a success, I would say. The numbers have generally been pretty good in the Alfa Championship this year. I know it's sort of special events they've run out, not with 750 Motor Club matings, but at Croft and Brands Hatch, they've certainly had excellent entries and pretty good entries at the majority of the other meetings as well.
Yeah, before this weekend we've had 42 drivers compete in one of the classes. That doesn't include the invitational classes.
Right.
So 42 drivers have scored points this season in the Alfa Romeo Championship.
Yeah, that's very impressive, isn't it, to get that many different drivers, not all racing at the same time, but probably most of them have done 2 or 3 races each. Some of them will have done the full championship. Looking at my points tables, maybe sort of 10, 12 drivers that have been pretty much ever present during the course of the 2021 season. So the cars making their way around the circuit behind the safety car, and that safety car lap took 5.5 minutes. So a normal lap is less than 2. So that's how steady the safety car is taking it. Although I think it is just raising the pace a notch now. The words having got through, no doubt, that Jonathan Tortellini car is now out of the gravel trap.
I guess it was also getting everybody bunched together, wasn't it? Because the field had spread out quite well. Yeah, because the Thomas Waite car had to catch 1.5 minutes on that lap, so they got everybody back together. That was an average speed of less than 30 miles per hour, which I imagine wasn't particularly easy in these race cars to go at. For Tom Hill, Scott Austin and so on at the front there.
Not giving much heat in the tyres, are you, at that speed? That's for certain.
No, I say, when race cars don't generally like going particularly slowly, particularly for quite a long period of time, as they probably were there, but hopefully it will be fine and be able to get this race back underway with about 5 minutes or so left to go. And yeah, you can see the Tortellini car already, isn't it, being put on the island hairpin where the Alfa Romeo Championship were racing here 12 months ago.
Indeed. Do, by the way, have a look at the official website of the championship, alfaracer.com. Excellent website, lots of reports and news, sort of after every meeting and previews, lots of images, so lots to look at there on the alfaracer.com website as well. It's well worth a look at when you have a few minutes.
Not to be confused with Alfa, my live streaming.
Yes.
company.
Yes.
Different spelling.
Different spelling, indeed. So we have, how long have we got left in this race? We're probably going to have about 5 minutes or so, I would think, by the time the safety car comes on again. So we might squeeze 3 more racing laps out of this, having dealt with that stricken car at the Shallows Corner.
On a day where lap records are being thrashed, in the Twin Spark Cup, we're not there yet. Andrew Bork has not beaten the lap record by Paul Plant, which is a 205.6. In fact, actually, in the Twin Spark Cup, it's Richard Ford who's got the fastest lap of the race here, 206.2. Andrew Bork has only got the 3rd fastest lap, so that's actually might be a battle to watch between Bork and the Ford brothers on this restart. Hopefully we'll get 3 laps out of it. The safety car is certainly going quicker than 30 miles per hour now. And
the lights are out as well, most importantly. So everyone's sort of trying to keep in some kind of train, although I'm not necessarily sure that's worked that well. It's got a little bit split up as this lap has gone on, so possibly not everyone being fully awake to the fact that the pace has hotted up now. So we're under the control of Tom Hill, and he's got Scott Austin behind him then. 1.54 seconds academically between them because they've been behind the safety car now, but they get back underway and down towards the first corner. It's George Osborne in 3rd place. He looks pretty racy as they get the green flags and the green lighting boards around the circuit, but it is still Tom Hill that has the advantage then from Scott Austin as they drop down the avenue towards Cascades for the 6th time in this race. I'd lost count of how many laps we had, and they turn their way through Cascades now. Of course, the Twin Spark Cup cars will be filing their way through as well. There is Andrew Bourke, who leads that class, James Ford, Richard Ford, and there's the battle rejoined between Connor Davis and Colin Cunniff in their yellow and blue cars respectively. They turn their way through Cascades now. Here are the leaders.
And it's a change. Scott Austin has powered ahead of Tom Hill there, so we thought that might happen. So Scott Austin is ahead through the twisty part of the lap, through the chicanes. Can Tom Hill come back at the modified class car, who hops over the curb? Scott Austin, he's pushing on. George Osborne, Graham Sieg and Gareth Hayward have fallen away a bit there on the restart. Then Dave Messenger leads the rest. But it was a really good restart in the Twin Spark Cup by Andrew Bourke, because we mentioned the Fords have lapped quicker than him, but he made sure that he made a good restart there and had put a gap again between himself and between James Ford. But new race leader then is Scott Austin. We've had 3 different leaders, haven't we, over the course of this race?
Yes, we have indeed, and I don't think necessarily we've seen the last change yet, although having said that, Scott Austin has made good progress on this lap. Of course, he is in a modified class car rather than the Power Trophy car of Tom Hill, so provided this car stays reliable, and it hasn't always done that in the past, maybe Scott Austin will be able to cling on to the overall victory here. George Osborne and Graham Seeger disputing 3rd and 4th overall, and 2nd in the Power Trophy class, down into Lodge Corner on this 6th lap, but there'll only be a couple more laps to go here because we're running out of time. Scott Austin goes on to what will be the penultimate lap, I think, leading the race clearly from Tom Hill, but Osborne and Seeger very close proximity for 3rd.
1:53.7 for Scott Austin, which is just over 3 seconds out of Tim Lewis's lap record in the Alfa Romeo Championship, but that's a really good pace he's got. Of course, he had to pass Tom Hill and all of that as well. And Graham Seeger now right on terms with George Osborne, the 147, the newer car just behind the Alfa 75 there. So this is turning into a good battle. Is Graham Seeger alongside here on George Osborne. You can still see the registration plates on the Osborne car, or on the rear of the car at least, and he stays ahead of Graham Seeger as they turn their way through Ireland and down towards Shell Oils for this, the penultimate and 7th lap of the race.
Yeah, making their way out of the Shell Oils hairpin they go, and they've got the chicane at Britons, and they'll climb up and over top of the hill, drop back down to the Hislop chicane. There's Gareth Hayward, he's in 5th position, car number 50. But here's the leader, Scott Austin then, number 55. We wondered who the different winner was going to be, with no Barry McMahon here this weekend, but it could well be that Scott Austin gets the victory today.
Scott Austin got his first podium at Snefton. That's his only podium, which was a 3rd place, so this is quite a big jump from there. And
as you say, it's not the car he's been racing all season either, so it's a change for him. He's got a lap and a little bit left to go here.
Is that gap coming down?
Well, I think it might be. It was 2.28 seconds at the start of the lap. And there's the battle for 3rd and 4th. You can see now George Osborne and Graham Seeger. Seeger gets a good run out of Druids there. We'll try and challenge Seeger into Lodge Corner. He looks to the right, he now looks to the left-hand side of the circuit. That Revs Italia prepared and liveried car, which looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Up on 3 wheels at Lodge Corner. Last lap board does go out to the race leader Scott Austin, and the gap, which was 2.28, is down. It is down 1.34 seconds as they go on to the final lap. But the fight for 3rd is even more intense, Josh.
Yeah, they're absolutely going at it, aren't they? George Osborne in the 75 and Seeger in the 147 Alfa as they turn their way down in towards Cascade. Locking up is Seeger. He breaks so late. He tries to go around the outside of George Osborne. Don't think that's going to work, but he's perhaps going to try on the exit of the corner. He's going up the left-hand side of the track, going down towards Island Bend. And Scott Austin's picked up his pace again, hasn't he? It's time to pull away again from Tom Hill. But for 3rd place, George Osborne has held on. He's still in front. Just about as they turn into the Shell Oils hairpin.
Yeah, no, later on the brakes there was Graham Seeger in a more modern car. And you would imagine it has more modern brakes, but that doesn't follow because, of course, there'll be all kinds of modifications and developments to these cars anyway. It's certainly a newer chassis than that of George Osborne for Graham Seeger, but other parts may vary. There's Hayward still there in 5th position as well. It's still Andrew Bourke leading by about 3 seconds in the Twin Spark Cup.
And now he has set the lap record, 200th of a second under the previous best.
Here's the battle for third then. It's George Osborne, number 34, in that Alfa 75, and it is Graham Seeger right behind him in the number 5 147 GTA.
Notice we've lost Dave Messenger on the restart, so we're down to 16 cars out there.
Okay, but we're into the final few corners now of this race. The leader already heading towards the checkered flag, I should think, but we'll keep an eye on this battle just for the second at least. I don't think Graham Seeger's going to be able to do anything about George Osborne. Already up into Lodge Corner, I can see, is Scott Austin, so he's going to be coming through any moment now to take the checkered flag, which he does, I can see out of our window, but we'll keep an eye on this battle for third all the way to the line. Now it looks as if it's going to be George Osborne that's going to hang on. Yes, he is. So it's Scott Austin that takes the win. First victory of the season in the High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship from Tom Hill in second place. The gap had gone back out to 2.28 seconds by the end. George Osborne third. Graham Seeger fourth. Gareth Hayward now crosses the line in fifth position. That's going to be a bit more of a gap back to Andy Inman in sixth.
Yeah, and they're not far behind them. It's the Twin Spot Cup leader. You saw Andrew Bork go through your shot. Then the battle for second between the Ford is being joined by Colin Cunniff, who gets quicker and quicker. He's going really well here at Oulton Park. He's not far behind the driver that's won the championship, but it's Andrew Bork who comes through to win for the fourth time this season in the Twin Spark Cup. And James Ford just holds off his brother Richard. But Colin Cunniff there, he was 3 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. Comes through there in fourth place and set a lap time only 400 slower than the class winner Andrew Bork. A really good job there from a driver new to racing.
Yeah, only his second meeting of the season. He didn't do the last meeting, but I think he did. Was it the Snetterton round, the one before that?
So that's only his third ever car race, I think.
Yeah, so that's a great effort from Colin, and he got away from Connor, who was battling with before the safety car as well, but Connor finished 12th, Connor Davis. Andy Winterton, 165, finished 13th, and Tom Williams finishing 14th in the number 29 car. There is Keith Waite, and it's going to be the Waite's father and son that are going to complete the field, I think. Keith in the number 4, 75, and Tom Waite, his son, in the number 24 Alfa 33, the car that started from the pit lane. So that was an entertaining race, and I guess it had a slightly different narrative to the one that we were expecting. Based on qualifying times alone, you thought there's going to be a Tom Hill benefit, it's going to win by half a lap or something. It didn't turn out that way.
Indeed, and I think Scott Austin, he sort of backed off as soon as he got past, didn't he? Because he knows about this unreliability that you were talking about in the car. Then he realised Tom Hill was going back after him and had to speed up on the last lap. But looking at best laps, what Scott Austin was 2.5 seconds quicker than Tom Hill. So we'll see if that narrative continues into race 2, or we might be surprised again. And hopefully Roger Evans will get back out, because that space frame Giulietta that's got a V8 engine will be really good to see here at Oulton Park. And it'll be quick as well. So hopefully that car can be fixed, whatever the issue with it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Alphas are out again, of course. All of the races today, apart from the Club Enduro Championship, are double headers, and they are due out again at 5 to 6. So if you're here at the circuit or watching on the live stream, then do stay tuned throughout the afternoon. Still another 6 races to come for you today, including the centrepiece of the event, the 125-minute Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, which is going to be the second race after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be trying to catch up with some of those drivers halfway through the lunch break, I think. So, about half an hour's time, something like that. We'll be back on the live stream, I think, on the here at the circuit as well, trying to catch up with some of those drivers ahead of the afternoon's action.
Yep, and a reminder that 750 Motor Club are back in action tomorrow at Mallory Park as well. Not live streamed, but some more championships to be decided there. And more championships to be decided next weekend as well at Snetterton, so another of the MSV circuits, and that's also going to be available on the Alfa live stream as well. So if you can't be at Snetterton, do watch the YouTube or Facebook or 750mc.co.uk/live page to watch all of the action from a 2-day meeting at Snetterton next weekend.
Before we got a moment, it might be worth just mentioning the Sports 1000. We heard Dan Liner wasn't sure whether he'd hold his result. Well, at the moment he has done, but Matt Thomas has been penalised for that incident, but he still gets the career best of 6th place, which is still a good result, I think. Yeah, he was dropped back behind Colin Chapman in the results, wasn't he? And it was those 2 drivers that made contact, so that sort of resolved itself fairly neatly, I think. So we'll have more action as well from the Sports 1000s later on, but the Alphas are heading down the pit lane into Parc Fermé. So we'll be hearing very shortly from our top 3 drivers. We may hear from our class winner as well,
Scott Austin it was that took the overall win, of course. Tom Hill, he took second. George Osborne third, and Andrew Book, winner of the Twin Spark Cup class. So we'll see if we get the opportunity to hear from him as well after that high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race here at Oulton Park. Still a rather grey, somewhat overcast afternoon. We hope the rain keeps off. There is a little bit forecast maybe towards the end of the afternoon, but we're keeping our fingers firmly crossed for a dry few hours to end the 750 Motors Club Championships that are here today. There's a car doing some laps behind the safety car. That's one of the Clubo Enduro Championship machines. That's the Andy Bailey, number 95 Honda Civic, doing some laps out of session, and that will be to make sure that it can qualify to be on the grid for the race in about an hour and a half time or something like that. It's due off actually an hour and a quarter time at 10 past, or 2 o'clock I should say. So we'll look out for that Club Enduro Championship race, and it should feature Andy Bailey after he's managed to get his laps in out of session behind the safety car. View of the lake here at Oulton Park. Splendid parkland setting, and of course it's another lakeside circuit that the 750 Motors Club visits tomorrow at Mallory Park down there in Leicestershire, where we have 750 Formula, historic 750 Formula low cost championship to be decided there, plus the Armed Forces Race Challenge and the MG Car Club BCV8 as well. That's at Mallory Park tomorrow, part of a double header of racing with the 750 Motor Club this weekend. So we look forward to that tomorrow, and we look forward to 6 more races here this afternoon at Oulton Park, with the first race after the lunch break being at 1:30 for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. And then we get Club Enduro, and then basically a repeat of all of the categories that we've seen so far today for their second races. So those of you at the circuit, do make use of the Oulton Park catering facilities. There's the Checkers restaurant just outside the paddock. You can certainly make use of that. Those of you watching at the live stream, I'm sure you'll make your own arrangements for your lunch. So Andy Bailey just going to complete his laps behind the safety car, but we can now go down to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from John Ratcliffe speaking to the leading finishers from the Alfa Romeo race.
You joined me again down in Parc Fermé after the Alfa Romeo Championship. Obviously, a bit frustrating with some of the drivers that they had to spend so long under safety car, but again, that is racing. Let's have a chat with some of the drivers, the top 3 from that race. We're going to first speak to Mr. Scott Austin. Well done, sir. You fought up through the pack there and managed to take the win. I think the first person to take the win that isn't named Barry. How's that feel?
Well, Barry's not here today, so maybe you can just call me Barry too, because I've got 156 as well. But yeah, really pleased. It's the first outing of the car. The most I drove it was from the trailer to Scrutineering this morning, so it was a voyage of discovery. We had a few problems in qualifying, which have now been hopefully sorted. Seems to be a bit of oil kicking around under the engine, but we'll have a look at that. But yeah, what can I say? I've got a first time out, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Definitely well deserved, mate. And you managed to get, it was Thomas on the restart. How did you manage to make that move?
Just more power, basically. More power and grip. You know, it's a modified car, and he gave me plenty of room, thankfully. You know, he's a pro, 4-time champion. Gave me loads of room and just went past him.
That's very respectful, good racing. So yeah, well done, mate. Fantastic on the win, well done. Exactly. Let's have a speak with Thomas. Well done, sir. Not quite the outright win today, but still the class win, I think. How does that feel?
No, it's fantastic. Yeah, I think as ever, it's thanks go to Revs Italia up in Hope Valley. They did a really good job with the car. I think that the race, it was lovely. You know, I mean, I made an error at the start. Mr. Osborne, who I've been battling with all season, was driving immaculately well, but it was just brilliant. Yeah, trying to sort of stay ahead, get away, and obviously, as I say, Scott did fantastically well in what I believe is a new car for him. So yeah, superb.
Yeah, he did a good job. Just managed to pit you on that restart, but still, fantastic job for you. So well done, mate.
Cheers,
appreciate the little chat. And also, yeah, Mr. Osborne, we saw some incredible defending from you at the end there.
I tried, but yeah, Tom done a fantastic job, and I tried. I got the jump on him on the start. Yeah. I managed to hold it for almost a lap, but yeah, he just caught me out. I'm still warming the tyres up and stuff, but yeah, I couldn't catch him back up, and then Graham behind me was keeping me honest. But yeah, a fantastic race, and yeah, well done to the other two.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you had fun, and it seemed everyone in that race had a lot of fun, so well done. Good third place for you, sir. But I believe that's all the racing for the morning so far. I'm gonna send it back to the guys in the comms box, but I do believe finally going to get some time to eat. So join us later this afternoon for more racing.
Thank you very much indeed to John Ratcliffe down there in Parc Fermé, talking to our leading finishers from the Hi-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship race. Yes, a short lunch break now. We're going to get back underway at 1:30 with the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Then we've got the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship 125-minute race. And then 4 more races to go. The Sports 1000s, MR2s, Formula Vs and Alphas, the second race for all of those categories. That comes up in about 40 minutes time, the first race of the afternoon, but in about 20 minutes we're going to hopefully hear from some of the runners and riders ahead of the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship races. Josh Barrett, I think, is going to head down to the pit lane to make his way in and out of the garages, seeing who he can find to have a chat to ahead of the big race of the afternoon. So do stick with us here on the live stream for that. But coming up in 2 weeks' time, already that close to the end of the season, it's the annual 6-hour Burkett Relay race at Silverstone. Let's have a look ahead to that.
So we're here with Will Beach ahead of the final round of Club Enduro at Oulton Park, and you've got a new car.
Yes, we just bought this to Seat Leon from Lithuania. Arrived on Wednesday, so she'll be excited.
And what's the thinking behind changing the car, quicker car, obviously?
We've always wanted one. We've talked about it all year to have one. So one came up on Race Cars Direct, so we took the plunge and bought it.
I think you were still in championship contention for Class B, but obviously you're pulling out of that.
Yeah, we pulled out of that. We sold ours straight away as soon as we put it for sale, and obviously we didn't want to race this weekend and end up damaging it. So we're racing this in Class A this weekend.
As you say, you only come here on Wednesday, so how's the car going?
All right, good. Just getting used to it. A few different things than the Golf, but all good.
And if we bring in Mark Grice, who's your co-driver, Mark, also I guess first time you've been out in this car today.
Yes, it is. I've had about 10 minutes at the moment, but the car feels really good, and hopefully with a few tweaks we've got, we can be somewhere near the top of the field with it.
And obviously this is a full race spec car. Is that a different type of car to drive?
Yeah, I mean, we've done quite a lot of development on the Golf. We'd spent all year developing it and last year developing it, so it was a real race car. But I've been very surprised jumping in this, how much different it is. This really does feel like you're in a race car.
And lots of competition in Class A, obviously, and lots of Sayats out there, so I guess it's a good way to judge yourself against the competition as well. We're here with Aaron Cook ahead of the final rounds of the MR2 Championship at Oulton Park. Aaron, you're in the box seat for the championship heading into the races. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, good. You'd love to come here with a chance, and I've got the best chance out of them all. So it's me and Sean going to be going head to head tomorrow. Hopefully we'll come out on top. It's not done and dusted yet, but hopefully I'll just hope for a good battle, you know. And if we come out on top, great. If not, Sean's been a great competitor all year. So if I lose to Sean, it's not going to be the end of the world.
I think I make it a fourth place you need in the races. Is that something you're going to aim for, or are you looking for a win anyway?
I'm looking for a win, but I'm not going to do nothing silly. I know what I've got to do. I think it's if Sean wins with fastest lap, if I get the fourth, I've won the championship in race one. So that's what the aim is, but we'll always go out there just to do our best, and that's to win the race with fastest lap. So we'll go out there to do that, and if we can do that, brilliant. If not, if we can bring the championship home in race one just to secure it, that'll be even better.
History's obviously going to be made in the championship this year because the Mark III Roadster's never won the championship overall. Is there any reason you think it's going so well this season in that car?
I think me and Sean, we both pushed each other, you know, to the limits. I know Sean's won the championship multiple times in the Mark II, and me switching to the Mark III and Sean, I think we both just pushed each other to that next level, you know. So hopefully it will be a good fight tomorrow. Hopefully we can be fighting for 1-2 and obviously 1-2 in the championship. And as long as we put on a good show, I know the cameras are there, and you want to make it look good as well. So yeah, I mean, like I say, he's been fair all year, great competitor, and if I did lose it to him, I'm not going to be angry about it.
You're obviously still quite new to racing, so you must be really pleased in such a competitive championship how it's gone over the last couple of years. Yeah, with 40 cars out on the grid most weekends, it is really good to be up at the top end. Coming into the championship when I first started a couple of years ago, that's where I always wanted to be. I always said I'm not here just to make the numbers up. I'm here to win, and thankfully that's what we've done. I mean, Rogue's put together some great cars over the last 3 years, and the last 2 years managing to win the championship. Well, hopefully. But yeah, but to be competitive to win the championship anyway, even if it doesn't go our way this year, we're right there and we're in the box seat. So yeah, massive credit to Rogue. And depending, I could be racing this black car tomorrow or the white car. We've got a few setup issues which we're just trying to iron out. And yeah, you could see me in either one of the two. But they both cars are competitive. You know, it's just what I feel more comfortable in tomorrow. So yeah. This particular version of Oulton Park, I don't think it's been used in the championship for over a decade. Is it a track you like? Yeah, it's quite nice. I've done 3 sessions at it this morning, and it's quite a nice track. The scary bit about the other layout was the hairpin halfway down the back straight. When it was wet, you were always looking in your mirror hoping no one missed the braking point and was going to take you out. But this circuit seems really nice, and we'll probably have a few new lap records tomorrow. Hopefully we can be one of them. Well, best of luck over the races. Lovely, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. I'm here with Keith Waite ahead of the final round of the Alfa Romeo Championship here at Oulton Park. Keith, a great grid of Alfas here this weekend. I think over 20 cars, so it should be a great couple of races.
Should be, as long as the weather stays like this, it should be fun.
Coming to Oulton Park in October and sunshine, we didn't really expect that.
No, you don't get that very often, yeah. I think it's about 20 years since I've been here, to be honest, actually racing, so it's going to be a little bit of a trip into the dark, I think, but we'll see.
A really nice range of Alfa Romeos in the championship this weekend, and I think you've been campaigning your one for a few seasons.
This one first started in 2000. Prior to that, I first started in, it was about 35 years ago, so I've done nothing else but Alphas, really.
Is there a reason that you decided to stay with the championship?
I run a garage which repairs and restores Alfa Romeos. I like Alphas, and it's a very friendly, normal place to go racing, and it's reasonably cost effective too.
Tell us a bit about your car.
My car is an Alfa 75 3 litre. It's 12 valve, so basically it's outgunned by all these 3.2 24 valves or whatever. It's been around a long time. It's brute force and ignorance. No, big wheels, big tyres, and just hold on, really.
Obviously, I think you're in the modified class, which has pretty open regulations. Is that a nice way to go racing?
It's the only way with these cars, really, because otherwise, I mean, you can't stick to the rules that the Power Trophy has without spending lots of money. I mean, George's sister car to this, I mean, he's 3.2, 24 valve, straight cut gearbox. It's a completely different animal, but it's fun. That's what we're here for, so have some fun.
Obviously, last year the Alfa Romeo Championship had a bit of a change joining the 750 Motor Club. How's that gone from your point of view?
If I'm totally honest, I haven't seen a great deal of difference, to be honest. It's just a different club, that's all. That's all you can say. There's nothing, it's just as friendly. They have different ideas with some things and other things. It's, just get used to it, really. Just put up with what is there.
And this weekend, Oulton Park, you said you haven't been here for a while, so have you got any aims going into the 2 races?
Finish 2 races.
Best of luck with that, and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, I'm rolling, so go whenever you're ready.
We're here ahead of the final rounds of the Sports 1000 Championship with Ryan Yarrow, who wrapped up the championship last time at Anglesey. Congratulations, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks. It's a bit of a funny one. I think the way that the points work is that, if you get a disqualification, you've got to carry a 0 and that. So really, I shouldn't have turned up. But I love this track, so that wasn't going to happen. So I just got to behave myself. So yeah, I think it's kind of done and dusted, but I wouldn't like to say until the end of the weekend.
6 wins though this season. It's been a great year for you.
Yeah, just took what I did last year and kind of built on it. I didn't want anyone to think that it was just because of COVID and we only had 4 races or anything like that. So, I put a lot of work in, and I'd like to think that it shows. Could probably do with losing some weight and do some work on myself next. I say it's a great championship, and I can't really see me going anywhere else. My sights are set on next year already, to be honest.
The cars are really quick, but also it's a pretty affordable way to go racing at this speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very similar to bike sports in many ways, but I couldn't afford bike sports. So not to draw comparisons to other things and look at the negative of other formulas, but there's a lot of sports racing formulas that are just not really accessible to a normal working class person, and the cars are so fast. Same kind of lap times as British touring cars. Without the whole team behind you and the sponsorship and all that, it's something that anyone can come and do. Saying that, it does take quite a lot to drive them at the absolute limit, and they do move around, and that's what a lot of the guys love about the cars. We need to get people to see how fantastic they are, because I think once the numbers come up, this is probably the best sports racing championship, in the UK as far as I'm concerned.
There are teams here, but you run the car pretty much by yourself, so are they easy to work on?
Yeah, as long as you know your way around them. I mean, there's obviously, everything's kind of infinitely adjustable. You've got 20 clicks of this, that and the other on your suspension. They're easy to work on and maintain. Then it's probably not the easiest thing to get the best out of any car, so that doesn't make these kind of stand out in a bad way to anything else. But in terms of the maintenance and all that, they might look intimidating from the outside, but everything's there to work on it. It's I think there's more privateers than there are team ran, and as far as I'm aware, that no one really struggles too much. I don't have any issues, and at least I can kind of you live by the sword and you die by the sword. So if I make a change that doesn't work, it's my fault, and that happens plenty of times.
Coming back to this weekend, it's been a very long time since the championship's been to Oulton Park. What are these cars like to drive around here?
It's just on. Well, I'm on the limit everywhere. It's one of those tracks that you can feel. It feels fast even if you're not going fast, and then you go that bit beyond it, and yeah, you've got to be prepared to have the car moving around. And it's. I mean, this is my favourite track. I only live an hour away. I've been waiting for this to come up for a while, especially the full circuit. And for me, this is the best drivers' track in the UK. You know, I'm probably biased because it's right round the corner, but yeah, to drive one of these round here is something special in my opinion, and everyone should do it. So everyone come and do it.
Best of luck this weekend. Hope it goes well.
Cheers. Thank you.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, where we're looking ahead to 6 more races this afternoon, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club. And coming up next, it's going to be the penultimate round of the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship. An excellent field of cars, around 30 cars, in fact, assembled for the first of 2 15-minute races this afternoon for the single-seater category that has a history dating back more than half a century now. And championship here is still to be decided. James Howage is the driver in prime position to wrap things up in the races that we have here today. But things have not gone all his own way in qualifying, and he's only going to line up 4th on the grid for this one. Let's have a look at the grid then for the first of the 2 races today in the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship. It is set by the fastest times in qualifying. And on pole position is number 92, Craig Pollard, the driver that sits 3rd in the championship coming into this meeting. And alongside him is Danny Hans in car 2, 2nd in the championship coming into this event. On the inside of the second row of the grid, it's number 41, Andrew Cooper, who's been quick on occasion this season, but hasn't always been able to convert that into the results. And next to him is the reigning champion and the driver looking to retain his title, number 1, James Howage. The third row on the inside has number 50, Steve O, and next to him is number 51, the Brands Hatch race winner, Peter Belsey. On the 4th row, it's number 4, Peter Studer, and 94, Maurice Gloucester. On the 5th row, 87, Jack Wilkinson, and 11, Ben Cressy. Row 6 is Bill Garner in car 10 and James Madden in 16. 7th row, number 75, Mark Egan, and number 43, Vaughan Jones. The 8th row is 12, Craig Curran, and 25, Daniel Lanier. Then Rachel Swain in car 13, and Stephen Bailey in 44 are on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10, Simon Livesley, number 6, and James Hockley in 42. Sam Engineer, car 28, and Richard Walsh in number 7 on the 11th row. Sam Warbank in 64, and Matt Topham 47 make up row 12. 13th row, Peter Can in 80, and Emil Kostadinov in number 19. Alan Robinson in 27, and Philip Waterhouse 66 on the 14th row. And Francis Twyman, number 88, and Rick Lanier, number 24. Round out this 30-car field for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Rounds 12 and 13 of this 13-round championship that we have today. And coming into this weekend, as I say, it is James Harridge that leads the championship after drop scores have been taken into account. He does that by 35 points. Effectively, all of the front runners have got nothing particularly over much to drop at this stage. So it's a pretty straight fight for the championship. And Josh Barrett alongside me. James Harridge needs a relatively modest result, I think, to be able to wrap the championship up in this one.
Yeah, we think it's a 4th place finish, don't we? So sort of a safe race would be good for James. It looks like we might be missing Andrew Cooper as the cars come out of the assembly area, because it's the 3 championship contenders are there, but Andrew Cooper, after such a good qualifying, he's not, which is a real shame for him, isn't it? Because he looked really well, really quick, as we were saying this morning. He's had his first podium was that last time out at Brands Hatch, and was potentially on for another result here, but looks like he's got some kind of issue, and I guess that makes James Harridge's life a little bit easier. He's just got Pollard and Hans in front of him. Interesting to see Craig Pollard on pole, because he told me after practice this morning when he was quickest, he said, there's no way I'll be quickest in qualifying. He said the car just isn't quick enough here. I think he had an engine failure at Brands Hatch, and he didn't think the new engine would be powerful enough to be able to win here. Well, he's quickest. He did a little bit of testing in this car yesterday, but he more drove the former championship winning car of Graham Gant, the one's eye view, very quickly indeed. I think quicker than he actually drove his own car, interestingly. But he's back in his own car, the Bears GAC today, and he's on pole. And really, him and Hans, their championship possibilities are quite unlikely, aren't they? So
they are.
They're going out, I guess, on a high, hoping to win here at Oulton Park.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is always the possibility, because it was the last meeting at Brands Hatch that did not go at all to plan for James Harridge. He had to sit out the Saturday race there, and then non-finished in the second race, various engine dramas that he had during the course of that weekend. And a repeat of that could potentially open up the door, but it would still need strong weekends for either Hans or Pollard to turn the tables on Harridge in terms of the point standings. Harridge has done the majority. No, that's not true. He's done most of the winning this season. He's won 5 races. But Hans and Pollard have won 5 between them, 3 for Hans and 2 for Pollard. And Peter Belsey, the other winner at Brands Hatch, had a crazy meeting at Brands Hatch. In the first race, had an incident with Craig Pollard, which put both of them out of the race. But he came back to win in unexpected fashion on Sunday. A few retirements for others and dramas for others. But nevertheless, it was a memorable victory for Peter Belsey last time out at Brands Hatch.
I obviously wasn't there, but I was sort of keeping an eye on it from Snetterton. And he was sort of quick a weekend, wasn't he? Which was sort of unexpected on how the rest of the season has gone.
He was, and I think he'd been saying on Facebook in the run-up to the event, he'd been working hard, burning the midnight oil to get the car ready. He'd only just got the car ready in time after some dramas in previous meetings as well. So he was well rewarded with that victory in the second race at Brands Hatch. And Belsey, he's a bit further back in the championship, not having done all of the rounds this season. He's missed, I think, 2 meetings during the course of the year. But he's always a quick driver when he is out there.
You also got Steve O up there on the grid, haven't you? Within pretty much a second off a pole. So especially with the tow, there's a good chance we could have a number of cars involved in the lead battle here. Oulton Park known perhaps not to be the easiest of track to pass on, but with the tow that a Formula V car gives off, I should imagine there's quite a few possibilities.
I can see that Peter Studer has pulled into the pit lane at the end of the green flag lap. Now, he should have lined up on the inside of row 4 of the grid in the number 4 TCR Challenger. And he's getting out of the car by the looks of it, so it doesn't look as if he's going to take the start, I'm afraid.
Yeah, yeah, his work going on top to the rear of the car, wasn't there, for a bit there. But yeah, real shame because he's been having a good season. He's 4th in the championship coming here after a couple of podiums. Peter Studer, that's been involved in single-seater racing, I think, going back some time now in Formula 4 1600 back in the 80s, I think. Yeah, real shame for him. So we're sort of missing a few quick drivers, aren't we? We know Andrew Cooper, know Peter Studer. So that's a shame, but hopefully we're still in for a good race. It'll be interesting to see how James Harridge races here, whether he's keen to win the race or whether he's happier just to sit behind and take the championship.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. They'll have another 15-minute race later on in the afternoon as well. And these cars, of course, powered by the 1300cc VW air-cooled engine, and many of the core components are from the historic Beetle as well. But certainly it's a development formula and some very rapid cars out there on the front of the grid. The red lights go on. They go out now, and it's a good start by Danny Hans from the front of the grid, but no, Craig Pollard steals a march at him and has the advantage as they go down into Oulton corner for the first time. Hans in second, looks like Harridge third, and in 4th position it's the Green Spider of Peter Belzy as they work their way down towards Cascades for the first time.
And we're going to have a challenge on here because Hans, I think, had a good exit down into Cascades, but battles as well in the mid-pack, which is going to be plenty of action, I'm sure, as well as at the front of the field. But it is pretty much side by side between Craig Pollard and between Danny Hans, but it's Pollard that's hanging on as they turn into the Shell Oils hairpin for the first time. The GAC ahead of the AHS. Then you've got James Harridge in the Maverick, and then Peter Belzy in the Spider. So 4 different chassis in the top 4 places, and that's not uncommon in Formula V racing here.
Certainly not wide open from that point of view. There at the rear of the field is 24. That's Rick Lanier. He's in the AHS Dominator, which isn't dominating right now. Out front is another of the cars, and Craig Pollard dropping back to 4th place. It's Hans leading, Harridge second, Belzy's third, and Pollard, who was on pole position then, back to 4th position. And the Bears Motorsport GAC, someone locking up a little bit further back, is the number 12 car. That's Craig Cohen, another of the Bears Motorsport run cars. He continues on, though. One of them, though, straight line is the Knickerbrook chicane. That's number 16, James Madden in his GAC.
Okay, so a few moments there. Not sure what happened to Craig Pollard in all of that. There's Bill Garner, isn't it, going up the inside of Ben Cressy, having a good race, well up the order. But up front, it's Harridge in second, Belzy third, 4th Pollard, and 5th is O as they turn their way through Lodge. But Danny Hans is going off into the distance, isn't he, in the AHS Dominator, the Alan Hardin run car. So he's got a good gap at the end of 1 lap of racing here at Oulton Park. Then it's a big battle pack for second, being headed by championship leader James Harridge. There is Bill Garner. Yeah, he's up there in 7th position. He started 11th, so that's been a really good start, although, of course, there were a couple of cars missing in front.
So that, you could just see going through the front of shot there, was the fight for second place, headed by James Harridge. There is number 11, Ben Cressy. He's just got ahead of Bill Garner now and up into 7th position. So that's Ben Cressy in the Storm ahead of Bill Garner in the TWR Shane, but it's Danny Hans showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field at the moment in the number 2 AHS Motorsport prepared car. And then in second place it's James Harridge in that Maverick that he runs by himself and with his dad. Very much a family effort. And then Peter Belzy third in the ex-championship winning Spider. Jez Clark won the title in that car on a couple of occasions. They're heading down to the chicane, over hill, top and down towards Hislops. For the second time comes number 2, Danny Hans, about 2 seconds ahead of Harridge at the start of the lap, but Harridge is under pressure here, Josh, from Peter Belzy.
He is, and Craig Pollard's locking up and going off the road. So this race is starting to go all a bit wrong, isn't it, for Craig Pollard? So he's going to bounce back onto the road behind Steve-O, but ahead of Maurice Gloucester. I wonder if all is well with that car, because he's obviously had a moment earlier on, and that was no one really involved in a battle with him, and he went off the road, which is quite unusual for Craig Pollard.
Rick Lanier out of the race, just pulled in beneath our commentary box, I can see. He was towards the back of the field in any case. So we're coming towards the end of lap 2 of this race. Danny Hans still leading, but it's number 1, James Harridge, in a position good enough for him to wrap up the championship in second place, but he's being punter under a lot of pressure here by the Brands Hatch race winner, number 51, Peter Belzy. And then it's Steve-O, veteran of this championship for many, many years. He's another AHS dominator. He's in 4th position as they're side by side now into Oulton. There's something that's fallen off one of the cars there, I think I could see. Not sure what it was or who it was, whose car it was from, but they're still, no, they're not quite side by side now. Harwich has just about prevailed, but Belzy will survive to have another go. But Steve-O's right with them as well.
Didn't look like there was a touch between them, so not quite sure why something fell off one of the cars, but hopefully that's not really going to affect them. Danny Hans, by the way, going away up front, 3.5 seconds in front. His fastest laps are 1:54.85, which is quicker than the pole time for this race, so really quick. Danny Hans there. 2nd place is James Harwich. 3rd, Peter Belzy. 4th, Steve-O, as you were saying. Craig Pollard's continuing in 5th. Maurice Gloucester is having a lonely race in 6th, and then for 7th, Ben Cressy has now cleared Bill Garner and has pulled away from him, and he's involved in a battle with Jack Wilkinson and with Vaughan Jones. So 8th, 9th and 10th all together there, heading off down towards the Britain chicane for this, the 3rd lap of the race. Here's the battle of a second. Yeah, with 10 minutes to go, so 2/3 of the race still left. Hans it is lit, but James Harwich, number 1, turns into his slot now. Bit of curb taken on the right hand, bit of curb taken on the left hand element. Steve-O right with them as well. You just sense that, if anything, Harwich is possibly delaying both of these cars, but Harwich very capable of getting his elbows out and defending when he needs to try and keep them at bay. Last year, Harwich won all of the rounds in the championship bar 1, and that was one here at Oulton Park. So it's not necessarily always been the very, very happiest hunting ground for James Harwich, although I think one of his first wins was here a few years ago, thinking back. He's still there in 2nd place, though, and this is good enough, as I say, for the championship. He'll be hoping that the car stays reliable after some recent dramas, and he'll be hoping as well that he can not get involved with Belzy. And as they come up to the line this time, he's got a bit more of a daylight between them now. And there's the 88 car, that's Francis Twyman's Storm. That looks like it's blown itself out, I'm afraid, because he's out of the race, Francis Twyman. He was 21st. This is a good battle for 11th place, being headed by Steve Bailey, ahead of Mark Egan, James Madden, and not far behind them, Craig Curran, the former Monoposto driver, and one of his better races in Formula V. Sort of with a bit of a problem start for him when he tried out V's last year, but this is a bit better. Running in 14th, but it's Steve Bailey, another driver returning to the championship this season, I think, and he runs at the head of this pack in his GAC, and the Bears Motorsport car of Craig Curran's a little bit smoky, isn't it, there in P14. There's Mark Egan in the Ray. I think that's a converted Formula Ford car, isn't it? The Ray, and then just behind him is James Madden. Just in front of them is the battle continuing for 8th place, being headed by Bill Garner from Jack Wilkinson and Vaughan Jones as they turn their way through the Shellall's hairpin for the 4th time. And behind them is Steve Bailey, still in front, just about, but it's a change behind him because James Madden has gone up the inside of Mark Egan, and joining in is Daniel Lanyon. He's lapping quite a bit quicker than the rest. And
it's side by side there, just behind as well, which I think involves Craig Curran in all of that. I think he made up a place on James Madden there, possibly.
I think he might have got past Mark Egan as
He
well.
might well have done. Here's that battle. Now, that battle is effectively for 2nd in Class B as well, that just went in shot. James Harwich leads Class B, but Bill Garner and Jack Wilkinson disputing 2nd in that class. As we're watching 25 and 16, so they are going through. 16, of course, the car of James Madden. 25, Daniel Lanyon.
Yeah, they're both ahead of Mark Egan, so he was 12, but he's dropped to 15th on this lap.
Yes, they're climbing up Clay Hill once again. Stephen Bailey's a little bit more comfortable now in that 11th position, having watched those battling in his mirrors. There's this Bill Garner, Jack Wilkinson scrap. And you can see Wilkinson having a look on the inside into Lodge Corner, and he goes through to 8th place overall and 2nd place in Class B. Nicely done by Jack, who we don't see out that often these days, but it's usually pretty rapid when we do.
He's going to have a tap from either side, though, heading down towards Old Hall. He defends, trying to keep Bill Garner behind, and Vaughan Jones is going to look around the outside of both of them into Old Hall. That's not going to work on the way in, but on the way out of the corner, he's got a better run. He's alongside Garner, so who was at the front of this trio. He might end up at the back of it by the time they get to Cascade. Vaughan Jones is past him then, but he can't get a better of Jack Wilkinson. But that was a good move, really, from the two in front, and not so great for Bill Garner, who lost a couple of places.
Yeah, so he's back down into 10th position now. Great battles going all the way down the field, though, in this Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship race From our commentary position, we can see lots of dicing going on into Oulton corner every lap as well. But we're watching this battle for 9th and 10th places at the moment. It's Vaughan Jones, number 43 in the Storm, the drive from Abergavenny, ahead of number 10, Bill Garner, the drive from Wisbech in the Shane. As here, we can see Steve-O and Peter Belsey going side by side, and that's for 3rd place. And Steve-O has gone through now, so the Spider has dropped back to 4th position. Craig Pollard, after his off a few laps ago, is back with them, and James Harridge in 2nd place has now skittered off up the road on his own.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be quite pleased to be driving around by himself rather than involved in the battle, as he got in his mirrors. Steve-O now ahead of Peter Belsey, so Steve-O, who hasn't raced that much this year but has finished on the podium, sits there in 3rd place ahead of the Brands Hatch race winner Peter Belsey, and then Craig Pollard, who has won twice this season, sits there in 5th place, recovering after that off earlier. Belsey fights right round the outside at Lodge Corner, which would be impressive, but he can't quite make it work, and Steve-O makes sure there's no way for Belsey to come round the outside on the exit of the corner. Now they cross the line with just over 5 minutes to go in this race, and something like 3 laps to go. We've completed 5, and now it's Pollard that's trying to get past Belsey. Is that going to work? Well, he's alongside, I think, coming off of Old Hall down the avenue into Denton's, and Pollard's going to make the move. Is he on the outside line into Cascades? Yes, just about. He eventually got that.
That was always going to be the danger for Belsey, that any sort of attempt on O that was mistimed, misplaced, was going to allow Pollard to challenge, and so it proved on the next couple of corners, and Pollard's got back through into 4th position. So can he get another podium out of this, which would be his 8th of the season? But he needs to get ahead of Steve-O first of all. Round Shell Oil's corner go those 3. O in 3rd, number 50, Pollard number 92 in 4th, and then 51, Peter Belsey in 5th position. There you can see how far ahead of them Harridge has now got. It's 3 seconds or so, I reckon, although Harridge is still 7.5 seconds behind the race leader Danny Hans with 4.25 minutes to go. There's Harridge in the Maverick, then it's the Dominator, the GAC and the Spider, demonstrating the real chassis diversity that we enjoy in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Pollard and Belsey both using a bit of curb there at the first part of Hislop. Now through Knickerbrook they go, and up Clay Hill, a little bit wider there went Steve-O in the 3rd position, number 50 AHS car, and then they'll go into the Woodland section, and Druids beckons, and Pollard's up on the inside. Difficult place to overtake Druids. I don't think it was ever really going to be a cast-iron attempt. Lodge might be a better bet at the end of this straight, and he's pulling to the right-hand side of the circuit now. He's got his car alongside Steve. I think he's already ahead, in actual fact, by the time they get to the corner. So Craig Pollard, after that off early on in the race, back to 3rd position.
Can Peter Belsey buy into this as they cross the line to start lap 7 of the race? Or can Steve-O fight back on Craig Pollard? Well, behind them, Jack Wilkinson's gone off at Druids, and in that battle of a 3rd, I think they go through Old Hall in the same order they were in, although O's run a bit wide. So we'll catch up on that in a moment. Jack Wilkinson, who was 8th off the road, is going to rejoin after a spin at Druids.
Quite serious camber on the rear of the car as well. One into the pits. Is that Daniel Lanyon?
It's Vaughan Jones, who was just behind Jack Wilkinson. So whether that is anything to do with each other, it means Bill Garner's back up to 8th, but 2 cars that were running together on track are both in problems.
Yeah, I can see the 43 car now in the pit lane over my left shoulder.
Whether that camber was like that at the start of the race, I'm not sure.
There's another matter. Right, so that is the 94 car of Maurice Scott. He's having a quite quiet race, isn't he, in 6th position. He was on the podium as well at Brands Hatch last time out. He also managed to get involved in an incident with Matt Harbus, unfortunately. He had a throttle stick open at Druids and went straight on.
Saw a real challenge there from Pete Belsey on Craig Pollard going into Britain's, and he's made a good exit out of it. And he's on the outside line heading down towards Hislops. You'd think Pollard's on the better line for into the corner, but maybe not so great for the exit of the corner through Knickerbrook, and that allows Steve-O to get closer again on this, the penultimate lap of the race. But Craig Pollard has headed out of the corner in front, but of course he's the one giving off the toe going up Clay Hill, and it's a long old drag in these Formula V cars, not huge amounts of power at all. The battle's a bit further back. That's that battle for what was 11th, wasn't it? James Madden's pulled away, so he's 10th now, and then it's Steve Bailey in 11th. Craig Hurren, Mark Egan, Daniel Lanyon, you've got Rachel Sway, Jack Wilkinson's joined in on that, as well as Simon Lively. So I think there's 7 cars involved. So we've gained a few cars into this battle. Rachel Swain and Simon Lively, and of course Jack Wilkinson, who he dropped back. The other 2 have moved forward.
minute and a half left to go. I think we do have the last lap board gone out to Danny Hands in the lead of this race. For third place, a possible change there. Yeah, Peter Belzy's gone back through into third at Oulton corner that time, but watching this battle for 11th position make its way up towards Druids. That's the 16 car on his own, James Madden in 10th place.
Of course, Vaughan Jones pitted, so actually that is a battle to be inside the top 10 now.
Indeed, yeah, it's the last place inside the top 10 is that battle, headed at the moment by Steve Bailey, but he's under a lot of pressure now from Craig Curran in the number 12 Bears Motorsport GAC. He's going to have a look up the inside into Lodge corner, but he's not alongside and tucks back in behind. You've then got the 25 car of Daniel Lagny, and then I think it's Mark Egan next up in that battle, 10th, 11th, 12th, etc. Up and over the line comes Stephen Bailey to start his final lap. And again, Craig Curran trying to find a way through, but not really able to get alongside Stephen Bailey and make a way through. But now he does, I think, on the exit of the corner. It's going to be the outside line for the left-hander at Cascades. Now he's tucked back in behind and he leaves the door open on the inside there for 25 Daniel Lagny to get through on the inside in the Dominator, and he does. So Daniel Lagny goes through into 11th place.
Quite a good battle this, isn't it? I wonder how many of the cars Jack Wilkinson can pick off after that off at Druids. So they turn their way down into Island Bend, and it's Lagny that's on the attack, trying to get past Steve Bailey. But Steve Bailey's improved hard to a pass in this race, because it seems a number of cars behind him are quicker but can't find a way through. A place picked off there for Wilkinson, I think, up the inside of Mark Egan. So they turn their way down towards Britons.
As the checkered flag goes out, it's Danny Hands that's taken the checkered flag to win for the 4th occasion this season. Now he'll be about 10 seconds clear of that man, James Harridge, who comes across the line in second place. He's already got his hand out of the cockpit and punching the air, so James Harridge knows that that is enough to wrap up the 2021 Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Second place to him on that occasion, but enough for him to seal the championship with a race to spare. Peter Belzy going through to finish third, off into the gravel trap, very bizarrely, on the final lap. Emil Kostadinov in his AHS Challenger, the man from Oxford, and also, it's Francis Thomas, who I thought had retired once. He got back into the race and has seemingly managed to get tangled up with Kostadinov somehow. That was for 21st and 22nd, I think. Meanwhile, third over the line, I say, was Peter Belzy, 4th Steve O. Craig Pollard back to 5th in the end, a slow final lap for him. Maurice Gloucester 6th, Ben Cressy 7th, 8th Bill Garner, 9th James Madden, and then 10th Josh.
Steve Bailey's in front. Jack Wilkinson's passed all but he, hasn't he? Because he's up into 11th. Behind him, Mark Egan's just got through. And can Jack Wilkinson get through on the run to the line? He's all over the back of Steve Bailey's car. But I think Bailey is going to take 10th, and he looks very pleased with that. An 11th place to Wilkinson, who was 13th, or 12th, I should say. It was Egan, wasn't he? Just beat Craig Curran. Rachel Swain was 14th. 15th with Simon Lively, and Daniel Lagny dropped back in the end to finish 16th. But Steve Bailey did a really good job, didn't he, to hold everyone off behind him. The only person I think who passed him all race was James Madden.
Yeah.
Everyone else couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, it was a very good defensive drive there from Stephen Bailey. I think everyone else was falling over each other as well, which probably helped him a little bit. But no, a very good battle for the minor placings there. But a clear win for Danny Hands is showing some very good pace. Probably could be a little bit too late in the season for him, though, unfortunately. He winning the race there by 11.26 seconds from James Harridge. And so car 2 wins from car 1. Third place going to number 51, Peter Belzy. 4th to number 50, Steve O. 5th to number 92, Craig Pollard. And 6th to 94, Maurice Gloucester. I think everyone's now completed their race. Yep, Danny Hands, there he is, going to lead the cars into Parc Fermé, so we'll be able to hear from him in just a few moments' time with John. And we'll look forward to the final Formula V round of the year a little bit later on this afternoon. Will James Harridge come out already crowned champion, just to take it as a lap of honour? Or, Francis Twyman. Oh, yeah, I don't think Francis Twyman had actually taken the checkered flag, which he has now done. But everyone else had already completed their race, of course.
Going back to the James Harridge point, because he hasn't really got any points to drop, has he? There's no risk, except for, I guess, to the car, about going out later on and having a good battle.
That's true. That's true. So we'll see whether James opts to do that or opts to watch on from the sidelines in that second race of the day. I mean, that car has proved to be a little bit fragile, or the engine more to the point, in the last couple of meetings. So whether he'll be mindful of trying to protect that or not, I'm I'm not quite sure, but we'll wait and see. Next race is going to be the big race of the day, by the way, the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. That's 125 minutes. We'll give you details of the grid and the start drivers for that shortly. But let's head down to Parc Formulae now, and to John Ratcliffe, who's going to talk to our top three.
Wow, wow, wow. Another race that didn't disappoint. The Formula V's, fantastic little cars, and they produce some great racing. And we're going to talk to the top three from that race. We're going to first have a chat with Danny. Danny, can I get a quick word? What a race from you there, mate. It seemed like you absolutely commanded that from the front.
Yeah, it's bittersweet, really, because winning ultimately lost me the championship because Craig comes second, so fair play to him. So I'm a bit disappointed, but I'll take the win. So.
Exactly. You did all you could do. You got out there in front and you managed to win, so well done.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything more, really, and the team couldn't do anything more. We had clutch problems this morning, and they pulled out all the stops to get the car running. So I'm just glad I could repay that hard work with a win.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done, mate. Thank you for chatting with us. Hopefully, let's have a chat with James. James Harridge has managed to win the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship for 2021. Sir, you're the champion. How does that feel, mate?
Bloody amazing, yeah. After all that hard work, it's, yeah.
Mate, I'm glad to hear it. He's getting a little bit emotional, but, mate, you fully deserve it. What a race from you. And I saw him come across the line and absolutely pumping his fist in the air. What a result from him. So a big shout out, mate. If you're able to give us a few words, then you, but no pressure, of course, to say anything. I understand it's a bit emotional.
So much effort goes into it, you know, over the whole year. A lot of effort from the family. Yeah, it's just nice to put it away with one round to go. So, yeah, hopefully we can come back next year and have another go.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, thanks for so loads of people out there watching today. So, yeah, it's nice to see everybody waving as we're going around. So, yeah, it's been a hard year, really. Not like last year where I had it easy. These guys have all pushed me really hard. So, yeah, it's been hard graft. Yeah. So I feel like I've earned that one.
Yeah. It really showed what it meant to you when you're pumping your fist over the line. So again, well done, mate. Thank you for speaking with us. And then in third place as well, we have Peter Belzy. Peter, fantastic little battle for third place there between the three of you. How did you manage to come out on top?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. There was a couple of, well, Craig obviously made a mistake early on at the chicane, so we got past him there. Then I was trying to stay with these guys at the front, but I had a bit of a battle with James for a while, and then Steve was on my tail and got involved with Steve, which nice little battle there. And then I managed to, and Craig came to join the fun, and eventually Craig and I got past Steve. And then I don't know if Craig was a bit down on engine power or something, but managed to get past him.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how you got him on the final lap, because we didn't actually see it on the stream. We were watching a different battle a bit further back. Do you remember how you got him on the final lap?
I went round the outside at the first corner, but I don't think that was the final lap, was it? I think there was a bit of, they must have slowed each other down, or they slowed because there was quite a big gap at the end.
Yeah, there was so much going on. It was so difficult to focus, but still, fantastic job, mate, and well on the P3. Appreciate the chat. But yeah, fantastic. Another brilliant race from Oulton Park. We've had so many already today, and we've got so many coming up in future. To see what's coming up next on the schedule. Of course, how could I forget? We've got the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship coming up, so another long race. Let's get onto it.
Yes, the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship up next. 125 minutes, so just over 2 hours of racing. More than 40 cars on the grid. And we've got a real range of cars as well across 3 different classes. We've still got championship battles and subplots to be decided within the classes. We think basically the overall is pretty much settled, but there's always that risk of something a little bit bizarre going on. So we'll fill you in on how all of that is going to plan out in just a few moments' time. But this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship has delivered some very entertaining racing throughout the course of this season, and I'm sure that this Oulton Park finale, the 6th and final round of the championship, is going to be absolutely no exception to that whatsoever. A reminder that leading the championship coming into this weekend, it is the Rob Baker and Carl Swift Area Motorsport Seat Leon Euro Cup car. They've got 61 points, having won 4 out of the 5 races. That's already taken into account their lowest score having been dropped, because only 4 scores out of the 6 races are counted, but they're being chased very hard by the Class C front runners, in particular Alex Miller and John Langridge in their Miller Motorsport Mazda MX-5. They are second in the points coming up to into this weekend. We can see the cars in the coming out of the assembly area there, out onto the grid. Very shortly they'll be led around by the safety car, and then it is going to be a rolling start ahead of this tour race. There the marshal gives the signal for the safety car to move forward and lead the cars out of the pit lane onto the circuit ahead of this very exciting Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. As we say, it's the Rob Baker and Carl Swift car that's leading the championship, but they're not on pole position for this one. That honour going to the BMW E46 M3 of Matthew Hampson, who starts the car, and Andy Schultz. So that's going to be the 69 car on pole position. Best of the Class A cars, the best of the Class B cars is going to be with the Williams Stacey, Lotus Elise, and the top Class C car on this occasion is going to be the Toyota Celica of Rowan Lundy and Richard Lundy. They're going to start back on row 13 of the grid, but nevertheless an excellent qualifying performance for them. The grid for this race, obviously set by the times in qualifying this morning, is going to line up as follows. Here it is then. It's Matthew Hampson starting in the number 69 BMW on pole position, and alongside him on the front row of the grid is number 1, Carl Swift, starting the Seat Leon Euro Cup. The second row is 190, Cam Walton in the Lotus, and it's 87, George Heller in the Golf TCR alongside. The third row is 113, Scott Parkin in the Seat Leon Euro Cup, and Mark Rice starting the Seat Leon 27 next to him. Then on the fourth row, it's 43, Steve Cheetham going solo. Next to him, Matthew Stanton starting the 73 car. Row 5, it's the 126 car of William Caswell, and it's going to be Will Ashmore that starts car 7 next to him. Row 6 is 22 being started by Luke Browse, and Sammy Venables is going to start 2, 3, 5 and hand over to Michael Dark. On the 7th row, Will Stacey goes solo in 49, as does Luke Handley in 51. Also going solo on row 8, 55 Chris Coomer, and making a return, 67 Julian McBride. Row 9, Steve Hewson starting the 70 car, and Chris Freeman is at the wheel on his own of car number 4. That's row 9. Row 10 is going to be the 77 car of Tony Rogers and the 16 car of Phil Dryborough. 707, Jonathan Barrett and Oliver Owen, number 91, line up on the 11th row of the grid. The 12th row is Stuart Mead in car 10 and Colin Gillespie in car 15. 13th row is going to be the Treble 5 car. It's going to be Mark Lloyd-Jones that starts that, and then Rowan Lundy starts the 827 Toyota Celica. That's the outside of row 13. Row 14 is 76 Michael Downey. It's Darren Kell starting the number 68 Mazda to hand over to St James. And then on the 15th row, it's 29. That's going to be started by Andy Roby, and the 66 car will actually be started by Paul Subiani. That's row 15. Row 16 of the grid, that is going to be started by Joel Oswick in the beg your pardon, it's Chris Webster, sorry, start again Ian. Matthew Tidmarsh is going to start number 8 on the inside of row 16, and then Joel Oswick starting the 53 car. Graham Kelly goes solo in 188, and Rory Baptiste will actually have his car started by Tim Hartland. That's the 98 car on the outside of row 17. The 18th row, disappointing qualifying performance for Alex Miller. He's going to be alongside 78 Jonathan Packer. And then on the 19th row, it's going to be Nick Dougill starting the Mazda to hand over to John Munro. I believe the Treble 7 car is going to be a non-starter on the outside of row 19. Row 20 is going to be 144 Sarah Hobson and 481 Edward Christie. And rounding out the field, 316 Ivor Mayers and 95 Andy Bailey, who qualified out of session. So a mammoth grid, Josh, ahead of this 125-minute race.
Going back to your point about the Alex Miller, John Langridge Mazda a bit far down the grid, they had an engine change last night after their usual race engine failed in testing yesterday, so perhaps that car's not on full power. which is going to make their life quite difficult over the next couple of just over hours coming up. But yes, it's a great grid, 40 plus cars here, and it should make for a great race. You've got Matthew Hampson on pole, but he's probably not going to be the quickest driver in this first stint,
No.
I think it's fair to say. And he's got lots of touring cars behind him. He's got Lewis Rose as well in that Lotus, having his first ever rear-wheel drive race in a car that's been very successful in the hands of Alan Henderson this season. So you can see the big touring cars. The Lotus is tiny, isn't it, against all those cars around him?
Absolutely right, and the cars are getting alongside 2x2 formation, ready for this rolling start. It's a little bit scrappy the further you go back, but the safety car has pulled in. The red light's on the gantry at the moment, but they go out now. The race gets underway for 125 minutes, and it's the Hampson car that leads into the first corner then, with the Carl Swift car in second place, trying to go around the outside of it. That's the South Levin Euro Cup car, and it has done so, and already Hampson has dropped back down to about second or third position, at least, as they head through Denton's and Cascades for the first time.
One of the best starts come from Steve Cheetham. He started on the fourth row of the grid, but he's almost third now in the Porsche, the Boxer, former championship winning car. So he made a really good start, but the car then that leads the way, is it Rob Baker we said that started that car?
Carl Swift.
Carl Swift started that car. For some reason I didn't have that noted down. But he knew he was keen to get past Matthew Hampson quickly, because it may not be the easiest task around here to pass him otherwise. So he did that nice and early, but it was a busy old run up towards Old Hull. They all got through there okay, and now it's very busy around the rest of the track, and it's going to be pretty busy, I think, for the next 2 hours and 4 minutes. But it's the championship leading car getting away from a very long line of cars behind, being headed by Matthew Hampson then here, Ian.
And we've been saying earlier on, it's not that easy to overtake here. So although Matthew Hampson, I think probably by his own admission, not the quickest of the drivers out in this field, it's quite difficult then for the following cars to pass him. And it's a huge line of them that head into the Hislop chicane for the first time of what's going to be, 60 or so laps, you would think, in this 2-hour Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. There's the Class C leading car, the Celica of the Lundis.
Up to second, I think we missed that, going through is Lewis Rose, so he's done a good job there. So it's a third that the Hampson train is, and behind him I noticed we've got the George Haler and Jonathan Beeson cars. Actually a Seat now. It was running the invitation class. I wonder now if it'll be running in Class A. Yes. Possibly anyway, in the Seat anyway. It's side by side through Lodge Corner between Steve Cheetham and then also Club Enduro debut for Scott Parkin, who having his first race in that Seat, as they all charge down towards Old Hall. Steve Cheetham has a look to the inside of the Parkin brothers car. I'm trying to go around the outside. That's the car that only for Mark Grice and for William Beats Grice at the wheel, they got on Wednesday from Lithuania, having its first race in their hands and right in that leading pack. It's a pretty manic start to this race, Ian.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it was always going to be with such a busy track.
So the Parkins have got past Hampson, so does that mean Haler has as well? Yeah, I think he did it before the end of the lap, in fact. So there's Haler in third. Yeah. Fourth is Parkin. Fifth is Cheetham. Hampson's sixth, but he's got Sackets either side of him now. William Caswell in 1-2-6, and the Mark Grice cars on the inside line. Neither of them could pass him into Shell Oil. There's the Class B leader, William Stacey, who's a long way ahead of anybody else in Class B. Only there is Luke Handley second in class. It's Class B where all the championship battle is. We'll come to that perhaps more in the second half of the race.
Yeah, but for the moment, we are working lap 2 of this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Oulton Park, and the race just taking a few moments to settle down into a pattern. It is, of course, Carl Swift leading, but it was a very good first lap that from Lewis Rose. Get through. Oh, and here we are. It's all happening down at Hislop's. Hampson still just about holding on from those two sets. We're falling over one another. It's the 27 car of Mark Grice that's now first in the line to try and get past him. And look, that's the Holden Commodore of Will Ashmore that's on the grass there as they go up Clay Hill, as it uses all of its power to try and get ahead of another of the sets. That's the Caswell car that he's now ahead of, isn't it? It looked like he was about to be. Yes, he has made it stick.
Pass on the grass at Oulton Park in Club Enduro on lap 2 of a 125-minute motor race. Here comes Mark Grice and up the inside to go past Matthew Hampson for what is 6th place. So Holden's had a really good start here, hasn't it? Great stuff from Will Ashmore, who started that car. It started in 10th place. It's up to 8th, going for 7th into Old Hall, and up the inside he makes it work, up into 7th place and ahead of Hampson, then William Castle, then there is a gap to the Class B leader, in fact, William Stacey, who's had a really good start himself. He's 10th, he started 13th, but he's ahead of some more powerful cars.
Yeah, so that's the exciting early stages.
For the lead, Lewis Rose is catching Cole Swift, isn't he, with the fastest lap on that first flying lap.
He was 200ths faster, not a lot in it, but he's stuck with him on the next lap as well.
Yeah, he's not far behind, which is the big thing, isn't it?
We know that that Carl Swift and Rob Baker can't really do anything to improve their score today because they've already got 61 points under their belts, and such is the way that the championship works with drop scores. That's what I think they're going to finish up with, come what may. But nevertheless, they'll be keen to get another win under the belts with the 5th of the season.
Hampton's got some new cars behind him now, being headed by that William Stacey Lotus that leads Class B and is one of the drivers in contention for the championship within that class. So yeah, Caswell's ahead of Hampton. No, that isn't how you win a championship, is it? William Stacey gets involved with one of the Class A cars, the Browse Stowmarket glass car.
Yeah, that's Luke Browse at the wheel of that at the moment, and that battle's still going on. And Browse comes out in front, but not sure all of that was particularly necessary. I mean, the Browse car does now pull away, I suppose, but a little bit unfortunate that it impacted old Will Stacey like that. But he's now going to lose another position. He's lost one more place, and that is to the
Julian McBride
car
making a return. I don't think we've seen him since the COVID pandemic, so good to see Julian McBride back out in Club Enduro. He's been a real part of it since pretty much near the beginning. Second in Class B, I noticed there was Steve Houston, who's got himself there for ahead of Luke Handley, I reckon. Yeah, Luke Handley behind, and again, Luke Handley is another driver battling for the Class B Championship. Yeah,
Class B, as Josh says, is probably where the most exciting class battle to be resolved yet is.
You wouldn't really know this is a 2-hour race, would you, by some of the stuff going on past the country box window? It's very manic out there.
Yeah, it does have the air of a 10-lapper, doesn't it? But yeah, we're only on to lap 4 of a race that's still going to go on for another hour and 58 minutes or so. A long way yet to go. So Will Stacey still leading in the Class B.
But mentioned Class C. Paul Sabiani leads that in the BMW 318. He's got himself ahead of the poleman Rowan Lundy by half a second. So again, that's another close battle.
It certainly is, as we watch.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's no cars now between William Stacey and the rest of Class B, is there? Because you've got Hewson, then Handley, then Dryborough, all close behind. So that's all going to tighten up, I suspect.
Yeah, that's right. So as they make their way through out of the Shell Oils corner, that's a great place to watch these cars.
That's the Class C battle just going through shot, being headed by the BMW of Sabiani ahead of the Toyota of Lundy, and then there was a bit of a gap back to Darren Kell and Charlie Dark and Graham Kelly, and I think some of the Mazdas as well. So loads of the Class C cars not separated by very much.
No, so good battles going on in actually all of the classes now. We've got the Class A leaders, Class B leaders and Class C leaders together. Class A leaders have just gone past the commentary box window. The gap has come down that time to 0.6 of a second. The 150-second bracket has been broken by Lewis Rose to 149.99 now, getting that gap down to Carl Swift to less than 0.6 of a second in the overall running order.
There's Phil Driver, who's I think the third of the Class B Championship contenders we get to mention, and the Class A car in front of him, Chris Coomer, the PBS Brake Seat, has spun into the Armco barrier on the exit of Lodge Corner. It's got stuck. He's got stuck into the dip between the barrier and the grass, hasn't it?
It's just sort of beached itself, hasn't it? And it's not going to move from there, I don't think, without some outside assistance. A shot from a marshal probably would do it. But we'll see if more than that is required.
The marshal can't really get between the car and the barriers, and off the road is Lewis Rose.
That's such a shame. That's a mechanical issue. You can see the smoke coming out of that car. And after such a promising start from Lewis Rose, that could be quite a serious issue, actually, by the looks of it. It looks like Lewis Rose is certainly going to be out of the race. You can see there the mirror on the driver's side has been pushed aside, like there's been some contact at some point there. But I wonder if that's then related to the smoke that's issuing from that car. There's the Chris Coomer car. Marshall saying, no way, he's going to need some help to move that one, I think, and they're climbing back over the barriers.
So, real shame for Lewis Rose. We're saying having his first rear-wheel drive race.
And we've got the safety car boards being shown. So the race going to go into caution conditions. The safety car dashing out of the pit lane. There's one car, which is either Mares, which It's just going to pick up first, I don't think, but I think then they will come to the race leader ultimately, which will be Carl Swift. There's the Alfa Mayor's car just in behind the safety car.
We haven't mentioned behind, which is now for second place, Scott Parkin's got himself ahead of George Haler, hasn't he? And he's been lapping quicker than Cole Swift.
Okay.
So he's in this first race in this car, which I think is the higher car for Area Motorsport, which is obviously owned by Rob Baker. Going really well. I think he's done some track day trophy racing. I think he'll be doing the Burkett in his own car, the Golf, I think it is.
Yeah.
But this is the first time out in the touring car, which is quite a step up, I suspect. That car had an accident yesterday. It ripped the front splitter off it, which might have made their hire a bit more expensive than they were hoping for. But going really well, which is great stuff. So whether they can take it to Cole Swift, the lap times would suggest that's a possibility. 2 tenths quicker in the start of this race for Scott Parkin than Cole Swift. And it's card for the pit lane, which is a bit early in.
It is, but we've had, 11 minutes of the race, but Phil Driver is coming in, and also the Sammy Venables car is coming in as well, the 235 M235i, so both of those are coming in.
Into the garage for Phil Driver, and he is one of the championship contenders, is he not, in the Club Enduro?
Yeah, he's second in the Club Enduro Class B points coming into this weekend.
So that is a real drama, isn't it, for him? So that kind of leaves it to be Luke Handley versus William Stacey, because the 4 for the championship contenders, the Will Beecher, Mark Greif duo, they've switched cars into Class A for this weekend.
And it's worth mentioning that, even for Sammy Venables, this cannot be the mandatory stop. You can't make your mandatory stop in the first 30 minutes or the final 15 minutes of the race. So this is for some extra technical drama that Sammy Venables has had on the 235 car that Michael Dark is due to take over for the second part of the race.
That car's almost like a paint and decorating store, isn't it? With saddling and Crown Paints logos on it as well. So wonder what business they might be involved in.
Yeah, certainly nicely liveried car, and you've got all your different paint colours there on it as well. So we've got the safety car out there. A couple of things to be dealt with while it is out there. Of course, we've got that Chris Kuma car that had just lightly nudged into the barriers on the exit of Lodge Corner, but the bigger problem there was that it was just grounded, wasn't it, on the sort of uneven grass there. And then the car that's been actually more serious trouble was the Lewis Rose driven Lotus, because that was smoking rather badly last time we saw it down at between Island and Shell Oils.
Car's coming away to a stop. Oh dear, that's Darren Kell, who got caught out by the cars that were going stationary. I think he just about avoided hitting anything.
Yes, and now he's got to sort of feed his way back into the right position in the order. Yeah, so that's all a little bit bizarre.
Yeah, it looked like things were getting a bit awkward. I wasn't quite expecting to get as dramatic as it did there. For Darren Kell. Notice that Matthew Hampson had dropped half a minute behind the leader before the safety car. So this is going to close it all up, isn't it? Ready for Andy Schulte's driver coach to get in the car later on.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd like it to get as much proper driving as he could. Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? But having some time of his stint behind the safety car is not necessarily the worst thing.
No. At Snetterton, they pitted just before the safety car came out, which meant they lost a lap, basically. But Andy Schultz was 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker, so that car is a potential winner. Of course, it got pole position if the strategy goes right for them.
So that 190 car smouldering somewhat, I'm afraid. So Cam Walton, who we've seen out in the MR2s already, he's not going to get out in the Lotus, I'm afraid, this afternoon.
It's a real shame, because Alan Henderson went so well in it this year.
Yes.
Didn't have any sort of real dramatic race engine failures looks like what we've had there in the BSCS Motorsport car.
The 16 car, Phil Driver, unexpectedly has gone back out into the race. So we thought that was heading into the garages, but he's gone back out. And won't have lost too much because of that. The Venables car, I can see, is still in the pit lane. But I say, normally a safety car is a good opportunity to make your mandatory stops, but not when it comes out in the first sort of quarter of an hour of the race, because you can't make your first mandatory stop until 30 minutes into the race. And your mandatory stop, by the way, it has to be 3 minutes in length. 1 point, or for much of the last couple of years, it's been 3.5 minutes to allow extra sanitisation time to make sure everything is COVID safe. But we've gone back to a 3-minute stop now, in line with the latest Motorsport UK regulations. And of course, that's when the refuelling can take place as well. That all has to be done and very carefully controlled conditions. There's regulations about that, and we do from time to time see teams penalised if they haven't followed all the rules and safety protocols around the refuelling.
From a purist point of view, to get a safety car before the pit window opens is kind of the best way about it, and also actually from a point of view of how busy the pit lane gets.
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't the biggest pit lane here at Oulton Park. Again, there are regulations to try and make that as safe as possible when it comes to that point of the race.
That's right. So we've had about a quarter of an hour of this race being led by number 1, Carl Swift at the moment, from the 113 car in second place of Scott Parkin. In third place, number 87, George Healer. Fourth place, the first of the solo drivers, number 43, Steve Cheetham. Fifth, number 27, Mark Rice. Sixth, number 7, the Holden Commodore of Will Ashmore. Seventh is 126, Will Caswell in the Seat. Eighth is the 69 BMW of Mark Hampson. Ninth is 22, Luke Browse. And 10th is 67, Julian McBride, another of the BMW drivers. And the class leaders as they stand in Class B, 12th overall, and leading Class B is number 49, William Stacey in the Lotus. Ahead of number 70, that's Steve Hewson in the Porsche Cayman. And then it's Luke Handley, third in car 51 in the Golf. And Class C is being led right now by the 66 BMW 318 Ti of Paul Sabiani, but then immediately behind him he's got the 827 Rowan Lundy Toyota Celica, and the 53 Charlie Dart E36 328i.
Sammy Venables has gone back out on track, so that's good news that they're back into the race. So we've got 39 cars that are still running. Of course, we had that one non-starter you mentioned before the race, and those 2 cars that went missing. Chris Coomer's car has been recovered. I wonder if he'll be able to rejoin the race, because I guess the car shouldn't really be damaged where it hit the barriers. No speed at all.
There'll be no damage to speak of. One shouldn't have thought. A very light impact with the barriers.
So the PBS Brakes car is back in the pit lane, and the rest of the cars behind the safety car. Not sure how recovery of the Lotus is going. I think the last time we saw that it was smoking somewhat, wasn't it? It's going on to the back of the flatbed.
So this is going to take a few minutes, isn't it, to deal with this. One car just to talk about out there today is the number 70 Porsche Cayman, being driven at the moment by Steve Hewson, and Paul Ivans is going to be sharing the driving of that car. And the car was bought as a crashed road car in autumn 2020, converted to a race car by the driver with the help and support of Intelligent Money, who are the Sunstrip sponsor for British GT, by the way, a pension investments company, by Tractive Suspension, Nine Meister Porsche, Setup Specialist Centre Gravity, and Track Day organises Circuit Days. And the livery for the number 70 car, which is running at the moment second in class and just outside the top 10, isn't it? It was designed by F1 team member Chris Burnham and applied by Andy Cleal, and it's been catching plenty of attention wherever it goes. And it's a 2-litre turbo 718 Cayman. The 2-litre turbo 718 Cayman is mistaken for a GT4. That's how good it looks. The driver, Steve Hewson, has been a 750 Motor Club regular since 2014. He was the 2018 Club Enduro Class C and overall champion with Matt Nossiter that season. And Steve had regular solo podiums as well in 750 Road Sports Racing and Track Day Trophy as well. And this year, while developing the Cayman, Steve's had podiums in the MSVR Super Cup and took an overall win from Class Pro B in the 100-minute Endurance Cup race at Snetterton earlier in the season. And Paul Ivans has raced in Club Enduro in 2018 as well, and also a regular podium sitter in MSVT Track Day Trophy and VW Cup as well. We've had some news from the pit lane as well about that Sammy Venables car. I think it was gearbox issue. I think we heard the issue for that car that was in the pit lane but is now back out onto circuit. And again, probably because of the safety car, hasn't lost as much as it might have done.
They were very keen to get out of the qualifying this morning. That car was in the queue before the previous session had started, which was interesting. But it hasn't really worked out for them, has it? It's fair to say.
But there's the Intelligent Money Porsche. You can just see going through the front of shot now. The pink and blue car looks very smart indeed.
As you mentioned, that's got the 2-litre engine, hasn't it? Very unusual that engine format in a Porsche, but it obviously goes well in the hands of Steve Hewson, which we know is quick, as you say, former champion in this category. I think the first championship, wasn't it, 2018?
Yeah.
So and having his first run out in this car in this category. So it'd be good to see Steve back out next season and having a run here in the competitive Class B. I guess it's a good time to talk a little bit about that championship
Yeah,
battle.
I was going to say, probably a good opportunity to do that.
So going into this race, Luke Handley is on 47, Phil Driver is on 43, and William Stacey's on 35. But have you got the drop scores there, Ian? Or get that up?
Yeah, so...
I've got it now.
Okay, excellent.
So on drop scores, Handley's on 39, Driver's on 37, and Stacey's on 34. So sort of only 5 points between them, which is all very tight. So really, Luke Handley needs to finish behind William Stacey, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And in front of Phil Driver if he's going to hang on to that lead. And Luke Handley has won a couple of times this season. Phil Driver has won once, and William Stacey has won twice in Class B. As I say, also were in contention, Mark Grice and Will Beach, but they've changed their car, so obviously not running in Class B anymore means they're out of the championship hunt.
There's the 190 car, and with some sort of extinguishant foam and dust on the back of it now, I think, having certainly the smoke. We didn't see any flames, but there may well have been as well that we couldn't see. But a sad end to the season for that car, which is a very rapid car. It's being very well driven by Lewis Rose, who we've seen that in Civic racing in the past, amongst other things. But the fact that that's now moved away should mean that it's not too long before we get racing back underway. We've had probably about 10 minutes behind the safety car already in this race. That's still being led by Carl Swift, by the way, in the race-leading Seat. But the whole field queued up there at the back. That's the Sammy Venables car, isn't it, that we can now see. And just ahead of it, Phil Driver. So the two cars that made sort of unscheduled pit visits, they are back out there, but at the back of the train.
Phil Driver is importantly on the lead lap, isn't he? Where that isn't the case for Sammy Venables.
Is it just the one lap that Venables is behind?
That's right, yeah. So lights out on the safety car. So Carl Swift is backing up the pack. You've got these three Seat touring cars at the front end of the Porsche Boxster of Steve Cheetham, another former championship winning driver in the category. Yeah, so all the Club Enduro overall champions are out there, except for Matt Nozziter, aren't they? Who I think is helping Steve Houston out in the pit lane today. But a race about to get back underway then. Carl Swift is accelerating now out of Lodge Corner and up to the line. So after, 21 or so minutes of the race, gets back underway, and it's Carl Swift then that leads from Scott Parkin and from George Haler. And then for fourth place, Mark Grice trying to get on with this, trying to get past Steve Cheetham. He can't make it though into Old Hall Corner. The Holden is there in sixth place of Will Ashmore, I think, who started that one. But you've got these touring cars up front, then some rear-wheel drive cars, and the Holden locked up. Was it going off the road? It was not really in the order it wanted to be. Steve Houston's grabbed the lead of Class B, so he's managed to get himself ahead of William Stacey's Lotus there. So that's a good restart from Steve Houston as the cars turn their way through. The Holden is still there, but he lost a lot of time, did Will Ashmore.
I was just enjoying Sammy Venables and Phil Driver sort of getting past Ivor Mayers immediately at the restart out of my commentary box window. That's Old Hall Corner. There is Matthew Hampson, though, number 69, currently running in 8th position. That's just ahead of the Browse BMW, number 22. Luke at the wheel of that car at the moment for the Suffolk-based team. And the rest of the field all filtering their way around Shell Oil's corner.
I think that was the Class C leader we just saw, Paul Saviani, still in front. At the back of the shot there, their Class C leader in the BMW. Into second now has come the other BM, so that's Joel Oswick, isn't it? Who's got himself ahead of Roan Lundy. Then you've got Andy Bailey's Class B car coming through from the back of the grid. But some real great battles. Driver and Venables haven't made much more progress, have they? It's not, even with the power, it's not easy around here. So there's the third place Class C car going behind the Class B machine, Roan Lundy, so that won't be too much of a problem. You've got the three of the Mazdas together there as well, I notice. The Mazdas of Darren Kell, Chris Webster car, that started by Matthew Tidmarsh, and then the champions of Class C, Alex Miller there as well. So a load of Class C cars together for the lead. They've already completed their 9th lap, and already Scott Parkin is going after Cole Swift again.
Yeah, very close for the lead. There's that little knot of Mazdas all together, including there the number 8 car, Matthew Tidmarsh, in the sort of bright orange car, Flying Tangerine. And here we can see the 77 car a little bit further up the order.
That's a second in Class B. That's Tony Rogers, isn't it? Getting the better of Luke Handley.
It is. So that's for, as I say, second place in Class B.
And he's lapping a second quicker, I think. Or third in Class B, I should say, isn't it? But he's lapping a second quicker than William Stacey in second. So, of course, up front now, it's Steve Hewson. He's starting to pull away.
That's right. He got a good restart, didn't he, Steve Hewson? This is what's going on in Class C. They've got the 95 car of Andy Bailey, who started the race from the back of the grid in his Class B Civic, in between them now. So he'll probably sort of wriggle past that battle and leave the Class C cars to it. But you could see there the Sleeker was the third in the Class C squad. There is the Class C leader at the moment, Paul Subiani, and just behind him is Andy Bailey.
Lundy lost third there to Graham Kelly as they went into Island Bend, and over the BMWs, which you can see there. So top three are all BMWs now in Class C. They're the three Mazdas. Alex Miller trying to get through. Alex Miller, who I think is a much improved driver this year. I noticed he's going very well in the MX5 Super Cup a few weeks ago at Donington Park as well. Perhaps some tuition, perhaps, from John Langridge, his co-driver. And he's had a great season, but perhaps this car is not running as well as he would like to. He's struggling to get past Tidmarsh and Kell there. But it shows you the three Mazdas very equally paced, and Class C looking really very competitive today. There's Stabiani, the leader, from Oswick. Two cars that haven't really featured much on the podium all season.
No, and they've now got Andy Bailey having gone past them as well, so he's sort of out of the way, and the Class C cars can focus on their own battle now, at least for the next few minutes, because we're only 4 minutes away from potentially the first pit stops of the race. Pit lane window opening half an hour into the race, but there's the 53 car, which is Joel Oswick starting the car that Charlie Dark will drive in the later parts of the race. And look at it, 4 cars absolutely together. I know it's only sort of the end of the second lap after a restart, but it really is so close considering this is an endurance race of Wolf and Towers. But the car that's not got away that well is the Rowan Lundy car in the first part of this 2-hour race.
Yeah, I think he led initially, didn't he? But the BMWs have all fought way past him as they turn their way then into Old Hall. There's the Crown Pates BM, which on second in the class, heading up towards Cascades. They turn, and Rowan Lundy's car looks quick through the corner. Right, the Toyota's not quite got the power of the BMWs, maybe, not sure, but certainly he looks pretty racy to try and gain some of those positions back. So they head down Lakeside, then up towards Island Bend, and he's also going to attack here as they go into Island. Well, he tried, but couldn't do anything about the 66 car of Paul Sabiani. He's had a really good start to this race, and he's just about staying in front of the chasing cars.
And they've both got 2.8 litre engines, so although the Sabiani car is a 318, it's got a 2.8 litre engine aboard. So, and you can see Bailey's getting ahead of them there. And then you've got Driver, he's about to fight his way through. Those Mazdas are all still together as well.
Tell you what, when the Class A cars catch this lot, it's going to get busy, isn't it? The overall leaders.
Sammy Venables, he's now sort of getting himself involved as well as and splitting cars, and with the sister Crown Paints car as well. So excellent photo opportunity there if John Elsey is out on the back, so I'm sure we can get that one and get the two Crown Paints cars together.
The Oswick car seems to smoke coming out of Knickerbrook. It did that on the last lap as well. Not sure quite what's causing that, but they let these quicker cars through, and they stay in the same order, don't they? So the compact version of Saviani in front still, but only just. And to the inside, is Oswick going to have a go here? He's not, and in the traffic, Kelly dropped away a bit and is coming under pressure again from Rowan Lundy in the Toyota. Are they side by side? Not quite. Graham Kelly staying in front. Then the Mazda's still as close as ever behind.
Worth saying that still in the lead of the race overall is Carl Swift in car number 1, 1.1 seconds clear of number 113 Scott Parkin in second. 87 George Healer is third, and he's about 2 seconds behind Parkin as things stand. It's the Class C battle, which is really where a lot of the attention has been focused at the moment. with some dramatic goings on there. But those leading Class C cars are in sort of 25th position backwards overall.
They're going to turn their way in the background there through Island Bend. They've now been passed by Field Driver, and now Joel Oswick is having a real go at Paul Subian, and he goes through, doesn't he, on the inside line, and he grabs the lead of Class C. And behind, Rowan Lundy was trying to go around the outside of Graham Kelly, couldn't make it work. So that's been a really entertaining battle to watch, hasn't it, over the last few laps?
Yeah, and I see a bit further back amongst the MX-5s, it looks like the Flying Tangerine has dropped back now in the Formula number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh. He's out at the back of that group, so he's behind Alex Miller in the sort of black or grey coloured car. And at the rear of that little trio of Mazdas, almost have their own private battle in the course of this race. But there's the new Class C leader, Joel Oswick, down at Knickerbrook Chicane, car 53, just ahead of the other two BMWs within that class, but the Holden's out of the race, Josh.
Yes, that's a shame, isn't it? It was going well. We saw that car lock up of Will Ashmore, whether that's related or not sure, but it was running inside the top 6, but that's looks like that's going to be the demise of Will Ashmore, and Matty Taylor's not going to get a go, it seems, during the course of this race.
It's a shame. So Class C just becoming a little bit more spread out now. They've sort of had the quicker cars go through and now having their own race, and Oswick pulling away from Subiano, but he's smoking quite a lot, isn't it, that Oswick car? Particularly sort of in the compression there as they came out of Deer Leap, I noticed. So whether it's any particular stresses or strains put on the car at that point in time. He's still there ahead of 66 Paul Subiani, who started that car, and then it's Graham Kelly who's going solo in the grey and blue car, third of those BMWs.
And Alex Miller, I saw there, was trying to gain a position, trying to get to the front of the Mazda group. We'll pick up on that in a bit. For Class B, it's still Steve Hewson that leads. He's a couple of seconds ahead of William Stephen. And Luke Handley has pulled away again from Tony Rogers, who looked quick for a moment. But here comes our Class C leader, Joel Oswick. Now he's got to the front. He's pulling away behind what's happening in the Mazdas. I'm not going to catch up on that just yet, but there's Rowan Lundy. He's going for third up the inside of Graham Kelly, and he touches Graham Kelly into a slide. And then drives on the back, and now has very much damaged his own car as well as the car of Graham Kelly, which means the Mazdas, I think, might be battling for third in a moment.
They may well be, because, yes, that was a little bit messy, wasn't it? Oh, and there's a lot of damage on the London. More damage than you might have expected, actually. It looks like it's going to put both of them out of the race, because Kelly's going very slowly. He might be able to limp back to the pits, but that Lundy car, that looks a little bit terminal to me. It's stopped down there on the island hairpin. And there's fluid pouring from underneath the car, isn't there? So probably just as well he's stopped there rather than carried on further around the lap.
It wouldn't be a surprise if it smashed the radiator in, would it? The damage of the car.
Probably what happened ultimately. It was the second impact that did it, really. And there is the overall race leaders.
We're now into the pit window, aren't we? We've had half an hour of the race. Ivan Mears has been lapped there, I noticed. He seems to be a bit off the pace today.
Yeah, he does, but strangely.
So I'm sure he'll get to the end. He normally does, doesn't he? And picks up places as others have problem. And a problem for Matthew Hampson. Matthew Hampson is slow, and he's going to go out of the race possibly here.
No, it looks like he's back into it. Let's head down to the pit lane and John.
And you join me down here in the pit lane. Number 17 have had a bit of a disaster. I'm joined here by Will. Will, what's happened?
We was having such a good run, like really good start to the race. We started 10th on the grid, got ourselves up to 6th, was having some really good battles with the Couture cars. And then I just started hearing third gear getting a little bit noisy, and it got a little bit more noisy, and I just thought, oh, maybe it's something a little bit loose, but not quite so. And eventually just went bang, and third gear's been the crux of that car for the entire season. I've rebuilt that gearbox 3 times. So now that gearbox is going in the bin.
Yeah. Absolutely gutted. I'm assuming you're not going to be able to get back out on track. That's my words. Out on track again then.
I'm pretty good at rebuilding that gearbox now, but I'm not going to do it in under 2 hours. So yeah, crikey.
We've got another car with a problem coming past us as well.
Yeah, it seems to be. It's always the same with the endurance race. That's why I love it. It's the whole attrition factor. But we've done everything we can with that gearbox now. We've added coolers. We've got the ECU controlling temperatures and stuff. Temperatures were fine. But it just let go. So yeah, all I can say is sorry to all our sponsors who've been looking out for us. On to next year, really. We'll be, like I said, that gearbox is going in the bin, and we'll be in for a new option for it.
Yeah, exactly. You did all you can, mate, and something out of your control. What can you do? So I saw when we had it on live as someone was getting out and someone was kicking the rear of the car, getting very angry.
I've seen the camera, so oh yeah.
Do it over the camera. I love to see it. Unlucky, mate, but thank you for the little chat, and I'll send it back up to the guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much, John Ratcliffe, down there in the pit lane. Just over 90 minutes left to go in this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. Graham Kelly has been into the pits. There he is. And his team are pushing him back out into the race again. Yep, thumbs up. Away you go, Graham. Back out into the race. I think the scrutineer will have just checked for any damage as well.
We saw where Matthew Hampson was slowing, didn't we, a moment ago? Well, he has carried on like you suggested, but he lost over 20 seconds. He's dropped down to 16th. And they're a minute now basically behind the leaders, so this is going to make Andy Schul's job in the second half rather difficult, I suspect. But at least the car's still in the race, which I guess is the main thing. Up front, I think the leaders might be in traffic. The lap times have gone up. 1.6 seconds is the gap between Baker and Park. In Class B, the lead gap is come down to under a second because William Stacey's caught Steve Hewson. And in Class C, Joel Oswick is now best part of 4 seconds ahead of Paul Sabiani. But as we suspected, up to third now is Darren Kellin, the best of the Mazda MX-5s. So this is all there's the Class C leaders now coming through, aren't they? And then the overall leaders won't be too far away getting into all that Class C traffic.
No, they won't, and they'll find it very busy indeed. But Oswick there's got a very decent advantage, you would seem, in Class C now. There's that 70 car, the Porsche, and Will Stacey, so that's the two Class B front runners.
Yeah, the two Class B leaders, and Stacey's got so much speed through the corners. We've seen this in the past, the Lotus, got so much lighter car than the competition. It hasn't got the straight line speed, so William Stacey really has to work at it. Top Lotus racer in that Rob Boston racing car. Through Old Hall he turns. At Steve Hewson, their experience, as I've been saying, so he's not going to make Stacey's life easy. But Stacey's championship rival, dropping away somewhat, Luke Handley, is now 10 seconds behind him. But of course, Stacey needs at least one car between himself and Luke Handley come the end of the race. Well, it's a long way to that point, but here he comes to the inside into Island Bend. And he was trying to get through. Here's some of the Class A battles. That's fourth, isn't it? Steve Cheetham in front, but back to the Class B leader. Was there a move happened? No, William Stacey's still behind him.
Yeah, and Steve Cheetham getting some support from JJ Cheetham's Squirrel Nerd. Good luck, Daddy, Motorsport's Racing 43. So Steve Cheetham there in fourth position in that Porsche. But we've got 90 minutes, or 88.5 minutes still to go in this race now, and we're going to start to get to that point where the leaders are very much getting into the traffic. There is that Class B lead battle still. Will Stacey, number 49, unable to find a way past the number 70 Porsche, which does look absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? That car being driven by Steve Hewson at the moment. They climb up the hill, up Clay Hill, under the pedestrian bridge, and towards Druids once again. And if anything, Will Stacey's not quite as close as I thought he might be at that part of the circuit. But he might get a bit more ground at this point.
He's right with him now, isn't he? Loses the speed up the hill, but through Druids, William Stacey's right there. But then, of course, there's another lengthy straight, and that means the Porsche can just pull away. So the Intelligent Money car in front, just about, as they turn their way through Lodge Corner. But certainly through the middle of the corner, Stacey sees a lot of Porsche, doesn't he, as he gets very close to the back of the car in front when they cross the line to complete lap 16. And this is pretty much as close as the leaders overall. The Class A leaders are as well, just 7/10 of a second now between Cole Swift and Scott Parkins. So perhaps we'll catch up on that as well. So all three class battles have been really close in the early stages of this. And there's a yellow flag out, was that, for a moment on the Shallow Hills hairpin. Looks like it's been withdrawn now. There's the Class B battle, still as close as ever, but it is difficult, isn't it, when you haven't got the power to find a way through.
And it's Matthew Hampson again. We saw him going slow earlier on, so maybe there's an intermittent issue with that car. This time it's looking like a bit more trouble, but it's tantalisingly close to the pit lane there. He's only 150 yards away from the pit lane entrance. He's pretty much off the edge of the circuit at Lodge Corner. But the body language doesn't look particularly optimistic. Oh, no, it's fired up. Well, now, is he going to drive it into the pit lane? Because that would be the obvious thing to do at this point, wouldn't it? Clearly there's an issue. There's some gravel coming from underneath the car as well. So I wonder if it's been off or if that's just gravel's gone on the edge of the circuit. No, it's not gone into the pit lane. It's carried on.
Just about being passed by our overall leaders. How close are the two Sayats? Not very much. As they cross the line, about a second between them. Here are the Class B cars through Knickerbrook, and it's as close as ever with William Stacey on the back of the Steve Hewson car as the rest of the field flow across the line. So it's Swift from Parkin, from Hayler, from Cheetham, from Caswell, and then Grice, who had a slow last lap, who's in 6th position.
Yeah, so we've got close battles going on in 2 of the 3 classes at the front at the moment as number 73 heads out of the pit lane. So that's presumably an early driver change for Jack Layton taking over from Matthew Sanders. Didn't see the car come in, but I would imagine that now we're into the window, they may well have done that driver change in that car. On one other car, that's that Barrett that's just briefly been off the circuit at Druids by the looks of it.
Yeah, new car to Jonathan Barrett. He's moved up to Class A from Class C for this weekend. I think that's the ex-Andy Abrahams M3, isn't it, that we saw out in the BMW Car Club in the past. He would run in 14th before that off-track moment. Track limit penalties already started. Andy Roby in his new 1 Series has got a 5-second penalty. We'll see if any more of that happens over the course of this race. Oh, and a big moment there for Colin Gillespie. They had a big old slide out of Old Hall trying to get the better of the Gulf, which was started by Stuart Mead. But I think that slide didn't help his cause.
Yeah, that's a battle for positioning Class B in 15th and 16th overall as well. And we've got the safety car being scrambled. The safety car boards are out, the lights are on. Safety car's getting ready to leave the pit lane as well. Now, we know we've got debris down there at Shallows Corner. That's been there for a few laps now. Whether there's much else, but what it has signalled is cars coming into the pit lane, unsurprisingly, including Carl Swift, the race leader. He's into the pit lane now, I can see beneath us, as is the 87 car as well, which is the invitation class car, so George Healer.
Just seen a view of Matthew Hampton going slowly again, so I wonder if that's what's triggered the safety car. Anyway, you can see on your screen now everyone pitting, but the top 2, I don't think were able to, were they? They come across the line before?
No, certainly Carl Swift got in.
Oh, okay.
He's down here right underneath us, I think.
So is it Scott Parkin that did not come in?
I don't think he did,
Right.
so I think he's still out there. That's the 144 car, which is the Sarah Hobson Toyota Celica. So she's making her stop, and yes, as you can see, a very busy pit lane all of a sudden.
See, the marshals are heading to the debris at Shell Oil, so that can be sorted while we have this interruption.
Absolutely right. So some cars staying out, but most are coming in. I can see that Steve Hewson is staying out. So too is the 77 car, which is Tony Rogers in the Golf. He's staying out.
There's the slow Hampson on our screen, so he's going to get back to the pits. Whether he was the cause of the safety car or not, I haven't seen anything else.
Well, the other thing, I'm not quite sure whether Lundy Celica ended up, so whether they wanted to do something with that. Luke Handley's come in beneath us, so it's quicker to tell you who's not pitting than who is at the moment, quite frankly.
Did you say William Stacey pitted?
Yes, he's in there somewhere.
So I saw 2 main Class B Championship contenders are in. Now, how did Phil Driver get on? He was up to 19th. Not sure if you can see his car in the pits or not.
Yeah, Phil, he's just going down the pit lane now, Phil Driver.
So the 3 Class B Championship contenders all on the same strategy, therefore.
And they, as you can see, they all have to come in at 45 degrees to the direction of traffic, and then they'll be pushed back out into the pit lane after their 3-minute stop has elapsed and go back out into the race. And that's because it is so tight. I mean, it's very tight with 40 cars, most of them coming in all at the same time. We've now got Ivan Mayer sort of stacked behind Phil Dryborough and Darren Kell now. So quite how Dryborough and Kell are going to get out of the pit lane, I'm not quite sure, because Ivan Mayer's has sort of popped in behind them. So that's going to be interesting. But there's not a lot of room there at all. I've not seen this many cars all queued up stationary in one place since the petrol fuel crisis last week, with all the cars queuing to get fuel. But that's what it looks like now. It's car park time, isn't it? For those of you watching around the circuit, I'm sure you probably can see 1 or 2 cars on track. We can't from the commentary box at the moment because they're all in the pit lane.
There are about half a dozen behind the safety car, I can see. They're at Clay Hill at the moment. Oh, there's a few more. They're heading up Clay Hill, as you can see on your screens now, actually. So there are a few cars on track, but not very many. This could be a real problem for Steve Hewson, couldn't it? The Class B race leader. And of course, do we think Scott Parkin was in this as well?
I think he...
Oh, no, he's not. Or is he underneath? Is he directly...
Well, Ivan Mares has now moved his car.
OK, therefore the question is, where is Scott Parkin's car? But anyway, cars are exiting the pit lane now. We're headed off by Rob Baker.
Now, these are going to get out while the green light's on, but there's going to be a period in a moment or two when the safety car train is going past and the light at the end of the pit lane is going to go red, and that's going to hold some people up. Oh, and there's, right, Darren Kell's just being pushed out in the pit lane, and that almost gets him tangled up with John Munro, who's about to go out. And there is the 126 car, which is now going to be Brad Kaler, but it's, yeah, pretty chaotic down there in the pit lane, but everything being done as safely as it possibly can be.
Safety car is at Lodge.
To add further explanation, someone's being shown a penalty board as well and the black and white, a penalty board, I think, rather than the black and white driving standards flag. The Matthew Tidmarsh cars coming in now, I can see that was behind the safety car, but several of those cars are just staying out there, aren't they?
I think. Scott Parkin is there, isn't it? The back of the queue.
He was not in the initial half dozen, was he? He's had to catch up with the safety car queue, I think. So he's out there. So the main names that haven't stayed out there are Steve Hewson and probably the 113 car of Scott Parkin and 66 as well. Paul Saviani's stayed out there as well from Class C.
One car from each class.
Yeah. Which you would think would be disadvantaged by all of this.
Yes.
But, Colin Gillespie just getting out in front of John Maudsley, although it required John to step on the brakes to avoid a collision there. So we've got the mandatory stops out of the way with 80 minutes of the race left to go, largely.
The other question is to make sure none of those cars run out of fuel in the second half of the race.
Well, that's it. You would think maybe they're just about right on the limits in some cases. Ivan Mares going back out into the race beneath us as well after his interesting visit to the pits.
I don't think anything is terribly obvious as to why the safety car is out, is there?
No, not that we've seen on camera. But there may be something that we're not aware of. The 29 car, I can see one of our scrutineers, Bob Blackmore, having a good look at that one. That's the Andy Roby 1 Series, and. Yeah, I think part of the issue is that Andy's got out of the car, and because he's a solo driver, struggling to get back in again as well and get all buckled up. So he'll be back out into the race. We'll give you a rundown on the order once we've had this sort of flurry of pit stops come to an end, because obviously at the moment things don't make a huge amount of sense.
Okay, I think Scott Parkin has got a lap on. No. Sure yet. I'll confirm that in a bit.
No, I was just sort of having half a similar thought, really, about that. But let's wait until everything settles down.
I think, we must do, because Rob Baker's now in the safety car queue.
Yeah.
So perhaps Scott Parkin, because he was on the back of the queue, wasn't he, rather than the front of the queue for the safety car. So I wonder what happened was the safety car was looking for the Baker car, but obviously that came into the pit.
Yes.
And Scott Parkin managed to squeeze past the safety car.
Could have been. Well, that'd be an interesting one to sort out afterwards.
If it was being waved past, that's fine, isn't it? So, but what it has done is, yes, you can see they're here, and they've got a lap, haven't they, ahead of Rob Baker. But of course, a 3-minute pit stop in green conditions will cost you more than a lap.
Yes. It will cost you the best part of 2 by the time you've come in and gone out again, won't it?
But of course, that might be another safety car period. This is already the second.
There could be. There could be. So, relatively quiet in the pit lane now, for that rush of activity. Just the Matthew Tidmarsh MX-5 down there at the moment. Not quite clear how much longer we'll have before the safety car goes up.
A rescue unit on the circuit, so perhaps they have picked up that Toyota Celica. And then once that's got back behind some Armco barriers, we should be able to get that back going.
Andy Roby's now being released down to the circuit. I was slightly puzzled as to why he was sitting at a red light. I'm not sure why there's a red light, because there's nothing that part of the circuit. And that's the Tidmarsh car, which has some battle scars on it, going back out into the race. Looks like John Langbridge was standing there waiting for his co-driver Alex Miller to bring the car in for John to get out on the track.
What's that car not been in?
Well, either that or John Langbridge just like standing by the side of the pit lane, looking expectant when he's not going to get in the car.
Is that car still where it kind of should have been?
Yes, that's what I was confused by. I was expecting to see it up at the front of the timing screen. So safety car's completed another lap, and this is the queue of cars that's behind it. There's the Miller car's now coming into the pit lane. There it is on camera. So the car's owner, Alex Miller, brings it in, and John Langbridge it will be that will get on board, but that won't be until the refuelling has been completed down there in the pit lane, following all of the appropriate protocols. So possibly not the end to the season that Miller and Langbridge were hoping for, leading the Class C Championship and in a situation where they could tie on points with Swift and Baker at the top of the overall standings. Although I think Swift and Baker on countback would have got the championship anyway had that been the case. But that's not going to happen now because it's not gone their way today. So we've had about 50 minutes of this race, 75 still to go. We're under safety car conditions for the second time this afternoon in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. And as you can see on the timing tower at the moment, with these sort of mandatory stops yet to all shake out, it's the Scott Parkin number 113 Seat Leon Euro Cup car that leads the way, following second place number 70 Steve Hewson in the Porsche Cayman, leading Class B, and third number 77 Tony Rogers in the Golf, and fourth is 707 Jonathan Barrett's BMW as things stand, but none of those drivers have yet made their pit stops. The leading car that has made its pit stop is car number 1, showing in 7th place overall now. That's now Rob Baker aboard the Seat Leon, having taken over from Carl Swift, with George Healer having handed over the number 87 car to Jonathan Beeson for the second part of the race. That's running 8th spot.
In the pit stops in Class B, Luke Handley got himself ahead of William Stacey.
Yeah.
Which is obviously important, that championship battle we mentioned, with Phil Driver a few places further back. So I suspect we should go racing at the end of this lap, going off where we saw that flatbed a few moments ago now.
The ones that haven't made their stops, do we just think that they don't reckon they're equipped to go this far on fuel? Is that why they've not made their stops?
Or is it like perhaps with Steve Hewson, car owner,
potentially
more driving? It's usually quite a high up reason, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's one of those two things you would think. The reason for not stopping, it's not a tactical masterstroke not to stop, I don't think.
I guess the other thing is perhaps for the Parkins, trying something different is one way to try and beat the competition,
and they've got nothing to lose really, not in the championship fight or anything like that, so might as well take a bit of a risk, try something different, see what happens.
This restart could get frenetic, couldn't it?
It could do.
Everyone's in a random order.
Yes, it's some Class B cars, Class C cars.
Safety car is in.
And out goes John Langbridge in the number 71 MX-5, but he's going to have to wait. Yes, he's going to have to wait until the queue gets back past him. That's very frustrating. So the race gets back underway, and yeah, we're going to have a minute or two of complete chaos, I think, as things try and get back into some semblance of an order. As you can see there, John Langbridge frustratedly having to wait at the end of the pit lane, with the safety car now queuing up behind it, ready to take up its station. Langbridge is released out into the race. The safety car pulls into its bus stop, and we are back underway again with just over 70 minutes of the race remaining.
And there's the race leader just going through shot. That was Scott Parkin. There's the Browse BMW, which is quite high up in the pit stoppers. Something like 5th place, I think. So if they can run there towards the end, that'll be a good result for Paul and Luke Browse. Best result of 5th so far this season. But yeah, as you were saying, it's all got quite confusing now, this race, hasn't it? With pit stops all with the safety cars for most of them. And then a random order restart, as we've had here. Cars are still flowing their way through Island Bend, including Andy Schull. So that car's still going.
Where is it though? Where is it in the order?
Way down, I think. Yeah, 36.
Okay.
I presume it's Andy Schull's now at the wheel.
You would think so.
For that car. There's the leader then. There's Scott Parkin, the dark side backed area motorsport car that hops over the curb. Oh,
yeah, it's obviously some kind of intermittent issue with that car, isn't it? Because one minute it's going, and the next minute it's not going at all. White flags fluttering to indicate the slow car. And there it goes. It's sort of getting back up to speed again.
You could just hear it re-fire in the back of the effects mic. Through there goes the Caswell Kaler car, which is 4th. So Brad Kaler now, who's usually pretty quick, is 4th in the pit stopping element of the race. Just behind William Beach, who's having his first race in that Seat. Then Jonathan Beeson is 2nd, and then Rob Baker, the leader of the pit stoppers. There's James Kell, British GT racer, who is, I think, 3rd of the Class C stoppers, which is headed by now Charlie Dark. But up to 2nd has come Jonathan Packer, who didn't really feature in the first part.
Penalty being served there by number 87. That is the invitation class car. So Jonathan Beeson now at the wheel of that. Now, don't know what that penalty is for.
This is the car that was 2nd of the stoppers, so it's quite a problem for them. The Paul Sheard run car.
It is an invitation class car, it's worth noting, so it doesn't sort of come into the equation in terms of any of classes A, B or C. It would only be for overall track position. There's Schultz going slowly again. Oh no, it's going quickly again.
Put that on a hotkey.
Yeah. So that's not going well. So the 87 cars served some kind of stop-go penalty, so that could be a pit lane speeding infringement or something like that. There's various different penalties for different indiscretions.
There's the car that was leading Class C earlier. What has happened to that car in the order?
Schultz is in the pit lane, by the way.
That car didn't pit, did it? Paul Tobiani is still out there. So
yes.
Back to the Class C leader on the road, but you'd think they might drop away with the pit stop later.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there's a smattering of cars that do still need to make their pit stops. As we're watching there, Luke Handley and William Stacey.
So this is the 2 Class B leading pit stoppers and a championship battle as well.
And they were just getting past there the Treble 5 car, which is now James Alford, another Class B car as well. So here they go, the Class B, effectively for the Class B lead then as they turn their way through the right-hander at Old Hall.
Luke Handley is defending for his life, I think, isn't he?
He is.
To try and keep William Stacey. We know he's quick around here behind. Both these drivers, I think, have won a couple of times this season. And Stacey trying to go right round the outside at Cascades. Is this going to work on the run up towards Island Bend? Stacey won at Donington and Silverstone. Handley won at Croft and Snetterton within Class B. And it is Handley still in front, but only just as they turn their way down to the Shellall's Head. But it's getting busy behind as well. We thought it might do.
Looked like Colin Gillespie, didn't it? And Julian McBride, was it, two of them together?
Yes, it's that way, doesn't it? With Phil Driver, the 3rd of the Class B Championship contenders, just behind. So he's not far away from the 2 drivers he's battling with. There's Cole Swift, the leading pit stopper in all of this. And he is 7 seconds ahead of Will Beach, who is starting to be caught by Brad Kaler. And those 3 are a long way ahead of anybody else. They were the 3 that got out in front of the red light situation.
So Handley and Stacey battling for 14th and 15th overall at the moment. That will improve that position as the cars ahead of them that haven't yet made their stop do so. But also, importantly, for Class B position as well. I mean, they're currently 4th and 5th in Class B, but that's because 3 cars ahead of them the Houston car, the Rogers car, and it is the Lloyd Jones car still actually out there, not Alford in the car, I should say. They've all yet to make their stops.
So how bold is William Stacey got to be to get past Luke Handley here?
Quite bold, I would suggest. He's going to have to take a chance, going to have to take a risk, isn't he, at some point, because Luke Handley is appearing most insistent that William Stacey in the Lotus is not going to get through. Down towards Old Hall once again. Luke not being forced to be quite so defensive this time because Stacey wasn't quite as close as he was on the previous lap.
But that sort of allowed Stacey to go as quickly as he could for Old Hall, which has given a good run down towards Cascades. But it's still the Gulf in front of the Lotus Elise as they turn their way down Lakeside. The Area Motorsport prepared car ahead of the Rob Boston Racing machine. Now they're turning to Island Bend, and real proof this. It's not easy to overtake round Oulton Park. William Stacey in this race has only actually been a few hundredths quicker than Luke Handley, so Luke Handley's got quicker as the race has gone on. Car off there at Knickerbrook is 73, which is a car now driven by Jack Layton. That was a car that made an early stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's fired up. Hopefully that will get fired up now. He's pulling off onto the grass, which may be the best thing for it at the moment. But here's this battle for position, effectively the lead within Class B once all the pit stops shake out. And William Stacey tries to pounce here on the second part of his stops through the Knickerbrook chicane. He's got his car alongside. Now, can he keep it there all the way up Clay Hill?
Where did the yellow flag start?
Good question. Well, Stacey has took back in behind as well. That may have been deliberate.
Yes.
It may have been that actually that opportunity was manufactured by Stacey thinking that maybe Handley was slowing up, but actually he was there for a yellow flag. Oh, as Browse locks up enormously going into Lodge Corner, but manages to get around somehow. Well done him. Paul Browse, I think that will now be in that car. But just behind that, I think we've got the battle. There's a mechanical warning flag going out to somebody I can see. That's the black flag with the orange spot you can just see behind the timing tower. But yeah, here's that Class B battle, and Handley still defending hard.
It's like a 5-lap race from Brands Hatch, isn't it? How hard he's trying to keep Stacey at bay, but he knows it's important. This battle could last a very long time if he can't find a way through.
Oh, good effort on the part of that marshal, but I don't think he was ever going to do that on his own. To try and move that Jack Layton number 73 car, so I think outside intervention is going to be required. Probably know what that means, Josh, as well.
Indeed.
As we're now pretty much at the halfway point of this race as well.
Still Handley in front here, but he got a bit of a slide on there through Island Bend, and that hasn't really allowed William Stacey the opportunity I thought it might do. So they're still in that same order. He's sort of quick where he can't find a way past, it seems.
I think I'm right in saying the 53 car has just been in to serve a penalty of some description, which was the Joel Oswick Charlie Dart car. That was the car that was leading Class C before all the pit stops. So that's just a pit out of the pit lane. It sort of came from the penalty zone. Safety car boards and safety car lights are out, as we thought, Josh. A third safety car of this race, and we're only just over an hour in.
So this is where the Parkins and Steve Houston and so on could, well...
Oh, surely they'll stop now.
Well, will it be a benefit for them? Will they lose much out of it? Well, because Rob Baker managed to make their pit stop without losing a lap, kind of. So if the Parkins can do the same, they could end up in a very beneficial position here. But it may not be a very long safety car period because it's very close to a cut-off point, isn't it, where that car stopped?
Yes.
So it's all very intriguing, I think.
Yeah.
But they're quite keen to get everybody behind a queue, though, aren't they, before putting marshals out in a dangerous spot?
That's right. And it was brave and bold work by that marshal to try and shift that car out of the way on his own, but it was... he looked like a strong chap, but it was always doomed to failure. And so for that reason, we have this third safety car period of the race, and an opportunity for the handful of drivers that hadn't yet made their stops to do so. In fact, most of them now look to be in. I can see the Steve Houston car in. I can see the Tony Rogers car in. I can see, I think, Jonathan Barrett was another one that hadn't stopped. He's in. And I think possibly I can see the 235 car in again. So I don't know if Sammy Venables didn't stop on the previous occasion. It was difficult to tell because he'd dropped well down the order anyway after his problems with gearbox in the early part of the race.
We're still waiting for the leader, though, to pit. Scott Parkin to hand over to his brother Ryan. That's yet to be in. There's James Kell in his Mazda. Has he taken the lead of Class C of the stoppers? He has, because of the Oswick dark penalty. And he's got himself ahead of Jonathan Packer. So we'll have to wait to see. There's a couple of cars that hadn't pitted in Class C, including early leader Paul Saviani, for that all to play out. Now, despite the penalty for George Haler and Jonathan Beeson, they're still well up, 10th overall, ahead of Steve Cheetham. I'd like to know confirmation if that car is still running the Invitational class. Now they've changed cars. But it's showing that way on the screen.
It is. I've not seen any bulletins notifying a change of class. Let's just see if there is anything there that would indicate that has happened. No more bulletins have been issued. It might indicate a change of class.
So it's the leader is in that safety car train right near the front.
So will he pull off into the pits at the end of this lap? Because he's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car, because the BMW that needs to be recovered is right there in front of you on screen at the moment.
What Phil Driver doesn't want to happen here is for the safety car to have to end up picking up Rob Baker, because that would put a lap between himself and his Class B competition. But usually once they've picked up a car, they don't try and sort it out again, do they?
No.
If somebody else ends up pitting. So did Steve Hewson pit, you say?
Yeah, he's in there.
So if he can get out in front of the safety car queue, he will have a big advantage in Class B. But how's that going?
I'm just having a look over to my left, and there's obviously they'll have to make a 3-minute stop, so there's no point rushing it. Car's now being pushed back out.
It'll be tight.
It's going to be tight because the green light is on at the end of the pit lane at the moment. It doesn't mean it will be by the time they get to the end of it. They're going to be behind the 77 car, which is now Mark Jones.
Which will actually take the lead of the class then.
Yeah, it will. So Mark Jones is going to head out in front of the class. There is a green light on, and those 3 cars, yep, they're going to get out there.
So it turns out not making a pit stop first time round works for them.
Exactly. Jonathan Barrett's probably going to be confronted with a red light by the time, he is, by the time he gets to the end there, but not really one of the contenders.
That isn't going to help William Stacey's chance of winning the Class B Championship either.
And the Parkins haven't come in. Scott Parkins still out there behind the safety car. And that is surprising because we're now into the second half of the race. So if they were looking to sort of try and split the race pretty much evenly, well, they could have done that.
It might be worth seeing what's going on in their garage, mightn't it?
Yeah, so John will be down in the pit lane if he can find out what's going on with the 113 team. There's a particular reason why they've not made their stop. Paul Subiani is now in, as too is Edward Christie, one of the solo drivers. But Paul Subiani, one of the leading drivers within Class C, he'll be handing over to Jonathan Hayes, his fellow Shrewsbury resident, for the second half of the race. So you're watching the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship here at Oulton Park. There's 58 minutes of the race left to go. It's being led by Scott Parkin, mainly by dint of the fact he's pretty much the only driver now not to make his mandatory pit stop during the course of this race so far. Everyone else has done so, I think, now, or is in the process of doing so, either in the current safety car period or the one that we had 20 minutes or so ago. And hopefully this will be the final of the safety car periods that we have, and we will be able to get racing back underway with nearly an hour left to go. Still Class B Championship to be decided. That's really where the main interest lies as far as the championship's concerned. 3 drivers sort of in contention for that coming into the race. And once we've got a better idea of how everything's shaken out after the stops, we'll see how that championship battle is looking now, and where the title might go. Overall championship looks to be going the way of Rob Baker, who's out at the wheel of the number 1 car, and Carl Swift, who drove that car in the first part of the race in the area Motorsport Seat
Class B is interesting because it's always been won by a solo driver, where classes A and C have always been won by two-driver teams.
And why is that, do you think, Josh?
I have no idea.
Neither have I.
There might be more coincidence rather than anything
I think
else.
you're probably right.
But it is possible that might change today, because now with this big gap, that is it Mark Jones with Tony Rogers? Because I thought that piece of paper you showed me had Robert Ellick replacing Mark Jones.
You might be right. Yes, I think you're probably right. I think we're notified of the number change on that car by bulletin, but not the driver. So I think it is Rob Ellick in the that car for the second part of the race.
And so they lead from Steve Hewson and Paul Ivans. And really, they're a long, long way ahead now of anybody else in Class B. So it should go, or a good chance this could go the way of a two-driver car for the first time this season in that category. Is the safety car in?
Yes, it is. So green flag is waved. Still, Scott Parkin stays out there. And he's going to be sort of the first car on track by the time they get to Old Hall Corner, because they passed the Sarah Hobson car.
Look at William Stacey trying to get past Luke Handley again. He sort of got stuck, didn't he? Because they were lapping over Mares. There's Phil Driver not far behind, the third of the Class B Championship contenders in the Porsche. And it's all very busy, as it has been, I think, for pretty much all this race. It's been pretty manic when it's been in green flag conditions, hasn't it?
Exactly. The regular safety car periods sort of compress the field up, don't they? You've got a few drivers now, including Jonathan Hayes, who's going to be sort of partly making a stop under green flag conditions now. He's going to get back out into the race, though, very shortly.
Oh, Stacey's off. William Stacey's off the road. He's through the gravel and he's back on. That was at Island Bend, which is a pretty quick place to be going off. There's some damage possibly to the front of the car. There's something trailing. That was all in front of our the champions, really, of the season, Baker and Swift. So, yeah, that was a dicey moment. He's on the track again. Whether there's any damage that's going to affect him is yet to be seen.
Did we see the start of that? I mean, we did say that he's going to need to take some risks at some point, isn't he, if he's going to get past that Handley car. Because Handley certainly wasn't going to make it easy. We've now got the 126 car. That's Brad Kaler, who's in 4th place overall, flashing his light at Stacey, who's just in behind Colin Gillespie there in the 15 car.
It's a side light that's popped out, isn't it?
Yeah, I think both of them have, haven't they, on both sides, bizarrely.
Shouldn't be too much of a drama. Oh, oh dear, that's interesting. Brad Kaler got up the curb, going up Deers Leap, which I don't think is the nicest curb to be using in the world.
He's through. No, he's got ahead by the time they get to Druids, ahead of the 49 car of Stacey. So as Scott Parkin continues in his race, Bosch not going to make a pit stop at all outside our window.
Well, I've mentioned this before, how the penalty system works, that you could kind of con your way into a good result with that, but let's see what happens. Give the officials and the 750 Club, I think, something to look at, wouldn't it, for the rest of the day?
Yes, absolutely. So back in green flag racing here at Oulton Park. There's the 15 car of Colin Gillespie. There is the 49 car of Will Stacey. So on that lap was a 2:05. So he's lost about 10 seconds on that lap. His best laps are in the 1:55s. So he's lost quite a bit of time on that lap to Luke Handley, who is now 5 places ahead of him in the classification.
The Class B leaders have just gone through. They're 6th and 7th overall, and Rob Ellick, if anything, is pulling away from Paul Ivans on their first lap. Now Stacey's got past the Porsche, hasn't he, of Colin Gillespie there. That's one of those cars between himself and his rival that's out the way. And making their way up towards Druids. It's going to be race leader that's going to come through shortly. Scott Parkin, yes it is. So there's 113, Club Enduro debut for Scott Parkin, leading the way. There's Steve Cheetham, who's a lap down. He's in 8th position in the Porsche Boxster, in the best of the Class A rear-wheel drive cars.
Absolutely right. So 52 minutes to go. It's Scott Parkin leading, but not having made a mandatory stop, and you have to make your mandatory stop before the last 15 minutes of the race. So effectively leading this race at the moment is Rob Baker, number 1, but only by 2.5 seconds from Will Beach in 2nd place in the number 27 car. And then it is the 126 car of Caswell and Kayla, now being driven by Brad Kayla in third position. And despite having had to serve a penalty, Jonathan Beeson, fourth in the invitation class car number 87, is only about 10 seconds off third.
Class C, after all the pit stops, it is James Kell that leads. He's about a second ahead of Jonathan Packer. And then Chris Webster is third. So we've got two Mazdas in the top 3 positions.
Well, considering there weren't any in the top 4 for the first part of that race.
And there's no BMWs in the top 3 now after they were dominating, weren't they?
They were, but I'm not sure they fully got the pit stop strategy quite right, which is amongst the reasons for them falling out of contention, maybe.
So Will Stacey's caught Phil Dryburgh now, hasn't he? Who's, of course, the other driver involved in the Class C, the Class B Championship battle.
It's 13th and 14th overall as things stand.
Stacey did a PB last time, 154.9. So he's going pretty quickly.
So no particular damage then, having been picked up after that grassy moment on the previous lap.
That's underneath the lap record set by Alan Henderson by about half a second round here in the class.
Now, wipers on. Is it raining or is that an accident for the number? It's the 98 car, isn't it? Of Tim Hartland and Roy Baptiste. It'll be Roy Baptiste now at the wheel. They've gone pretty well in recent races in Class C, haven't they? Hartland and Baptiste. They are second in the Class B Championship. They've had 3 podiums in the last 3 races within Class C. There's the weather app. It is saying, 36% chance of rain at 4 o'clock, 43% at 5. So, yeah, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility now that there's some rain coming in from the west. Not sure it's going to be very much, but it could play a part in the last 50 minutes of this race. Now you can see on screen now, and rain forecast at 4 o'clock. 16 degrees, light wind, risk of 20 miles an hour. What time is it now? 3:15. Well, there's a little bit of rain in the air out on circuit now. I don't think there's a lot.
No umbrellas up, is there? So.
No umbrellas up, no cagoons being put on. I think we're all good at the moment. There's the leading car just going through, the car that's effectively a lap ahead of everyone. There's the 43 car, Steve Cheetham, so he's running effectively net 7th at the moment and 4th within Class A. And there is the car that will be leading once the Parkins make their stop. That's Rob Baker now at the wheel of that car, the area motorsport boss.
Nick Dougal and now John Munro at the wheel. He's up to 4th in Class C. We haven't seen that car go particularly well this year, but that's a bit better, isn't it? And lapping quicker than the 2 cars in front. James Keller's getting away a bit, but Packer is being caught by Webster, who's being caught by Munro, and there's only a couple of seconds between them all.
Stacey trying to find a move there on the Golf veteran John Maudsley, who's now fallen behind Phil Dryburgh by the looks of things.
Yes, that's happened on this lap, hasn't it?
Yeah, so it's Dryburgh now at the head of that little triumvirate for position within Class B.
That's 4th, 5th and 6th, isn't it, in that class?
Yeah.
For the lead in the class, there's half a second between Rob Ellick and Paul Ivans. They're both lapping much slower than their co-drivers, and about 3 or 4 seconds slower than this lot.
Stacey goes very deep into Lodge, tries to go around the outside of the Golf of John Maudsley. That doesn't really work out at all, and he loses a few car lengths because of that. A good little scrap going on for 4th, 5th and 6th within Class B at the moment.
So Luke Handley's about a minute behind those 2 who stopped at a different point, but he's lapping 3 seconds a lap faster. So that could get close towards the end. Here's that Class C battle. So there's Packer in 2nd, Webster in 3rd, Munro 4th, just gone through your shot. The 2 Mazdas going after the Honda. And here's our Class B leaders on screen now. So that's Rob Ellick just ahead of Paul Ivans, the Volkswagen and the Porsche.
Okay.
So there's plenty of battles out there.
There certainly are. It's hard to know which one to look at, isn't it, really?
I think we're going to look back to that Class B lead battle, which is actually the 6th overall. Just in the background, it's the Volkswagen and the Porsche, and it's still Rob Ellick in front. And they were going even slower on that lap. They're about 6 seconds slower than what their co-drivers were. So perhaps that's why they stayed out long, possibly, which actually ended up working for them. But it could mean the rest of them do catch before the end, which is going to be an intriguing chase over the next 3/4 of an hour. There's our Class C battle, still in the same order.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Class C cars, and then we've got the Class B cars about to come into shot. Behind, Rob Ellick, sometime racer at Castle Combe, Paul Ivans there. Oh, the 235 cars in the pits for at least the 3rd time now. That's the car being driven by Michael Dark now, driver from Harpenden.
There's our Class B leaders. Paul Ivans, I think you said this is his first rear-wheel drive race coming from Volkswagen Racing in the Intelligent Money Porsche. Still chasing the Volkswagen, which I guess is racing the Volkswagens in the past. More wipers going on now on the car they're chasing, whether that's indication.
Yeah.
And Rob Ellick's taking a very strange line there into the Hislop chicane. I think he braked a bit later than he perhaps anticipated doing.
Let's head down to the pit lane, and once again we'll hear from John Ratcliffe talking to one of the drivers.
You join me down here in the pit lane. I'm joined by Carl for the number 1, the Seat TCR. How's the race going so far? You're in the net lead.
We are. We've had to push for it. The parking guys were right all over that. We managed to come in under the first safety car. It was about 40-50 minutes into the race. Had a fueling issue though, so we could only get 5 litres of fuel in for some reason. It wouldn't take anything, so that wouldn't normally see us to the end, but 3 safety cars now, we should just do it.
Okay, good. So you got a little bit of luck in there as well to get you to the end. But any idea why that issue has happened?
No, it did do it once before, but we changed the rollover valve and it fixed it. Now, if that's gone faulty again, I don't know. But
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But how did it feel generally out there? Did the car feel all right?
Yeah, it was great for the first 10-15 laps. Started getting a bit of understeer towards the end of the stint, so we're managing that. But all in all, it feels good.
All right, good. Have you got comms with your co-driver? Do you know what he's kind of thinking out there?
Yeah, he's lifting and coasting. Well, he did his lifting and coasting. We should be calculated right now, so he's going for it. We've just got the parking guys to do their pit stop and see where they come out. It's a bit of an unknown. If they don't get a safety car, we should be in the lead by quite a bit. But if they get a safety car and get luckier than we did and don't lose a lap, they could be a lap in front.
Gotcha. All still to play for in this race then. So best of luck to you, mate. Thank you for chatting with us. But yeah, we'll send it straight back up to the guys in the comms box. As I say, still all to play for.
And there we've had an incident which it looks as if it's just about resolved itself, actually. I think that's the Julie McBride car, isn't it, that's been off at Island but got back into the race.
Yeah, it's just rejoining at Island, so I guess that all started at Cascade. But yeah, that car's looks like it's avoided any impact, which is good going. And managed to get himself off the grass. Yeah, no, you wouldn't know anything different, would you, if we didn't get that shot before the car off the road. So that's all going to continue as it would. In Class B, Phil Driver is only 2 seconds behind Luke Handley now, and those drivers are only separated by 2 points in the championship, I think, when drop scores were accounted for, we said. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So that could all get rather interesting. And
looks like the Cal car is... that the Cal car? Yes, it is, into the pits.
So it's Class C all changed then. So that
it's gone into the penalty box by the looks of it, Josh. So I think that's James Kell serving a penalty for some reason. He's not been notified as to the reason for that. The car's still stationary.
Oh, smoke coming from the Class B leader, Rob Ellick, here down into Old Hall. That doesn't look positive at all. Yeah, there's fluid coming out the car.
He's sliding on his own fluid, and hopefully others won't also slide on his fluid, but he'd be well advised to try and pull off.
Paul Ivans takes the lead of Class B then in the Intelligent Money Racing Porsche.
He does, and Robert on YouTube is asking what class does each of the colours mean on our timing tower. Well, Class A, that's the light green. Class B is the red squares, and Class C is the blue squares. The dark green square is the invitation class, which is where George Healer and Jonathan Beeson are the only entrants in the invitation class.
Continuing is Rob Ellick. No one's sort of going off, I don't think, behind him. Oh, contact has gone off. It's Will Stacey. So the Class B Championship battle takes another turn. That was at Druids. Who was he trying to get past? He was still trying to get past John Maudsley, wasn't he? And that's gone all a little bit wrong for him. What I was going to say, Class C, with a Kell penalty, that means Jonathan Packer lead. He was only half a second ahead of Chris Webster. He was only a second ahead of John Munro. So we'll try and pick up on that as well as this race untangled. This does seem to be the most chaotic Club Enduro race I can recall here.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way, isn't it? Just to expand a little bit more on the classes as well, as we see the Rob Elliott car keeping to the right-hand side of the circuit now, but heading back for the pits. Class A, that means cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, cars of up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, cars of up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. So it's all done on a power-to-weight basis, rather than any other particular measure. And now Elliott pulling off completely up against the tyres, just beyond the point where he could have turned off the circuit completely, actually, but there we go.
Yellow flags.
Oh, and Jonathan Barrett's now had a spin.
That's at Old Hall then, because the yellow flags are here in front of the
Yes, that's just on the exit, so just obscured from our view out the window by the hospitality building next to us. It's not one of the most well-located commentary boxes in the country, so just as well we're commentating on the live stream here today.
Back on without too much of a drama.
And now the slippery surface flag's going out, which suggests possibly that was Rob Elliott's fluid that Jonathan found.
Could be.
Or the car's fluid.
There's the car of Will Beach. He's only 7 seconds behind Rob Baker. He's doing a good job, isn't he? The first time he's driven this car, he's not fallen that far behind Rob Baker. He's been driving it for quite some time very successfully.
Yeah, it's about 7.5 seconds behind now. He's only lost about 5 seconds, something like that.
Here's the Class C leaders into shots. There's Jonathan Packer in the Honda, and then the two Mazdas behind are Chris Webster and John Munro. So not really that much separated. The three of them. Jonathan Packer's got a bit of a bigger class lead than he once did.
John Munro, I don't think was expecting too much from this weekend, so I think if they can get a podium out of it for Class C, they'll be quite happy with that.
The car was struggling to get into qualifying this morning. The mechanics were sort of dangling legs out the window trying to get the car back going. I think some kind of electrical issue. But now it's got into the race. Yeah, this is the best they've gone this season, without a doubt. Then they have had a couple of podiums, but this is looking pretty good as they head up Clay Hill. There's the class leader, Jonathan Packer, who's not had the season we expected from him after he did so well in the final round last year.
Yeah, it was Donington, wasn't it? Yeah. The December meeting where he sort of really shone, didn't he? We thought, oh, he's going to be one to watch this season, but it's not necessarily proved to be the case. Andy Roby's been in, I think, to serve a penalty. And gone back out again, 29, but not one of the overall contenders.
So there's Monroe chasing after Chris Webster. They climb over Deersley then to complete another lap in the race.
Yeah, Packer is going to have, what, a couple of seconds over the other cars in that battle, I would think.
That gap's gone out. Scott Parkinson's completed another lap, by the way, so he's not coming in still.
He's only got 24 minutes left of the pit stop window in order to make his stop now. So time running out to hand over to Ryan. 38 minutes of the race left to go. There's Packer. And there's the battle for second and third within that class. It's the number 8 car now being driven by Chris Webster. And right behind him is 59 John Munro, former Mazda Racing champion, of course. Some sprinting as well, as in speed events in a car rather than athletics. And off goes the 481 BMW at Druids. That's Edward Christie through the gravel, manages to get back out onto the circuit though. That's quite artistic. Back out into the race.
Luke Handley is now 52 seconds behind Paul Ivans, was 5 seconds quicker on the last lap for the Class B lead.
Now Roby's off at Druids as well, so it's the fluid down as well there, I would think. I wonder if that's related to Rob Elliott.
He didn't get that far, did he?
No, he didn't, of course.
Well, not as he was dropping fluid earlier, but
no.
It's sort of been a little while since then. Well, not as he got back going, of course.
No, we didn't see it. Anyway, there is the number 4 car, which is Chris Freeman in his Honda Civic Type R, and Graham Kelly in that rather scarred BMW after its incident with the Toyota in the early part of the race that put the Celica out.
John Maudsley's up to 3rd in Class B. He's got himself a head of field driver, so there's some stuff going on out of our view.
T35 car's soldiering on, isn't it? Which is the Michael Dart car, but that must be well off the back of the order now. It's running in Oh, it was actually 29th, not as far back as I thought it might be. There have been quite a few retirements now, though, I guess.
Mazda's turned their way through Cascades there with Chris Webster still ahead of John Munro, but all of a sudden they're falling away from Jonathan Packer.
And they'll shortly have Rob Baker bearing down on them as well to lap them. They were sort of at that part of the circuit Cascades, he was at Oulton corner, so he's not going to be too far behind them, I don't think.
Still only 6 seconds ahead of Will Beach. I guess there might be a number of drivers doing what Cole Swift was talking about, making sure they've got enough fuel for the end.
Yes.
After some early stops.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? With the early stop, you've then got to adjust your driving accordingly to make sure you can get to the end of the race without starving yourself for fuel.
John Munro not really close enough to challenge Chris Webster there, was he, into the Hislop chicane.
They've got the Class B leader as well, not far behind them. Will also come up to lap them at some point in the near future. So they've got Paul Ivans there in that 718 Cayman.
James Kell's about half a minute behind these, by the way, after his penalty. So don't think he'll be able to catch that.
Wouldn't have thought so. In the remaining 35 minutes of this race, there's Munro. Been a regular in the Kilimanjaro for a while.
I thought the lead was going for the pits there, but he's not, as he's carrying on. Scott Parkin for another time.
And the dark side developments car turning his way into Oulton corner. And that car's now completed 40 laps. What have we got? 35 minutes. So we're probably going to get maybe 57 laps out of this race altogether, something like that. Just depends if we get any more safety car periods. We thought it'd be 60 laps plus, but we've already had 3 safety car interventions, of course.
There's Rob Baker, isn't it, turning through Old Hall corner. Still not very far ahead of Will Beach. It's still 6 seconds. So Will Beach, who I'd suggest isn't as experienced, is he, as Rob Baker? And certainly not in this machinery.
Well, and here's the thing. Maybe Baker is driving in a slightly more conservative fashion, so as to conserve fuel, and the lesser experience maybe of Will Beach in this type of car, maybe that's coming into play there, although I'm sure they'll be equally.
We did hear, though, that Cole Swift said they couldn't get as much fuel as they would have wanted.
Yeah.
Only 5 litres, I think. So obviously you would have used a lot more than 5 litres in those first 40 or so minutes. So anyway, that gap isn't very large between...
It's not, 6 seconds. Gap from Beach back to Kayla's now 14 seconds, so that went out a bit on that lap. It was a slower lap from Kayla, about 2 seconds a lap slower than Beach that time round. And they're now only 4 seconds ahead of Jonathan Beeson in the invitation class number 87 car.
In Class B, Paul Ivans is only about 40 seconds ahead of Luke Handley now. So that gap continues to come. That was well over a minute earlier. So that's come down quite a long way. And then Handley's 5 ahead of the Maudsley driver battle. And William Stacey's about 5 seconds behind them after he's off. There is Paul Ivans, the Class B leader.
Yeah, just making his way past John Munro, who's become a little bit distanced now from Chris Webster ahead of him. And there is the Porsche, moving into focus. It's fantastic Intelligent Money livery. So yes, that's the car leading Class B at the moment. Steve Hewson started the car, Paul Ivans driving in the second part of the race.
That lap was a bit quicker for Paul Ivans. He's got sub 2 minutes again, which I guess he really needs to be doing if he wants to hang on to the class win.
That's the 555 car, which is now being driven by Mark Lloyd-Jones, by James Alfa for the Golf GTI. That's B car, that's well down the running order now.
In the background, John Munro looked like he was back with Chris Webster again.
That's interesting, because he had lost quite a bit of time, hadn't he? But no, he's right there. Absolutely right with Chris Webster again. So that's interesting to see. They are, of course, battling for position within Class C. And yeah, actually the lap times on the previous lap, it was Tidmont, it was Webster that was 8 tenths faster, but so that's been done on this on this lap of the circuit, really.
That could be where they're being lapped, and perhaps Chris Webster was put offline a bit.
Yes.
And now it's sort of worked the other way around, hasn't it? As Jonathan Barrett's got between them. Will Beach looks like he's stuck in all this traffic as well, isn't he? The second or third place car.
Be interesting to see if that sort of 6-second gap sort of changes much then on this lap with him being stuck in the traffic. I suspect it might do a little bit.
Oh, definitely. John Monroe sort of drives around the front of him, going through Druid. Yeah, that's much more than 6 seconds now between the two Seats.
Yeah, that's you know, still a usable gap.
Oh, this might not work for Chris Webster. Can John Monroe use the toe of the Seat to get through into second place in Class C? The two Mazda MX-5s, they side by side here, not quite. Monroe had to tuck him back behind. So that didn't work out for him in the end. I thought it might have done. They turn their way through Oulton. Webster was a bit over the curbs. Is that going to give John Monroe a chance into Cascades, perhaps? Not particularly. But these two have been together since their pit stops, haven't they? And this time he's alongside. And this time he might go through, let's see, on the inside into Wyndham Bend. And is it going to work? No, he backs out of it. But a lot of stages in this race, it's looked a bit like a Mazda MX-5 race, hasn't it?
It
for
has.
some of these drivers.
Oh, and
Phil Driver.
Phil Driver, yeah, so that's one of the Class B Championship contenders coming into this weekend. He's pulled off, getting some advice from the marshals there, but he's going to get out of the car.
So yeah, that is one of the championship contenders out of contention to take it.
We would assume so, yeah. So that's going to leave it just between the two of them now. Luke Handy and Will Stacey.
Will Stacey's behind by 10 seconds or so, and he needs to finish in front.
So he's got his work cut out in the remaining half hour of this race. There's Driver out of the car.
His race lasted a lot longer than we thought it might do, though. He ended up in the garage at one point.
Well, that's true. That is true.
For fourth overall, William Castle's been caught by Jonathan Beeson. They're separated by 3/10. So that might be something to catch up on, but it's hard to take our eyes off the Webster-Monroe battle down towards Lodge, because Monroe is looking to the inside. These are going to be lapped, aren't they, by those other two very shortly, because the two Seats are not far behind.
No, they're not.
But Chris Webster stays in front, so we might be able to see both battles in one shot in a moment. So come up to complete another lap. So this is about the second in Class C, and then in the background is about the fourth overall between the two Seats that are nose to tail.
Yep, they are now. So it's the 126 car of Brad Kaler and the 87 car of Jonathan Beeson. And I can see that Beeson gets a better run out of Oulton, but I think Kaler remains ahead for the moment at least. But we're still watching this battle for second within the Class C between Chris Webster and John Monroe. It's been very little to choose between them for several laps now. They're heading off down to the left-hander at Island Bend. Orange car Webster and the white and grey car being driven by John Monroe, Scottish driver. And
so the Beeson car has definitely got Class A livery on it. It's got Class A stickers. It's running Class A. That's not looking the wrong way round, aren't it? They're swapped round. So let's check that again. So then he's up to fourth. Jonathan Beeson's up to fourth. When they run that Seat before, it's definitely running Class A. So when they had the Golf, it went into the invitation class. I'm trying to pick up, I picked up the wrong with the Seats. I didn't expect them to swap around.
No, well,
might get a shot here. He got me sideways. Did Jonathan Beeson. And yeah, it has got Class A stickers on it, hasn't it? So
yeah, well, we'll see which classification it gets put in at the end of the race. For the moment, we've not been advised anything other than it being part of the invitation class.
Either way, he's into fourth overall now, ahead of Brad Kaler. And John Monroe's now alongside Chris Webster out of Druids. And is this going to finally work? Oh, it gets tight as the Seat laps them. Monroe's on the inside, though. It does look like Webster's car's got a bit more straight line speed at the end of the straights, but John Monroe's getting into sprint mode there, trying to force Chris Webster out wide across the line. This will really show if Webster has got more straight line speed, because he has, hasn't he? So Munro's going to have to do it on the brakes into Oulton, which he does. Might actually be that rear wing. Nysen just slows it down a bit at the end of the straights, but gives it a bit more corner speed on the TWP car. They're still side by side, aren't they? They head down Cascades.
Half a lap they've been there. It's Webster that, as they turn into Cascades, that just pops back in front, though, of the 59 car of John Munro. So Munro still in third position within Class C at the moment, behind Webster. And, of course, it's Jonathan Packer that leads Class C. He's a little bit further up the road than both of these in his Honda Civic. So Mazda's second and third in the early part of the race, because it was BMWs that were the 4 in Class C, but they've all had various dramas and dropped out or dropped back.
Do you remember when we said James Cowell was half a minute behind these two?
Yes, I do remember that.
He's less than half of that now.
I was going to say, it wasn't that long ago either that we were saying that.
He's 14 seconds back, so he is flying.
Well, there's a chance then that he could make it onto the podium. I think it was about 35 minutes to go, we said that, so he's made 15 seconds in 10 minutes.
He has got 2 other Class C cars between him and those in front, Charlie Dart BMW and Jonathan Hayes' similar car, another BMW.
Outright leader still out there, by the way. Scott Parkin in the 113 car, with only 10.5 minutes left of the pit window. So still leading the race, but Rob Baker now 11 seconds clear of Will Beach, the de facto leader of the race, and Jonathan Beeson third in the number 87 car. Fourth is Brad Kaler. So it's Sayats 1, 2, 3, 4. And Steve Cheetham leading the Porsche charge. He's in 5th position overall, number 43. That's after we take out the Parkins, we're yet to make their stop.
They might well come out somewhere around them, mightn't they?
Yes, could do. Chris Webster not quite as intensely pressured by John Munro at Oulton Corner on this lap compared to the previous one. There's quite a bit of daylight between them as they turn their way through Cascades this time. 24.5 minutes of the race left to go. Windscreen wipers on for number 91, Ashley Bird, as he comes past my commentary box.
Luke Handley is now only half a minute behind Paul Ivans for the Class B lead. That was well over a minute at one point. It's going to get close. I'm just wondering if it might be a little bit too much, but there's going to be much between them in Class B. Luke Handley is 8 seconds ahead of Will Stacey, who's got ahead of John Maudsley for that is 3rd place, then, isn't it, within the class?
24 minutes of the race still remaining. And Sarah Hobson going through a shot there in her Celica. 2 of them started this race, but we're only going to end the race with one of them. And it's her local track, of course. She's from Warrington, so not too far away.
Race leader Scott Parkins has done a 1:49, which isn't quite as quick as the Lotus went earlier, but not far away. The Parker's lap still with the Lotus. Oh no, the first lap is now with the Jack Layton BMW 73.
Well, that was the one that was out of the race earlier.
Yeah, so we missed that. 1 minute 49.82, the fastest lap.
Yeah, and it's not a one-off, is it? 'Cause another lap, the last lap was a 150.02 as well. So they are about 24 laps behind, I think. 22 laps behind, I think.
Yeah, Scott Parkin lapping almost as quickly. It was where my point was going, although with the wrong car. There's Beeson. How's he doing on? Well, he's pulling away from Brad Kaler pretty well, and he's catching William Beach, who's only 11 seconds behind him, and Beach is falling quite some way behind Baker in the traffic. Now 14 seconds.
Yeah, that gap's gone out quite a long way, hasn't it, in the last 5 minutes or so of the race. Right, a car into the pit lane. It's not the Parkins. It is the Golf that is coming in, the John Maudsley car, I think. Yeah, it is the John Maudsley car, number 10. So, where was that? That was in 12th position, and it was 4th in Class B, I think, at the time.
Yeah. Of course, it was running in the podium spot earlier, but yeah, it
There it
fell
is.
behind William Stacey. Stacey, by the way, set another fastest lap in Class B, 1 minute 54.72. So that's another new lap record there. I don't think everybody else has gone quicker. Is there a problem there for Will Beach, who's 3rd overall? Yeah, because he's fallen behind Beeson here.
Yes, he has.
Looked like there was smoke, I think, from the Seat that's come from Lithuania this week. And is it for the pit lane? So in the background, we looked at there's our new 3rd place car, Jonathan Beeson.
Yeah, it's heading to the pits. I can see out of the commentary box window.
Just wonder if it's a puncture from the smoke we saw, but I only got a brief glimpse of that.
Yeah, it's in the pit lane. We'll see if we can pick up on that in a second. There it is. 27 car coming in.
Looks a bit muddy.
It does. Very muddy, in fact. So there's been some rally crossing going on, I think.
Is that a flat tyre?
Well, they're certainly getting the wheel off, aren't they? They've got another wheel ready to put on.
What a shame, because that was going so well. Is that Cole Swift helping out as well?
Yeah, looks like there's some grass to be maybe cleared out of the air intake. So they're getting the next wheel on, they're cleaning the windows.
Yeah, there's some sort of big flat spot on the tyre, so I think it is a puncture. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, for Scott Parkin. Fastest lap, 1 minute 49.56, which is 0.08 of a second off the lap record for Chris Boardman. So he's really flying along. Can't have much fuel left in the car.
Absolutely not. Lights being flashed there by Brad Cahill again, isn't it?
Yeah, just behind him is Paul Ivans. He is now 27 seconds ahead of Luke Handley in the Class B lead battle.
Will Beach going back out into the race underneath our commentary position.
So he's fallen behind Steve Cheetham as well, therefore, so down to 6th.
Yeah, but I think that'll be about as much as he'll lose.
So if Scott Parkin is going to pit, he's got to do it in the next couple of laps, hasn't he?
Well, he has.
Is there any sign of any pit stoppery going on it down below us, Area Motorsport?
No. Is the short answer to that.
Okay. So there out the pit lane is Will Beach, who had been doing a really good stint. I'm sure he'll be pleased with that, first time in that car.
There, 19 minutes left to go now in this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Oulton Park. If you're enjoying the action either at the circuit or on Alfa Live, that's a bit close,
Second
isn't
place,
it?
Or the Beeson car was one on the inside. It's Andy Bailey who gets shuffled off at Island Bend.
That's rather unceremonious, wasn't it?
So Jonathan Beeson, yeah, who was 3rd, a bit further back. Andy Bailey made it back to 13th on the back of the grid. So that was, what, top 5 in Class B? Don't think he'll lose any places, but that'd be quite a heart-stopping moment, you'd think.
Scott Parkin's just done another lap, or started another lap, by the way, so he's probably got this lap or the next lap he's going to have to make his pit stop on. You can see one of our clerks of the course making his way down the pit lane to speak to one of the teams.
Say, Area Motorsport, the car that's in 2nd place, also runs the leading car.
It does.
So Rob Baker climbs up Clay Hill then, and he completes another lap.
Yeah, so that's going to be 48 laps now completed by Baker and Swift, with 18 minutes of the race left to go. 26 seconds or so clear of Beeson now in 2nd place. Another 11 seconds behind them is Brad Cahill in 3rd, Steve Cheetham 4th, and Will Beach 5th after the Parkins have made their stop.
James Kells just set the fastest lap in Class C, 1 minute 58.67. That's not as quick as his own lap record, a few tenths away, 6 tenths away from that, which I think was set here last year. There's Chris Freeman. He hasn't had as good of a race as sometimes. He's in 14th, which is 5th, I think, in Class B. Yeah, he's moved ahead of Andy Bailey after Bailey had that off, so he did lose a couple of places. So tight it is within that class.
Just keeping an eye out. Into the pits comes a BMW. And into the pits comes Scott Parkin as well. Scott Parkin, at long last, has appeared in the pit lane. 16 3/4 minutes. I don't think he could have really afforded another. That's Andy Roby, but behind there is the 113 car of Scott Parkin, the race leader, that's been out there for an hour and 50 minutes very nearly.
It's almost like Ryan didn't want to drive it.
Well, a very interesting point. Actually, is there going to be another driver getting in? Well, yes, so let's wait and see how it all pans out. That's Scott getting out. Fuel goes in, yep. And you wouldn't have thought they'd put very much fuel in at this stage of the race, because there's only 16 minutes of it left. And sure enough, think they've done the job.
You do a tyre change as well.
Carl Swift again assisting.
It is a new driver getting in, isn't it? So
yeah.
Ryan Parkin will get a few laps, but not terribly many.
So where do we reckon they're going to finish in all of this?
Good question. Should be top 6, something like that.
Yeah, I would think.
The question is, can he get out ahead of Steve Cheetham? So if we've got 5 starts in the top 5 or not?
Yeah. So
exactly the same tyre being changed that got changed on the Will Beach car.
So yes, essentially, is that the one that comes under most stress around this lap?
Or are they changing one on the other side as well? Not sure.
So you can see at close quarters the work being done here to get that car out into the race once again. Doors closed. Just checking all the pressures as well by the looks of it. Keeping it nice and cool as well to prevent any overheating. But all of this will mean that at any moment now, I think, we'll see a change of lead on our timing screen, because Rob Baker should come through to take the lead in the number 1 car. That's the car that he shares with Carl Swift, who's been assisting with this pit stop we've been watching. Again, window's given a bit of a wipe. Make sure that Ryan can see the way clear. Looks, I think they're just coming out of Lodge corner now. Yes, we've got the leading car on the inset. You can see him, and there over the line goes Rob Baker, and that will be to take the lead.
Should be. Well, I'm slightly questioning it with the timing screens.
Yes, I am as well, because I just looked at the same thing and thought, oh, okay.
Yeah, because that.
Oh, yeah, because there's yes, it'll shake out after the next lap, won't it?
Because he's already crossed the line in the pit lane.
Exactly. Yes.
So that's second. Now it's back to be third for Parkins, because Jonathan Beeson comes through.
That's the 87 car.
And then Brad Kader will come through too. I wouldn't be surprised if they get back out in 4th.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they might do. So we've got Kayla just coming up to the line now. You can just see him in the back of shot. So here we go, third, and the 113 car's being pushed back out. No, they're just going to lose out, aren't they, I think, to Steve Cheetham. No, they're not. I beg your pardon, that's the wrong car I picked up. So they're going to get out ahead of Steve Cheetham as well. It's the Colin Gillespie car that I misidentified.
So there's our new leader then. The champions as well. Rob Baker at the wheel. Cole Swift started the car. And that is a car that's only ever lost once, I think, in its history of racing in the Club Enduro Championship, which twice actually, wasn't it? Once here last year, and then last time out at Silverstone.
That's right. But it's been it's served them pretty well, hasn't it, over the past couple of seasons or so. There is that 144 car, Sarah Hobson, who really enjoys the longer races and looking forward to racing at her home circuit. She's not been racing for that long, only a couple of seasons. And there she is, just behind on the road, behind the 481 car of Edward Christie.
In Class C, Ian, Jonathan Packer's lead has come back down to 5 seconds to Chris Webster.
Yes.
John Munro's dropped away a bit. Charlie Dark is 4th, and then James Kelly's up to 5th, so he's got past Jonathan Hayes. He's only 13 seconds behind class leader Jonathan Packer. So that's interesting to see how high up he can get.
Absolutely right. James Kell, very rapid driver in MX-5s, but also, as you say, British GT. He's raced in Ginettas as well.
Yeah, I think racing the McLaren this year. Last year raced the Toyota in British GT. So coming back to an MX-5 is a bit of a different experience. Yeah, I think it's next weekend, isn't it? The final round of British GT at Donington Park.
That's right.
Slightly different pace, but obviously likes having sort of a family day out with his dad, and he's been very quick here today at Oulton Park. And we shall see. So he's currently 5th, isn't he? With just over 10 minutes to go.
Yes. So we'll be able to see if he can break into the podium positions. There is the 68 car of James Kell. So he is just behind Charlie Dart. Will that be the case for much longer though? And you can see John Munro not that far up the road either in the 59 car. So that's the car that's running 3rd in Class C at the moment. That's the target then for James Kell in the last 10 minutes or so of this race. There's Kell in the green car, trying to get alongside that red BMW now, down towards the right-hander at Oulton corner, and he's done it. He's gone through into 4th position ahead of Charlie Dart. So James Kell now 4th within Class C, and he chases off after John Munro. And how much time does he need to make up to catch him?
Something like 2 seconds. Yeah, I think there's a dodgy transponder on the Kell car as well, so you have to watch out for that. But yeah, he's through into 4th. He is 14 seconds behind class leader, so 13 seconds behind class leader Jonathan Packer. In Class B, Luke Handley is 20 seconds behind Paul Ivans. I don't think he's quite going to get that. It's been a big old chase to try and do it, but championship still on the horizon for Luke Handley.
Yeah. So James Kell now is cleared. That car is going to have a say at lapping him in a minute, but he's catching John Munro and lapping about 2 seconds a lap faster anyway. So that's Rob Baker that's slotted in between the two of them now, briefly. I imagine he'll quickly clear past Munro as well. Munro himself is having a dice with the carts on a different lap as well. I think that's the Roy Baptiste BMW. It's also a Class C car, but not within the battle on this occasion.
Yeah, I think it pitted out of sequence, didn't it?
Yeah. So there's Kell right behind Baptiste now, but almost right with John Munro as well.
So very good recovery this for James Kell. They'd be a long way in front if they hadn't got that penalty, of course. Just being lapped by Steve Cheetah, who's trying to hang on to 5th place because he's only 6 seconds ahead of Will Beach. And James Alford's Golf is in trouble. Well, it's back up to speed, I think. It's
yes.
A bit smoky, so I wonder if he had a big lock-up or something into the Shell hairpin. And confirmation of that. So back going again, which is the main thing.
8 minutes remaining then in this race. So Carl Swift and Rob Baker, who's at the wheel of the car now, leads by 25 seconds from George Healer, which is shown in the invitation class. We'll get confirmation whether that's an invitation or Class A car in the end. And then 3rd place, number 126, that's Brad Kaler. 4th, after the late pit stop, 113, Ryan Parkin. And 5th, 43, Steve Cheetah, the first of the non-Seats in his Porsche. Number 43, the Lodge Sportsman. And 6th is the car that did make a stop to have a tyre change or wheel change. Will Beach, number 27, in the Seat.
Class C leader just going over Hilltop ahead of the Class A leader, Jonathan Packer. Another area motorsport run car. And there is Will Baker, our overall and Class A leaders, with probably 4 laps to go at the end of this one.
Yeah, and that's all that stands between them and confirmation of the championship.
The lead gap's been coming down, 23 seconds. It's not obviously going to be caught, but if Haler and Beeson didn't have that penalty, that would have been much tighter.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
And yeah, we've been lapping a couple of seconds quicker for the last 2 laps.
So
There's Luke Handley just at the background of shot. He is now still 20 seconds behind Paul Ivans. So Paul Ivans has picked up his pace, and James Keller's already passed John Munro for third in Class C, and he's not terribly far behind Chris Webster as the Roby BMW's back for the pits.
So for about the 5th or 6th time now in this race.
So yeah, Kel's got the Mazda back onto the podium. Second is a possibility.
Well, yes, Chris Webster, how far up the road is he?
4 seconds. Jonathan Packer, I think, will be out of reach.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, so there's Rob Baker then, number 1. That's the car and the duo that won the championship last year, and they also were second in Class A in 2019 as well, so they've been very successful over the past few seasons, the area motorsport team.
The parking, so that's now Ryan, isn't it? It's only 6 seconds, I think, behind Brad Kaler. Make that 5 as they cross the line. So the overall podium is not done yet, it would seem. But cars hopping over the curb like a touring car race there. So there you've got second in Class C, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, pretty much in one shot. The 2 BMWs there are right on the tail of John Munro. So that's 4th, 5th and 6th almost across the circuit together. And Jonathan Hayes gets 5th from Charlie Dark.
Yes.
The Class C race is pretty much all the way through been super tight, hasn't it?
It has, and Hayes there, coming back, they made a later stop than a lot of their competitors within Class C, into the sort of third of the safety car periods that we had. Most of the drivers and teams opted to stop in the second safety car period. So they're a little bit out of sequence from that point of view. But no, it's been really competitive within Class C, and that's good to see, actually. You know, we have the very rapid cars in Class A, but Class B and Class C have also delivered some very good racing in this Club Enduro Championship, not just today, but throughout the season. But in particular, today it's been a good race within Class C, I think.
And change the 4th across the line, because that's the BMW ahead now. Jonathan Hayes ahead of John Munro. Oh, and James Kell's just gone much quicker than he's gone all race long. 1:58.00, which is 600th underneath his own lap record. So he got there in the end.
Well, exactly, and that's you know, been inspired, no doubt, by the attempt to catch Chris Webster. He was nearly 3 seconds faster than Webster on that last lap, wasn't he? So the gap between them is down to 1.7.
There you are. There's Chris Webster, second in Class C. They're only 10 seconds behind class leader Jonathan Packer. So it's not like he's that far in front.
Yeah, and Packer sort of lapping in a similar pace to the Webster car, actually. So another 5 laps probably, and Kell could have won this class, couldn't he? Ooh, smoke.
John Munro falls behind Charlie Dark as well. So what, he was third for quite a while, back into second. He's dropped to 6th. So close it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some problems for that Mazda late in the race as well. So it had been running a little bit more strongly than it appears to be now.
Whether that's other people picking their pace up, or like you say, losing pace for Munro.
In Class B, Paul Ivans leads that by about 14 seconds now from Luke Handley. But Handley will do enough to wrap up the championship as Julia McBride's gone off at Ireland. It's a bit smoky, but the car moving again.
See the heat haze off the car as well.
Yeah. Only 3 minutes to go, but looks like he gets the car back out into the race. If there's some damage on the front of that car, it sort of almost looks like it.
For third, Ryan Parker's less than 4 seconds behind Brad Kaler now. So that gap continues to come down. Oh, the Porsche slowed.
It has, and just out of our window, by the way, we've had the change for second in Class C.
Is that fluid on the road? Yeah, look, cars going off everywhere here. There's fluid on the road, I think, from that car. John Langridge getting sideways. So this race, they might have another twist to it yet. So that's down at Island Bend through the Shell's hairpin. There's Jonathan Packer, Class C lead. He's got through there okay. There's a second place car almost going off, but just about staying on, of Jonathan Beeson. That's the last, and it's fluid going to be absolutely everywhere here, and the race leader's seeing it. There should be another lap to go at the end of this, assuming they don't end it early, and a big off there for the Stabiani car and Baptiste as well. No one's hit anything yet. It may not take too long though, because there are cars going off absolutely everywhere at the fastest corner on the circuit.
And the race being stopped, red flags go out, the race being brought to a halt, I'm afraid. And no doubt with that situation down there at the Shallow's corner, the checkered flag waving as well. So red and checkered finish to this race, the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. So it is won by Rob Baker and Carl Swift, about 25 seconds clear of George Healer. And Jonathan Beeson in second place, number 87. Third place going the way of Caswell and Kayla. In the 126 car, fourth to 113, Ryan and Scott Parkin, fifth to number 43, Steve Cheetham, the first of the Porsches, the first of the non-Seats, more to the point, sixth to number 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice, seventh to 22, the BMW, the first of the BMWs, Paul Browse and Luke Browse, eighth and winning Class B, number 70, Steve Hewson and Paul Ivans, ninth to number 51, Luke Handley, second place in Class B, but with that wraps up the Class B Championship, and 10th in the end goes the way of number 91, Oliver Owen and Ashley Bird in their BMW. I think that's probably the first time they popped up into the top 10 right at the end of the race. How's it looking further back behind that, and in particular in Class C, Josh?
Well, it's Jonathan Packer that won Class C. Second, Chris Webster and Matthew Tidmarsh. Depending where the lap goes back to where the results are taken, will the Kells still get on the podium?
I think it will go back a lap from to the lap before, so I think it'll be Webster that gets the second place in Class C.
I wonder who would get third.
I think that might still be the Kells. I think they might be all right for that, but we'll have to wait for the official confirmation of the results. But I think the overall top three and the class winners we can be fairly sure of. Baker and Swift, Healer and Beeson, Caswell and Kayla, the top three overall. Class B, Houston Ivans, and Class C, Jonathan Packer, number 78.
I guess it might be a little while before we get any more racing here at Oulton Park as well, because it's fluid around best part of half the track now.
Yeah, and there we are, there's Julie McBride's car dripping away merrily onto the tarmac. Fortunately, that stopped at on the old circuit there, the Foster's circuit, which is very rarely used these days.
But there is oil from Island all the way to Knickerbrook there.
Marshall's very quickly on the scene with their brooms, spades, and buckets of cement dust or whatever it is that they put down on the circuit these days. So very quickly interaction, fantastic work as ever by the Marshalls here at Oulton Park. Many, many thanks to them for all of their efforts. And look, here's some more Marshalls equally springing into action very quickly to do similar work on the exit of the corner. So there's a lot of oil or fluid to be dressed down there around the Island Bend, Shallow's corner, possibly all the way up to Hislop Chicane. So a good portion of the lap. So the race being brought to a slightly premature conclusion. We're within a couple of minutes of the checkered flag. Anyway, best lap of the race, that went to Scott and Ryan Parkin with a 1:49.56, just outside the lap record, actually by 8/100ths of a second. So no new overall lap record within Class A. And yep, Marshalls with their yellow flags, making sure that all the drivers know to head into Parc Ferme rather than to head straight back to their pit garages, because they're all based in the pit lane. Anyway, it can go down to the pit lane now, or to Parc Ferme, more to the point, and John Ratcliffe is ready to speak with the leading finishers from the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race.
You join me down in Parc Ferme. It's all got a bit mental at the end of that one, hasn't it? Not too sure what happened. We got a bit of slippery stuff down at the hairpin at the bottom. It has just started to rain, so that could be interesting for our races later on today. Now, the cars have just pulled in. If you want to pan around and have a look at these absolute beauties, we've got the class winners. I believe the Class A winner, the Class B winner on our right, and then the Class C winner on our left. But as you can see, the garlands getting stuck on the cars. Everyone very, very happy to be finishing where they are. Now, I hope we're going to be able to talk to everyone. I think we'll have a quick chat to our Class C winner to begin with. Now, sir, Class C win. Yes. Fantastic. You must be happy with that one.
Yeah, extremely happy considering how hard it was. Many safety cars. Oil, lots of oil spillages, literally on the last lap there when they just red flagged it. There was oil from Shell Oils, literally right round to coming up to Druids. So, they called the right decision to stop it. But it was a battle because I started at the back. So I was at the very, very back. I started on the rolling start as the last car. So it was a really good battle. Car's been brilliant. Area Motorsport have done an amazing job as usual. And I'd like to say thanks to Tom, my mechanic, who's done a sterling job. We pitted at the right time. Safety car came out, and I didn't know really whether to chase it for a lap and try and gain some time and pit, but gut feeling was just a pit. So that's exactly what we did, and it was obviously the right decision. So yeah.
It must have been fun from the back fighting through all the different cars. I mean, you must have been on 100% the whole 2 hours, really.
Yeah, it was basically qualifying laps for the whole 2 hours. Yeah, I think I got a warning flag for track limits because I was just late on the brakes into this corner so many times, just trying to manage the gap from the other car behind me in second place. But 2 hours hard work. Definitely need a drink of water, and yeah.
I think you need a bit more than a water after that, maybe a cheeky pint or two.
Yeah, I've got to drive back to London.
Got it. Maybe one when you're back in London.
Yeah, but I'm at Snetterton next Saturday for the road sports. So I'm hoping to win. I think it's close. There's a couple of points between me and first place in Class C there as well. So yeah, next week at Snetterton, I'll be back.
Another celebratory weekend next weekend then, hopefully.
Hopefully, went there last week to do a little bit of sneaky testing, and yeah, the pace was really good, really good. So we should be good. We should be good for next week.
I wish you the best of luck, mate, and well done on your class win again. Cheers. Thanks for speaking with us. Awesome. Let's have a chat with, I believe, our Class B winner over here. Sirs, Class B win? Fantastic. Well done. How does it feel to take the Class B win?
Excellent. Steve had an absolutely fantastic start, set the pace. We thought we'd cocked up a bit, didn't we, when we didn't pit under the first safety car. We weren't ready, but then the second one came along, Steve came in, we got in and out, and for me it was relatively easy, to be honest with you, towards the end. He did all the hard work.
Well, let's talk to our other fine gentleman over here. What was all this fine work that you got up to out there?
It was lively the first few laps. I took a shunt from behind on lap 1 and a little tap off another car later on into the race. But Class B, it's our only race we've done with this championship this year. Myself and Paul, we've both raced previously, but not this year in this championship. So it's tight in Class B. There's some really good cars there and a big variety, the lighter stuff with less power, heavier stuff like us with more power. So when we're going wheel to wheel against them, it's lively racing. Really good, great fun.
Yeah, it looked really fun out there. You managed to not take any damage then from that little bit of impact?
No, we've done okay on that one. It's quite a pretty car, we like to think. So yeah, we got some sponsorship last year from Intelligent Money, who also sponsor British GT. So they give us a bit of help with the car and a bit of the racing. So yeah, I'm happy it's still looking pretty for them.
Oh no, absolute beauty of a car, and yeah, you've taken it to where it should be, the class win. So well done, chaps. Thank you for speaking with us. Now let's also speak with, I think the guys have just gone over here, with this beauty, the Seat Leon. Look at it. As we said, that Porsche over there is a beauty. Seat's also a beauty, and the Honda as well. So lots of fantastic cars in this long endurance race. So a lot of drivers quite red in the face after that one. But let's have a chat with our top class winners, our outright winners. How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, good. That was a stressful race for all the team, to be fair. The fuel issue didn't help, but we got that under control, and the safety cars helped, and the stop 3 minutes early. But Rob did a great job pulling in more than half the race and yeah, take the championship again. Yeah,
It looked like the other car, I can't remember the names of the guys that you were helping out in the pit lane. Looked like they might get it if the safety car came out. Lucky for you, it didn't happen. It didn't quite work out for them. I think they finished in 4th overall in the end. But yeah, how did you feel about that, not going their way?
Strangely, we'd tried a different tyre. I mean, we've stuck with the same tyre the whole season because it's been the one that we've found out of all the ones we've tried, and they gave a new tyre a go, and it's looking like it might have some performance because right at the very end they punched in their fastest lap, which was the fastest they've done. So we're going to have to give them a go as well. Yeah.
Definitely something to try in future. How was that final stint for you, sir?
It was all right, apart from in our pit stop, we didn't get any fuel in the car because we've got a problem. So we did the whole race on 100 litres, and thankfully there was a couple of safety cars because we wouldn't have made it. We finished this with 3 litres, 4 litres left in it. So there was a lot of coasting and lifting, and the guys did a great job keeping me updated on the gaps behind. Scott and Ryan in our hire car, because that's what it is, did an amazing job putting in those lap times. They had a bit of a bad day yesterday with an accident, and then we had to change the gearbox overnight, so the team did great doing that. So I'm really pleased to see them finish. Luke in our team got Class B Championship. Packer won Class C, so we've had a great day. Everyone's done brilliantly, including the team.
No, it's all gone well for everyone, and as I said earlier, with you helping out the other team, it was great to see the sportsmanship as well across the pit lane, everyone all assisting everyone, and everyone having a great time. So overall, a very good race, yeah?
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, one of the guys that pushed us all the way is also in our team. They got their car from Lithuania on Wednesday, turned up here Thursday, did some bits, tested it Friday and raced it today. So they've jumped in that car and done that, and up until, unfortunately, they had a puncture, they were running in second, I think, for the last 25 minutes, so they did brilliantly as well. So yeah, don't know where everyone else came because I was driving the car, but from what I know, everyone had a good day, hopefully.
Yeah, good. And well done, guys, and congratulations on the outright win. But yeah, as they said, it all going a bit crazy at the end. Lots of people changing positions. Obviously, we had the bit of spillage down at the hairpin. Some people going off and having a disastrous end to 2 hours of racing. But there we are. Fantastic, well done to everyone getting on all their class wins. And we've still got 4 races to come, believe it or not, even after a 2-hour race like that. So I believe coming up next is the Sport 1000s. However, it has just started to pitter-patter down here. So we might see some interesting racing coming up next. So don't go anywhere.
Yes, it's the second race of the afternoon for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship coming up next. And that'll be a few minutes away still because the car's still not released from the assembly area. There's work still being done around the circuit to dress the fluid that was put down towards the end of that Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. But just as soon as all of that work has been done, the Sports 1000 cars will be released out onto the track, and we will look forward to the final 4 races of the day. After this, we've got, there you can see the work going on and how much there is of it for those of you watching on the live stream. After the Sports 1000s, we've got the second race of the day for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship, and the Alfa Romeo, the high-tech electronics materials Alfa Romeo Championship to round out the day. I guess at this point of the day, Josh, we're in a situation where I think all of the overall championships have now been resolved, because we had in the early races, Aaron Cook and James Harridge both did enough to seal their respective championships, the MR2s and the Formula Vs. So now there may be some class positions and overall positions to be sorted, but the overall championship's all resolved.
Yes, so it means that we don't have to go too crazy on the maths for the rest of the day. But we can talk you through the points in the Sports 1000 if you like.
Let's have a look at how that looks now after the earlier race.
So one race to go. Ryan Yarrow then leads the championship, or he's won the championship. He's on 291. Second is Michael Roots on 244. Third is Victor Newman on 217. Fourth is Colin Chapman on 210, and fifth is Richard Miles on 210. So a really close battle there for third between Victor Newman, Colin Chapman and Richard Miles. Ahead of this, the next race of the day for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship.
And we'll look ahead to that after a short break.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise. To only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rymax lubricants, made in Holland.
So the car's about to head out onto the circuit for race 2 of the day, the final round of the season for the Rymax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. And let's have a look at the grid, which was set by the fastest lap times from the race that we had early on today, which was won by Michael Roots. But the fastest lap time went to the champion, Ryan Yarrow, with 1:44.42. So car number 1 on pole position, and alongside him, number 24, Rich Miles. On the second row, it's going to be 5 Michael Roots and 6 Daniel Lana. Third row is 20 James Walker and 77 Matt Thomas. On to the fourth row of the grid, that's where we find 67 Victor Newman and 63 Colin Chapman. The fifth row, 72 Jonathan McGill and 31 Colin Spicer. Sixth row, 44 Carl Austin and 9 Ian Hutchinson. And then the seventh and final row, 21 Phil Hutchins and 69 Vincent Dubois. So the majority of the cars on this grid are Spires, but there are a few Mittels as well, and the first of those is in third position. You can see the Mittel cars, the red and green M livery of Michael Roots. The race 1 winner, third in the queue there, behind the 2 Spires of Ryan Yarrow and Rich Miles. The race earlier on today was a bit chaotic. There was some, I think, some fluid down in that race as well, which caused a few shenanigans, and Michael Roots it was that came through it all to win the race by around about 10 seconds in the end in his Mattel from the champion, Ryan Yarrow, in second place, number 1. Dan Lana just about clung on to a podium. Third place he held on to from Rich Miles.
Accounted for. I think Victor Newman is 4 points ahead of Richard Miles, and then Colin Chapman a further 5 back. So where they're starting on the grid, Rich Miles is sort of in the box seat, I think. Not sure if you agree with all that, Ian.
I've not worked that out. I was wondering, have you looked at Sporting Cup or not?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, I can get the overall points, can't I? Can I work that out?
Yeah. Okay.
So Colin Spicer is ahead by 2 points on ahead of Jonathan McGill, but Spicer's got more points to drop. So I reckon McGill is 1 point ahead of Spicer there.
Oh, so that's going to be an exciting conclusion to the season then in the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship, the Sporting Cup for drivers that don't finish on the overall podium.
And actually, Cole Austin, because he gets 2 drops at 0, is actually ahead of both of them, I think.
Oh, right.
By 2 points.
Okay, so that's really tight, isn't it? With sort of 3 points covering 3 of them.
Yeah, let's get that onto another spreadsheet.
Okay, you focus on the spreadsheet. I'll focus on the cars that are heading up to the grid now. It's going to be a 20-minute race for this Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. It's a gloomy afternoon here still. There's rain forecast. Radar showing it's going to get here within the next 50 minutes or so, I think. So how much rain that will be when it arrives, I'm not quite sure. But the Sports 1000 teams will be relieved if they can get through the next 20 minutes without serious rainfall. The cars do run on treaded tyres. They're not on slicks. So that, they might have a different set of tyres that they would want to run in wet weather, though. Last few cars heading into position then. Looking forward to this one. Ryan Yarrow, champion, looking to get out on a high with a victory at his closest circuit to home. But Rich Miles alongside him on the front of the grid will be determined to stop him, I'm sure, as the race gets underway for 20 minutes. And it's a pretty even start between the 2 front row drivers. A good start by Daniel Lana as well from the outside of the second row of the grid. There's Jonathan McGill and Colin Spicer, 2 of the Sporting Cup combatants in close proximity as well. But it is Ryan Yarrow that has the lead then. Rich Miles second, and Michael Roots has slotted into third then as they head through Cascades for the first time.
Yeah, so that got pretty tight because the front row men didn't really make as good starts as those behind. So it got very close, but they got away with it. Ryan Yarrow then ahead of Miles, who's trying to grab 3rd place in the championship here. And then in 3rd place is Michael Roots, the earlier winner. Then Dan Lana, then Colin Chapman, then James Walker. Victor Newman and Matt Thomas were very close to one another. They're side by side. And Cole Austin near the back, the driver trying to win the Sportsman's Cup title.
Yeah, so big clouds of dust being kicked up by the cars as they head through the area where the fluid was put down in the earlier race. You can see exactly where that car pulled off, but it is...
Lana's off.
Lana is indeed off, and we'll see where he comes back on, but it's... yeah, there he is. He's
he was anyway.
Where he was in 4th position. So it's Yarrow leading, Miles in 2nd, Roots in 3rd, Lana in 4th, so we've got the Mattel's 3rd and 4th. Then a gap back to 5th position, and that is where we find the car of number 63, Colin Chapman.
Yes, well, all of our Sportsman's Cup drivers are right near the back, aren't they, battling for that title. There's Colin Spicer, there's Jonathan McGill, and there's Cole Austin.
And Cole Austin's got most to do then, hasn't he, you would think, from that position.
Yeah, so plenty of interest as Victor Newman tries to gain positions. Couldn't quite do it. He was trying to get the better of James Walker, but that didn't happen for him as the leaders last across the line, with Ryan Yarrow leading the way after 1 lap of ahead of 20 minutes of competition, which will be something like 12 laps going off the earlier race. And down through Denton's goes the battle for just behind the leaders that turn their way through. That would have been about of a 5th, wasn't it, we were looking at a moment ago, but it is Yarrow then that leads down to Highland Bend, trying to get away from Rich Miles, who's there in 2nd place. The top 4 just broke away a little bit here, Ian.
Yes, they have indeed, from Colin Chapman in 5th position, which is possibly not too surprising. James Walker there in 6th, Victor Newman 7th, Matt Thomas in 8th, and there's another gap back to the next group of cars, which is headed by Ian Hutchinson, I think, in 9th position.
Rich Miles is spectacular over the curve into Britain's.
Often a good driver to watch. Down towards the right-hander at Hislops they go again. Dan Lawler just not quite able to keep pace with the first 3 as things stand. So it's Yarrow number 1 that leads the way. He was sort of keen when he could afford to go racing that this is what he would go racing in, and he has no particular aspirations to go anywhere else now. He's wrapped up his 2nd championship in 2 years after only about, I think, 3 or 4 years of racing in the category. Does a lot of the work himself as well, so a real proper clubman effort from Ryan Yarrow, and it's been rewarded with 2 championships in a row now. And there's Richard Miles in 2nd, and then Michael Roots in 3rd in one of the Mittel chassis.
In the background, Victor Newman has got past James Walker. It's taken him all lap to do it, but he made the move into launch, so he's up to 6th.
In one of the other Mittel chassis, and Mittel getting ever busier, speaking to Scott and Ian Mittel earlier on. Scott will be out getting for the Bike Sports Championship next weekend, and also Dan Gore hoping to win the F1000 Championship for the team at Snetterton next weekend, which of course you can watch on the Alfa live stream. Back here today though, Josh.
Fastest lap for Roots in 3rd in the Mattel, 1:47.7, 3 seconds slower than the earlier race, perhaps due to that cement dust down.
Well, and there's been dampness in the air. We've seen some cars with wipes on. Squirrel at Druids, proper Woodland circuit this.
Colin Chapman under pressure for 5th. Victor Newman trying to go around the outside. These two battling in the championship as well, of course. With Chapman a few points adrift. They come down into Britain's then on lap 3 of this race. Newman not finding it easy, is he, to progress through the order. And up front, the top 3 pretty close together. Yarrow, Miles, Roots as they turn their way through. The 3 of them with quite a bit of different background, really, haven't they? Rich Miles done some slim car racing.
Yep.
Roots did a bit of low cost and some karting.
Yeah, and Yarrow hadn't really done a lot for quite some time before he got into the Sports 1000 a few years ago. Just waited until he'd accumulated the funds to be able to afford to do it, because even at a relatively humble level like this, club racing is not something that you can do particularly cheaply, but the 750 Most Club and Sports 1000 in particular do target the very affordable and relatively low cost end of the market.
Here's some of our Sportsman Cup drivers. Jonathan McGill in there, but it's Colin Spicer that's leading the group, isn't it, who are battling for the championship, but he's the one that's furthest behind in the championship. So this, I think the championship battle is going to get very close in that Sportsman Cup, which is for drivers that haven't finished on the podium, isn't it, over the course of the season. Hopefully
you'll be able to get your spreadsheet completed. You seem to be taking over that mantle today, which is very good of you. There's the 69 car, Vincent Dubois. He's in 14th position, but you can see he's got 5 cars in pretty close proximity ahead of him, so it's not too far off the pace by any stretch of the imagination.
McGill passes Hutchins, which puts him within a plate of Spicer, which he needs to be.
Yeah, and that's 11th place now, but yes.
Actually, each, I reckon, if it finished as it were, they'd all finish on equal points, Austin, McGill and Spicer. So Spicer needs to get past Phil Hutchins here.
Well, we're not going to have a situation, I don't think, where one of them finishes on the podium, sort of exits the championship battle that way. As look at this now for the lead. It's much closer all of a sudden. Rich Miles and Ryan Yarrow and Michael Roots there as well, down at Hislop chicane. Practically, you could throw a handkerchief over them, I think, as things stand, if you've got a good aim. Up towards Druids they go once again, and squirreled off to the left-hand side of the circuit. But no concern to Miles, who's really pushing Ryan Yarrow very hard here, the champion for this season. I mean, these 3 drivers have been the drivers to beat this year. I think that's fair to say. They've done most of the race winning between them.
All of the race winning, have they not?
I think they probably have, yes. I hadn't got my piece of paper in front of me, but certainly these have been the men to beat this year. Of course, Ryan Yarrow last year was pushed very hard by Richard Morris, who's gone on to race Pragas in Brick Car this year. But you can see how they're getting away now from Daniel Lana, more than 5 seconds ahead of Lana now. in fourth position, who in that Oulton Mittal just not able to stay with these cars, I don't think.
So the top three head down towards Island. Newman's fifth now, isn't he? And going after Lana. So that's going to be interesting to see what kind of pace he can get into that car. And Miles to the inside of Yarrow, there isn't room though. And Reitz just dropped away a little bit, but not too far, half a second or so perhaps. And they'll go off down towards Britain. There's Lana and there's the chasing Victor Newman, who's been quick, but hasn't won a race this season.
No, it's at times you've thought that possibly he would do, and he's had close opportunities. Anglesey, he went well, I seem to remember.
Phil Hutchins has pitted, which gives Cole Austin the advantage in the Sportsman's Cup Championship battle.
Yeah, out of the race, judging from the signal of the marshal there as well, so he's going to be not going back out into the race either.
Of course, he had those problems earlier that caused the problems, and Ian Hutchins is going off. He was having probably one of his better races, wasn't he, up in 9th place, but that's gone a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, no, yes, he has managed to sort of try and resume the circuit there. Ian Hutchinson was in 9th position, but we're falling back behind those cars now. So Phil Hutchins, though, out of the race. I think he's going to be switching to a different car for next season, from what I understand, from speaking to Scott Mattel earlier.
Did I see Paul Rogers has got a car for next year?
Yeah, I think it's looking promising that we should see some good numbers. A few people coming back out for next season and new drivers onto the grid from what I understand. So I look forward to the 2022 Sports 1000 season. I mean, the numbers have been good earlier on in the season. Not quite so many here at Oulton Park this weekend, but we have had 20 cars on occasion this year.
Some close racing this season as well. The Snetterton races were particularly close. Again here, it's not very much separating the top three, just 0.8 of a second.
Well, no, after already 9.5 minutes of racing, so really, really close stuff. And, you know, it's Yarrow that's won the championship, but I think it could just as easily on pace have been the likes of Roots or Miles this season, or Newman for that matter, could have been right up there, had looked on his way a little more, I think.
Cole Austin's fallen behind Vincent Dubois, so that means the three Sportsman Cup drivers are on the same points again.
Oh. Yeah, that spreadsheet of yours will be emitting smoke and flames if it keeps changing at this rate.
Here's the top three. They're very close. Lap 6, Miles tries to take a more swooping line through the chicane. But then kind of gets stuck at Knickerbrook, doesn't it? It's not a place to park, particularly in these cars. But he's got a good exit, so he's going to be alongside Yarrow. Oh, not quite. Yarrow managed to cover him off, but that was close. As they went up the hill, and is that giving Roots a good run into Druids? Again, it's not really a place to pass. So Ryan Yarrow, who did do the fastest lap on the last lap, but the two behind, if anything, look a bit quicker. Half the race still to go.
Indeed, it's become a bit of a by-mark category between the Spires and the Mittels, but that's not to say that there's not other chassis available that you can race and develop yourself. And hope to be competitive in the Royal Max Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. All of the cars on the grid today are rear-engined, but you can have a front-engine configuration, and it used to be a separate class for that, but now everyone goes into the same class structure. We're going to get a change here, I think. Michael Roots alongside down through Denton's and towards Cascades. In the end, he couldn't convert it and couldn't get ahead of Rich Miles and up into second position. So Miles it is that holds on to P2, and that's given Yarrow a bit of breathing space now, Josh.
Yeah, it was sideways out of Old Hall for Miles that caused all of that. 4-4, Victor Newman is ahead of Dan Lana. He's 7.5 seconds behind the leaders, so let's see if he can catch at all.
Out of our window, Colin Spicer and Jonathan McGill were sort of nose to tail going into...
McGill's gone off, so that's not going to help his case, is it?
And also Matt Thomas now has got a 5-second penalty. I don't think that's going to come into the equation because he's more than 20 seconds clear of anybody else in this race as things stand.
He's right behind the other two, though, so if he gains position on the track, it might not stand in the results.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to impact the Sporting Cup battle, was the point. As Yarrow and Miles head through Knickerbrook up Clay Hill with 8 minutes of the race left to go. They're working lap 7 at the moment, so probably 5 more laps to go at the end of this one. There is the 5-car.
Oh, Miles is off.
Oh, he is off. Oh. And he's lost some bodywork. And yes, the car's going backwards and is now stationary broadside across the track. So hopefully other drivers will see him and be able to avoid him. Yes, that was off. That obviously dislodged the bodywork as the car spun around, and I imagine the car has stalled. So now only half of the track width under the Warwick Bridge is available. 7 minutes of the race left to go in this Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. So it's Raniero leading now by 1.29 seconds as the red lights go on and the race being stopped. So the race being stopped here with the Rich Miles car broadside across the track at a place that's not particularly accessible for the marshals to get at it. Now, we'd only got 7 minutes of the race left to go.
And I think if we're going against light today, that'll be the end of that race, won't it?
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye out to see if we see a checkered flag as well to confirm that. And we'll see where the cars are directed as well, whether they are directed into Parc Fermé or into or left to wait on the grid. We'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen here, but only 7 minutes to go. Rich Miles out of the car, he's all right. I don't think he hit anything. It was just the undulations on the ground that dislodged the bodywork and ultimately causing damage to the car, which ended up broadside across the track, more or less under the Warwick Bridge. And the drivers are being... Well, they're having many yellow flags waved at them, I can see, and they are at the moment stopping on the grid, but that's not to say that we will get a restart, but we will just have to wait and see. I mean, actually that Miles car shouldn't take too long to recover. The time-consuming bit here would be to get the new grid out and the race being restarted.
So, assuming red flag doesn't bring the results back too much, I think Austin, McGill and Spicer will all finish on 181 points.
So you've fed that into the spreadsheet now?
I'm quietly confident that I've put everything in correctly.
Drivers are now being shown, yes, checker flags waving, and drivers being shown into Parc Fermé, so that race coming to a premature end, I'm afraid.
And I guess with Miles off and out, Victor Newman will get third in the championship, therefore, as well, in the other battle.
Yes, because whatever happens, Rich Miles won't be classified in the results, will he? Because he was the driver that caused the red flag, and...
So Colin Spice
wasn't winning at the time of it.
Colin Spice has had a fifth. Jonathan McGill's had a fifth. Cole Austin, oh, he had a third, so he wasn't actually in that battle, was he?
Well, he was shown in the points table.
Okay, is that third correct?
No, hold on, he wasn't shown in the points table.
Right, so he wasn't involved anyway. So it was just equal then between Spicer and McGill. They both had a fifth, but I think Spicer had two.
Okay, so it might be unofficially Colin Spicer that wins the Sporting Cup this year.
Very unofficially, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, so Kyle Austin not actually included in those because he did have that third place at...
First round at Silverstone.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Oh, that was where we had a number of drivers that were had sort of ride height infringements, wasn't it? And a few exclusions. So that's it, an inauspicious way to end the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, really.
These last rounds aren't going well, are they? Because Type R Trophy was last round ended in a safety car a few weeks ago. Club Enduro ended in a red flag. Sports 1000 has now ended in a red flag.
Don't tempt fate, Josh. We're not going to carry on this trend.
It's so unusual, though, isn't it? Which is the thing. And pretty much no other races have had stoppages or even safety cars, and then the last round of the championships have not ended in the way that it was hoped.
No, well, hopefully Rich Miles' car can be recovered fairly quickly so we can get onto our next race fairly soon. The Oulton Park recovery vehicle already on scene. It didn't hit anything, so there's no tyre walls to rebuild. As far as we can see, it didn't drop any fluid. There's no fluid to dress, so it should be fairly straightforward, and we can get the cars out for the next race of the day shortly, which is going to be for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, race 7 on the programme. And we will hopefully head down to Parc Fermé in just a moment, and that will give us the opportunity to hear from the leading contenders from the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 race that we have that we've just seen. But for the moment, the marshals and all of the other officials are doing the recovery work. But let's head down to Parc Fermé now, and once again to John Ratcliffe.
Well, that was certainly an interesting end to our Sports 1000 race with a little crash, and then with only about 7 minutes to go, they called it for the race. But I've already got Ryan Yarrow here to chat with me. That one went a little bit more to plan than the first race, didn't it?
Yeah, I actually got off the line. It still wasn't great, but I think Richard had similar problems, so I actually bogged it this time, and then I had to dip it and get it going. And then I was just super tentative around all that back section where all the oil and dust is for, to be honest, the whole race, because I just thought it could spit me off really quickly. At least if I'm leading, I can just hold people up. It's a shame how the race has ended, but I think Richard's all right. So, but yeah, this is my local track. I didn't, the first race was fun for a lot of reasons, but I wanted to come away with a win on my doorstep. So yeah, I'm happy from that point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations on your home win. And yeah, I was going to say, we were watching you defending for a lot of that race. It must have been quite a bit of pressure from behind.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of used to it. I mean, it's one of them things, and you start to see where you're fast and where you're not. So even if they catch you up at a certain point every lap, you can then drag it back out, and then it just keeps happening. And yeah, I think I was being a lot more tentative around where all the dust was and that, but I thought, well, it's kind of mine to lose, so yeah, and I don't want to go into winter with a car to repair. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think you made the right decision. I definitely saw a couple of people bin it off down there, so well done, mate. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Then we got P2 to speak to. Michael, is it? Hello. Yes, Michael. Well done, sir. Congratulations on the P2.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, big shout out to Ryan. He's been a great driver all year. So hats off to him for like dominating, really, I would say, the championship. I'm going to try and do a better job next year. And but yeah, the race was it was exciting. Yeah, the car was just starting to get there, and like we'd set it up to come on a bit later, and yeah, but at least Rich is okay. And
yeah, exactly. Did you see exactly what happened? Because you were just behind him, weren't you, when the crash happened? Did you see what happened?
Yeah, I think he got a bit sideways going into the double right, and then it shot him out a bit wide, and by that time he's on the grass, and then it kind of just ended up catching him, and then yeah, he kind of just pirouetted. And then I had to make a decision, like, do I slow down? Because he was coming back onto the track, or did I have enough time to kind of just keep it buried? And I kept it buried, but I don't think he came out to the track too much anyway. But yeah, we were all pushing. I mean, it looked like we were quicker than Ryan, but I think Ryan didn't have anything to aim at. We had him to try and chase, and it's a lot easier to catch and follow than it is to lead. So. But I'm gutted because it would have been a really exciting race, and like Victor was obviously there getting into the fold as well. So yeah, it could have been a really good final race. So a bit disappointing from that perspective, but at least I've come away with the car in one piece.
Exactly.
And yeah, the budget can go on to maintaining it for next year.
Exactly. Yeah. From what we did see, it was a fantastic race, and yeah, congratulations on the P2, mate. Thank you for speaking with us. And then our third place man. Hello, sir, Victor. Fantastic race from you there, and managing to just about grab a podium at the end there. How was that for you?
It was great. It's a great feeling to end up on a high after such a bad weekend, so I'm really happy with that, really pleased with that. I want to thank Sharon Meatel for everything she does for the team as well, and yeah, it was cracking. I wish the race was longer, just like you said, so we had that last battle, but no, I'll take it. Missing the fastest lap for 200s as well, which kind of makes me sad, but it was great. It was great.
That's what it is. Was there anything, because we can't lie, we were focusing on the front three for quite a bit of that. Was there any particular moments in the race that stood out for you?
I would say at the time we had a battle with Dan Larner, the last corner, so I went on the outside, cut back. It was really fun. Obviously, every single overtake is always fun to do. But yeah, no, cracking race. You should watch it. You should watch my onboard, though, for real.
Send it to me, mate. I'll definitely take a look. Definitely. Cheers for chatting with us. Cheers, buddy. Again, fantastic race in Sports 1000. As they all said, a bit gutting that it had to end how it did, but it is what it is, and that's racing. We're going to move on to, I believe, coming up next, the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship.
So the final round ahead of us for the 2021 Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, and early on today we saw the championship wrapped up in favour of Aaron Cook, and he did that with a win in the first of the races today. He's not going to take part in this second race. We'll go through the grid for this one in a moment. In that earlier race, it was eventually a 2.3 second win for Aaron over Sean Trainer, but actually it was much closer for a lot of the race, wasn't it, Josh?
It was, and this is going to be interesting to see if anyone could take it to Sean Trainer, therefore, because they were both quite a long way ahead of the rest. I think most of the championship's fairly well sorted. Aaron Cook, he comes into this race on 642 points. Sean Trainer, 623. Cam Walton, 756. And Adam Lockwood on 555 and Paul Cook on 552. So I guess that's a battle of a fourth in the championship. Then Darren Aldworth, Ben Rowe, Jim Mew, Paul Hinton and Daniel Sylvester, top 10 in the championship coming into the final round.
Absolutely right. In the race early on, we had Cam Walton third overall and winning Class B for the Mark II cars. But it was a good drive from Ben Rowe, wasn't it? He got up to fourth position in the end from, I think it was 8th on the grid. So Ben Rowe had a good drive early on. Adam Lockwood was 5th, Peter Hickton 6th, and another driver to make up places during the first race was Paul Cook. He got through into 7th place from 12th on the grid. Now we're sitting there on board with the number 24 of Daniel Sylvester, and two observations. One, the wipers going, and 3, his windscreen's a little bit on the smeary side.
He's going to be starting pretty much in the middle of the grid, row 7. That was where all the action was early, wasn't it? He was involved in. So that bodes well for action from the onboard camera during the course of this race, I think.
Yeah, just checking the watch, get a move on. And also we've got a camera on Sam Harper's car, number 18. And where does Sam Harper start? He starts on row 8 of the grid. So got a couple of cars that are going to be right in the thick of the action. Oh, and make that 3, because there's Maxine Nichols, number 17.
Row 10.
So she's row 10. So I think those onboard cameras, all being well, will be guaranteed to see plenty of action from them during the course of this race. And Maxine having even getting shout-outs from all the way from America. So that's great. And good to see so many viewers and so many comments coming in on the YouTube footage from all around the world. But the car's heading out onto the circuit now, ahead of this 15-minute race, final round of the championship for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship race of the season. The grid for this is set by the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So Aaron Cook, had he been there, would have started the race on pole position, but there'll be a gap on row 1 where he should have been. Let's have a look at the grid. And there you see confirmation it would have been Aaron Cook on pole, but it is number 27 Sean Trainer second on the grid. Second row 26 Paul Cook. Well, that was good reward for his drive in race 1. And 50 Cam Walton next to him, the first of the Mark IIs. Third row 22 Nick Williamson, and 84 is Neil Stratton. On the fourth row it's going to be 25 Paul Hinson and 4 Peter Higton. The fifth row is 2 Ben Rowe and 11 Adam Lockwood. The sixth row 86 Lee Brown and 78 Jim Mew. Row 7, 24 Daniel Sylvester, one of our camera cars, and 6 Darren Aldworth. Rhys Dorman 13 and Sam Harper 18 are on the 8th row. Via Aldridge 65 and Andrew Ruthven 82 on row 9. Big old grid this. Then row 10 it's 17 Maxine Nichols and 99 Oliver Aldworth. 36 Georgios Georgides and 12 Gary Patterson on row 11. The 12th row Jim Cook 68 and Nick Emily in 52. Row 13 number 5 Dave Hemingway and 30 Andy Williams. 19 Cameron Bell and 56 Nathan Hamilton on row 14. Micah Brown 58 and Patrick Stoner number 20 on row 15 of the grid. On the 16th row it's 14 Gareth Baxter, 74 David Mustard, David Rowe 59 and Martin Davis 55 on row 17. The 18th row is 57 Chris Brown and 70 Stuart Briley. And final few cars, in fact just the one car remaining on the grid, is number 16 Daniel Farmer. He starts on row 19. So a big grid of cars for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, as it always is. A mixture of the Mark 1s from the 80s, the Mark 2s from the 90s, and the Roadsters, the Mark 3s from the 2000s, which were the most recent addition to the championship. And in race 1, they had 4 out of the top 6 positions. Definitely some spots of rain there, Josh, on the windscreen of Daniel Sylvester, number 24.
Absolutely. See, Dan is getting quite a bit of support from back at home, so thanks to everybody who's tuning in. And I think this is going to be quite lively. You saw the Sports 1000 lap times were a couple of seconds off, weren't they? They were quite tentative. And this is going to be interesting. You've still got the cement dust down there. Can a Mark 2 take it to Sean Traynor? Because this time there's quite a lot of Mark 2s towards the front of the grid, which there wasn't earlier. Earlier with Paul Cook and Nick Williamson much higher up the grid than earlier. Ben Rowe, actually, you mentioned him. He starts 9th, so he starts further down than earlier. So he's got all that work to do again.
Yeah, absolutely right. So they can see the car on pole position, the sort of martini stripe down the middle of Sean Traynor's car, but with the black bumper now on that car. Looks a little bit incongruous, but there we go. I'm sure that'll be sorted over the winter, and it'll look pristine again. There's Sam Harper's car, number 18. Sam was going really well in the first part of the opening race, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's as high as 3rd, and then sort of went backwards. So this time he starts a lot further back, so perhaps they move forwards. He starts on row 8 here.
Good to see all the people watching. Randy, Tim, Julian, Sarah, Mick. Lots of people sending messages on the YouTube feed, but not too much more time to worry about those now because the final few rows of cars are coming into position. There's the view from Daniel Sylvester's car, number 24 on row 7 of the grid.
They're still coming. There's still more cars
They
to
are.
line up.
Luke Austin, our producer, has been slightly nervous all day that we might sort of have coming together of all 3 camera cars at Oulton Corner, and they are in reasonably close proximity on the grid for this one. I don't mind pointing out. So let's hope that doesn't happen, and they all get through turn 1 safely at the beginning of this race. But there's a non-negligible chance it might not all work out, but we'll see. 15 minutes ahead of us. 5-second board goes up. Sean Traynor on his own on the front row, then Paul Cook and Cam Walton on the second row. Red lights go out. The race gets underway then for 15 minutes, and it's Sean Traynor that has made the best of the starts. Paul Cook has got away pretty well in second position as well. And then it looked like Cam Walton in 3rd place, although he was under pressure from Nick Williamson as they came out of Oulton Corner for the first time. We've got through Oulton Corner, that's good news. And we're on board with Daniel Sylvester. I thought we weren't going to get much further then.
Oh, and they're off the road to the leader. Sean Traynor's off, and he's sideways back in front of Daniel Sylvester. Oh, there's one in the Armco barrier there, one of the Mark 1s, I'm afraid. That is 57.
Which is Chris Brown.
Okay, so he's back on. Daniel Sylvester continues. He's ahead of them, Sean Traynor. It's Paul Cook that leads, by the way, from Nick Williamson. And then in 3rd place was Neil Stratton, I think, going really well. There's Cam Walton. So he's actually leading.
He's leading, yeah, so Walton leading.
So it's Cam Walton in front. So very much Daniel Sylvester's made a good start. He's something like 8th, isn't he? There's Traynor, so he's going to have a lively old race, isn't he, trying to come back through the field?
Probably just as well the championship's all been settled, really, isn't it, from that point of view? And no doubt, just this little bit of rain probably has been enough to cause enough dampness to make the circuit a little bit slippery. And
2x2 through Britons, which isn't easy. Here's Sam Harper, who's with Sean Traynor. So that'd be a good person to follow through the field, really, wouldn't it? The champion from a few years ago, multiple champion. Sylvester's gaining more positions, isn't he, there? Going through, that's Adam Lockwood, isn't he, with gaining positions there?
Yeah, they're a bit further down the order. We've got Daniel Sylvester, I think, but as we work our way through the first lap, that is the 14 car. That's Gareth Baxter, the Mark 1 champion, who is off the circuit there at Knickerbrook. Wipers definitely on, though. So rain definitely going to be a factor. And having said this was a circuit for the motors, it's now 1, 2, 3 for the Mark 2s in this race. I wonder if the rain tips the balance a little bit. It's Cam Walton leading, Paul Cook second, Nick Williamson 3rd, and it's Adam Lockwood then leading the charge for the Mark 3s.
Cook's alongside here for the lead of the race. He's nosing ahead of Cam Walton across the line. I think they're absolutely together, and Nick Williamson's going to try and buy into this on the inside line. So Cam Walton, who was leading, is going to drop down to 3rd, or on the outside line trying to hang on. He's off the road. There's a touch. They survive. So they carry on again. So Adam Lockwood there in 4th. He's involved in this lead battle as well. So it's Cook from Walton, from Williamson, from Lockwood in 4th place. Sean Traynor still inside the top 10, so how far up the order can he get? It's 1 lap done of the 20 minutes.
15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, 15
race.
minutes. We've got 8 laps earlier. It might be 7 in these conditions. Here's Sam Harper, who's not longer behind Sean Traynor, is he? I think Traynor's gained a few more positions.
Harper's in 14th at the end of the first lap, so 4 places behind Traynor, so he wasn't able to follow Traynor through as you suggested might be a decent idea. But look at this, great fight up front, and it's now 5 cars because Paul Hinson, number 25, the former champion, has latched himself onto the leading quartet as well. On board again we go with number 20. 24, Daniel Sylvester. He's in a solid 8th position.
Enro in front. See really all the leaders pretty much together as they come out of Britain's upper gear. And over hill top. Behind him now is Sean Trainer, because Lee Brown has been passed by him. So there's Trainer. So he's trying to pass another of the camera cars. Sylvester raking late there. The car tried to overtake. The back tried to overtake the front, but he was okay. Got through the corner okay. Oh, 2 was on the grass. That isn't ideal, is it? That's not what you want to do in front of the live cameras. Oh, and now Trainer's going to go past him up Clay Hill, I reckon, side by side. On board now again. So he looks over to his right, sees Sean Trainer, and Trainer goes through then up towards Druid. So that is now 8th position for the 4-time champion.
Yeah, so Trainer on this recovery bid is chasing after Ben Rowe. Ben Rowe, runner-up. Last season he's always been a front runner in the championship. As we're watching what's going on a little bit further up there, you've got Hinson, but now he's got Neil Stratton right behind him as well. But out in front, Paul Cook putting a little bit of daylight between himself and Cam Walton, and Walton actually pulling away from Williamson too.
Top 6 are absolutely together, aren't they? A couple of seconds separating them. Trainer's done the fastest lap, half a second quicker than the leader, despite passing 2 cars. Oh, there's another touch, isn't there? That's Hinson trying to get past Lockwood. At the moment, all these touches are survivable. I kind of wonder how much longer they can carry that on for, though. But out of Cascade, Paul Hinson, another former champion there in 5th place, trying to go around the outside of Adam Lockwood to try and make it 4 Mark IIs in the top 4, and he can't do it because Adam Lockwood on the inside line holds on to that position for now.
And I think that the next cars are catching them as well, aren't they? Because Ben Rowe seems to be closing in on Neil Stratton. Obviously, Sean Trainer just behind him. Then you've got Daniel Sylvester and Pete Higton, number 4, who completes the top 10. I think it's Lee Brown, isn't it, in the 86 car that's just outside the top 10 in 11th place. As things stand, we are working at lap 3 of this 15-minute race.
So here they come, and Lockwood for the Class C lead is under pressure from Neil Stratton here, and behind Sean Trainer trying to get past Ben Rowe. Again, Daniel Sylvester under brakes in there. Looks pretty sketchy, but get through the corner okay. Yeah, so there's Rowe and Trainer in front of him, and up the road Hinson's gained a place. I see he's got ahead of Adam Lockwood. Here's Maxine Nichols. Who is she chasing after? She's in 19th. So Andrew Ruthven should be in front of her. Who's running a bit wide, out over the curbs, back on again, so that gives Maxine a good exit up Clay Hill, but she won't have the power of the car in front, so that sort of evens itself out by the end of the straight here.
Yep, so Maxine Nichols there in the number 17 car. Great to have these onboard views in the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, really adding to the coverage of this particular championship as we have its final round of the season. There you can see the 82 car, that is Andrew Ruthven, so it wasn't Ruthven's car that was immediately ahead
Jim
of her.
Cook, 68.
Yeah,
he
it
must
was.
have got past Maxine Nichols.
Yeah, so that was a change. Meanwhile, the leaders have all gone through again in a great big heat, and it's Paul Cook who's now extended his lead to 1.63 seconds in car 26 over 50 Cam Walton and 22 Nick Williamson in 3rd. But we continue to watch number 17 Maxine Nichols in that familiar black and pink checkered design. And she is down there in 20th position, just chasing after Jim Cook and Andrew Ruthven and Gary Patterson, who's a little bit further ahead. But there's our race leader then, Paul Cook in car number 26. He's just had the 1 win so far this season, but he's won races quite regularly in the past as well.
Sean Trainer, look there, he crossed up out of Shell Oils there. He's got ahead of Ben Rowe, and he's passing Neil Stratton now as well, so he's up to 6th. But you can say Paul Cook getting away up front and he set the fastest lap, so a win might be difficult for Trainer here. Podium might be possible.
It's not beyond the bounds of possibility, is it? That's for certain. So he's chasing after Lockwood and Hinson here.
In the background, Peter Higton having a big move up the inside of Daniel Sylvester and makes it just about.
So, and that's getting the position back. So he was ahead of Sylvester at the start of the lap as well. So he's got dropped to 10th and back to 9th again. Lee Brown just in behind him in 11th place, and the 12th place car, and there was Jim Mew, isn't it?
Paul Hinson was gaining a place there, but we're watching Daniel Sylvester make his way up towards course at Druids. Actually, it might have been Hinton under pressure just up the road. You can see all that happening through Druids. You can still see the rain spots on the windscreen. Don't think it's affecting track too much. A couple of 3 seconds off the pace. Yeah, Trainer's got past Hinton. Now he's going past Lockwood. So that's 4th if he doesn't run out too wide, which he may well do.
Yeah, Lockwood trying to come back at him, but it's going to be pretty much side by side between the two of them over the line. Lockwood is going to have the line, but I think track position will be held by Trainer. So, yeah, Trainer going through to 4th.
Trainer's just set the fastest lap, 2:05.1, which is the best part of a second quicker than the leader. Someone's having a moment there. That's Peter Higton, I think, who we heard all the tyre squeal from going through Old Hall. So into Cascade. So Paul Hinton, who was moving forward, has lost out now to those two roadsters of Trainer and Lockwood. And so he's trying to fight back, isn't he? Down towards Island Bend, going up the outside. They're the leaders. Smaller gap between Cook and Walton, with Williamson chasing. Then the quickest driver on circuit, Sean Trainer, in P4. Into the second half of this race now. This is lap 5.
At the rate of progress he's making at the moment, Trainer's going to take probably a couple of laps, though, to get on terms with Williamson, and probably there's only going to be one more lap after that then.
On that lap that he did 2:05, though, he overtook about 3 cars, didn't he?
Well,
so
this is true. So what can he do when he's not overtaking cars, I guess, is the question. But those lap times are a good few seconds off what we saw in the earlier race, which was sort of fully dry. Now it's fluid down, it's a bit of rain in the air as well, so track conditions not what they were pre-lunch.
You had there about the top 12 cars in one shot, so they're still pretty close together, aren't they?
Hugely competitive, this Toyota MR2 Championship, always has been, and many great races it's delivered down the years.
Trainer's caught Williamson pretty much already.
He has, so maybe by the end of this lap actually he'll be with him and can launch an attack on lap 6, which we reckon is perhaps going to be the penultimate one, or will they squeeze an 8th one out of it? We'll have to wait and see.
Neil Stratton having a good race. He's up there in 7th, and Paul Hinton in front runs wide. Is that going to give him a chance down towards Lodge? Well, in front of them, Trainer's already challenging before the end of the lap on Nick Williamson. Outside and trying to cut back perhaps. I don't think he's quite, or has he got a momentum for Old Hall? Has he got the inside line? They start lap 6. Cam Walton's catching the leader in front, and Trainer's up the inside into Old Hall. And is he going to be able to slot past Nick Williamson? Yes, he is. So that's 3rd. He's done a 2:03 now, 2:03.2. That's a second half quicker than the leader. He might well win this yet.
He could do, couldn't he? Yes, he's exactly 2 seconds behind Paul. Well, yeah, be about exactly 2 seconds behind Paul Cook. Now it was Williamson that was exactly 2 seconds behind at the start of the lap. But of course, he's overtaken him. It's going
to be very tight whether we do 2 or 3 laps here, whether they checkered it at the end of the next one.
Yeah. Well, Paul Cook is there at the moment, being chased by Cam Walton. The gap between those two is less than a second, and it's just over a second, I think, between Walton in 3rd and Sean Trainer now up into 4th position in the number 27 car, 4-time champion. All of those titles, though, coming in the Mark II, which he campaigned for a number of seasons.
In the background, Ben Rowe just went round the outside of Neil Stratton at Island, which was pretty good. Leaders hop over the curves.
Yeah, so but that'll put Neil Stratton down to 8th. He finished the first race in 12th place, so it's a better result on the cards for him this time.
I think Daniel Sylvester's lost a load of places. Here he is. He was 10th, but he's behind 4 more cars. So something went a bit awry for him at the start of the lap. As he climbs over Hilltop and heads down towards the Hislop chicane once again. This is lap number 6 of the race. Over the curve he goes. And this very gentle rain still falling over the Oulton Park circuit.
Yeah, so Daniel will be trying to sort of get back on terms with these group of cars ahead of him, but he lost time to, he's lost several positions there as we watch Paul Cook and Cam Walton. Walton, I think, a bit closer still to Cook compared to where he was at the beginning of the lap. Yeah, there's only about 2 car lengths between them as they turn their way through Lodge Corner, but the big question is how much closer is Sean Trainer to
them? Do we have 1 or 2 laps left? Is another question.
Well, the black and orange mechanical warning flag is being shown. There's no last lap board, but possibly it's...
So there's 2 minutes and 12 seconds left, and they're doing 2-minute 4.
Yeah, so they should get 2 more laps then by that.
Paul Hinson's on having a bit of a moment there. Runs out wide.
And the question that I was asking, 1.32 seconds is now the gap between Paul Cook and Sean Trainer. But Cam Walton is the more immediate focus in Paul Cook's mirrors, though, because he's right with him now. Cam, who has won one race so far this season, as has Paul Cook. They'd both like to end the season on a high. That's Gareth Baxter, isn't it? That's stopped down there on the approach to Hislops. He's out of the race. And that is the number 19 car, Cameron Bell, going off the circuit at Lodge Corner and losing a little bit of ground, but he was well down the field. Anyway, just trying to see exactly where he was. He was, yeah, in 29th position at the end of the previous lap.
Battle for fourth into Britain. There's, what, 6 of them involved, headed by Nick Williamson. And Adam Lockwood, Paul Hinton, Ben Rowe, Peter Higton and Neil Stratton. Yellow's flags here, of course. But Cam Walton is right with Paul Cook, the leader of this race, and Sean Traynor through the chicane, much quicker than the two in front, and there's going to be a bit of traffic possibly to deal with before the end of this race. So very close indeed. As they go down towards Druids here, Cam Walton having a look, but in his mirror he's got Sean Traynor kind of come around the outside of him. There's a touch was there between the top two. It got very close as Cam Walton tries to get alongside Paul Cook. He can't manage it. They pass the slower car. There's not any checkered flag being prepared, is there, Ian?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so it looks like we should get another lap out of this as they turn their way through Lodge Corner. Traynor right on the bumper of Cam Walton, who's not much further away to Paul
Last
Cook.
lap board goes out, so last lap board going out to these three. So grandstand finish for the 2021 Toyota MR2 Championship. The championship will be resolved in favour of Aaron Cook, who's not taking part in this race. But so any one of these three drivers could win it. Two of them going wide there, Cook and Traynor. Walton was the tidiest through Old Hall Corner that time, and he's going to try and attack Paul Cook down into Cascades as the wipers are going. So the track conditions are a little bit on the tricky side now. So 3/4 of a lap to go for either Cam Walton or Sean Traynor to find a way past Paul Cook.
Can they do it though if the leaders make their way down towards the Shallows hairpin there? Battles though continuing a bit further back, but here are the leaders. And Cam Walton to the outside. Is that going to allow Sean Traynor through though? Possibly. Trainor's alongside. Walton on the outside gives himself a bit more speed, and Paul Cook is just broke away because of all of that. Behind Paul Hinton, is he alongside Adam Lockwood for fifth? Not really a place you can overtake though.
Not really. It's a bit single file through Britain's, isn't it? So they took back in behind, and it's Nick Williamson just ahead in 4th place as well. So down to Hislops for the final time here, and Lodge Corner, the overtaking opportunities. Sean Traynor trying to be later on the brakes than Cam Walton into Hislops, and he's gone through into 2nd position. So Sean Traynor, after dropping to about 14th place on lap 1 when he went wide through Cascades, he's back to 2nd place now, and there is still this chance that he could get the win here. Be a great comeback drive and a race where it's been the Mark 2s to the 4. The leading roadster exponent in this race has been pushing on hard. There's traffic ahead. I don't think that's going to come into play before the end of the race though, because the checkered flag now being prepared through Druids. Lodge is where he's going to need to make an attack. How far behind is he? It's difficult to tell exactly how far back he is at this stage, but he's later on the brakes. Does he brake at all? He must do. He gets through, and he takes the lead of the race at Lodge Corner, the final corner of the race, and Sean Traynor is going to come up to the line and take the checkered flag, and he goes out on the 2021 Championship, 2nd in the standings, but on a high because he wins the race at the final corner from Paul Cook and Cam Walton. I didn't think that was going to happen, Josh.
No, it was a long way back at the end. Daniel Sylvester's off the road. He's had a lively race, but yeah, great drive by Sean Traynor. That was entertaining stuff, wasn't it, from him?
And Nick Williamson, who was 4th across the line, has got a 5-second penalty. That'll be for a track limits infringement, so that's going to drop him back to 9th place, I think. We're on board with Maxine Nichols.
She's just behind Jim Cook, who I think is Aaron's dad, is he not? Champion of the year. But they're going to be 17th and 18th positions, I think, across the line.
Yeah, and the rain you can see on the windscreen, only light drizzle really, but nevertheless I think that has had a bit of a bearing on this race. There is our race winner though, Sean Traynor. Well, I should think the adrenaline was coursing through his veins in that race.
The Mark 1s again were nose to tail at the end, this time Dave Hemingway beating Nathan Harrison at half a second.
But Sean Traynor winning Class C, and the overall race here from Paul Cook and Cam Walton who will probably both be disappointed, bitterly disappointed, not to get a win out of that. When they saw Sean disappearing off the circuit at Cascades on the opening lap, still battles being resolved here. That's the number 70 car of Stuart Briley. He's just ahead of 58. That's Micah Brown as they make their way up to take the checkered flag, some of the final cars to go across the finishing line. Adam Lockwood, by the way, he will be 4th in number 11, 5th it will be number 25 Paul Hinson, 6th number 2 Ben Rowe, 7th number 4 Peter Heaton, 8th 84 Neil Stratton, 9th will be 22 Nick Williamson once his time penalty has been applied, and Lee Brown, number 86, will round out the top 10 at the end of that 16th and final round of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, which we've greatly enjoyed, and we our appetite very much whetted for the 2022 season already. We're really looking forward to that.
The other good news is this curse of final rounds of 750 Motor Club season is finally over.
Well, yeah, you were the one that invented it and had spotted this pattern, so I'm glad that you've also noticed that it has come to the end.
So with a very exciting race as well.
Wasn't it just? Wasn't it just? And in fact, the final car just taking the line now, the 55 car of Martin Davis at the end of that race, just as Sean Traynor arrives at the end of his slowing down lap and heads into Parc Fermé. Marshall's signalling the leading drivers to their parking positions at the end of that race, so they can be presented with their garlands and caps, and they'll get to have a word with John Ratcliffe as well. So fantastic racing from the Toyota MR2 Championship. There is still another 2 races to go today here at Oulton Park. Coming up next, we're going to have the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. We'll round out the day with more tin-top action from the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. So still plenty of races to come. Let's head down to John Ratcliffe once again. He is going to talk to, no doubt, a very excited Sean Traynor.
Wow, what an ending to that one. We saw Sean battle up through the pack, obviously been in it on the first lap, battling back through and taking the win on the final corner. You don't see that in Formula 1, but you do see it here in the 750 Motor Car. But let's go and have a chat to some of our gentlemen. Sean, can I have a quick chat with you? I feel like I need to bow or something before I come and chat with you, mate. That was incredible.
Oh, well, I was a bit annoyed about making that mistake into the first corner. It wouldn't have been so bad, but we'd come through the first corner and Paul had gone out wide, but we'd come around together and I'd sort of lost it a bit. So he was going to come in the back, so he's had to brake, he pushed in wide, so I had a gap anyway. So why I didn't brake earlier for the corner, next thing I'm going through the gravel and I'm thinking, oh, I lost 1 or 2 places, and I looked and they're just going, I don't know, I think I was about 14th or 15th.
Yeah, I think I saw was sort of 11th or 12th maybe, but yeah, when I saw that I was like, oh, that's a shame, that's him gone. But then suddenly you're back up through the pack, you got onto the back of these guys, and then that dive on the final corner.
I didn't think I was going to catch these two, but they were battling with each other so much that it sort of let me come back in, and I'd noticed Paul was holding Cam, he was braking, sort of holding his position, and I thought, and I'd watched where they've been braking, I thought, if he brakes there, I'll chuck a move up the inside. But
yeah, I saw it was very last minute. I saw you see him and go, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, no, I would, but I thought he braked early, and I thought that there's going to be the room. But like I say, we've raced side by side for a fair few years now, and we don't come together very often. Yeah. So.
No, that was awesome, mate. Second this morning, a win. Very much deserved in that one, so well done, mate. Cheers, thank you. Let's have a chat with, who was our second place man? Paul. Well done, Paul. You were leading for ages on that one, having a great battle, and then just losing it on the final corner.
No, I sort of, I got a good bit of a gap on Cam for quite a lot of the race, and I missed the gear, which brought him close to me again. And then I could see Sean towards the end of the race at the back of Cam, and I was just hoping they were going to be racing together and just hold each other up. But it wasn't the case. Sean got past Cam quite easily, and then I didn't realise it was the last lap. I would have done something about blocking him. Don't know what I'd have done, but yeah, it was a good race, really.
Yeah, you made a fantastic move earlier in the race to take the lead, and then held him off for absolutely ages. So you should still be very happy with your performance.
No, yeah, it's a good end to the season. Had a brake issues most of the year actually, but we sorted those out after quali today, and the car's back to where it should be, and getting results again.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations on the P2, mate. Thank you for speaking with us. And then finally, we've got Cam to speak to again. Spoke to you earlier, 3rd place. This time, 3rd place again. How's that feel, mate?
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I mean, completely different kind of third place to the first race. Had a lot of fun battling with Paul and Sean in that one. I mean, it was tricky towards the start of the race. Obviously, a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Different on different corners of the circuit, so being the pioneer for the first lap was pretty tough. Was kind of okay having Paul lead the way and hoping to catch him in at the end, and then the time that I caught him, Sean caught me, and we all kind of ended up together on the last lap.
So how did the rain affect things? Like you were saying, it was kind of different in different corners. What was it like out there?
Yeah, I mean, some corners were incredibly slippery. Second chicane, it's like kind of the high-speed stuff. You want to be a little bit careful, so kind of chipping away at it as the race went on. Someone dropped coolant on the final corner, so yeah, there was a lot to deal with, but good fun.
Yeah, exactly. No, great fun, and you did a fantastic job getting that P3. So thank you for chatting with us, mate, and congratulations. Cheers. But fantastic! What a race! Send on the final corner. You don't see that very often, and hopefully we'll see another interesting race in our next race. It is the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship.
Yes, we've got the cars fired up behind our commentary position, ready to head out onto circuit for the final Formula V race of the 2021 season. Good to see we've got Andrew Cooper on the grid this time. He missed out on taking part in the first race, so we'll run you through the grid in a minute, which is set by second fastest qualifying times. Earlier on today, Danny Hans took the victory quite convincingly in his AHS Dominator by 11 seconds from James Harridge, number 1. 51 Peter Belzy was third, and Steve O, Craig Pollard and Maurice Gloucester rounded out the top 6. Let's have a look at the grid then. On pole position it is number 2, Danny Hans, the race 1 winner, and alongside him is 41 Andrew Cooper. Second row, 92 Craig Pollard and 1 James Harridge. On the third row it's going to be Steve O in 50 and Peter Belzy 51. On the fourth row, Peter Studer, number 4, and Maurice Gloucester, number 94. The fifth row, 87, Jack Wilkinson, and 11, Ben Cressy. On row 6, it's 10, Bill Garner, and 16, James Madden. The 11th row, the 7th row, 12, Craig Cohen, and 43, Vaughan Jones. Mark Egan, 75, and Stephen Bailey, 44 on the next row, row 8. Rachel Swain in 13, and James Huckle, 14 on the 9th row. Row 10. He's going to be Daniel Lanier, 25, and Sam Woolbank, 64. The 11th row, 6, Simon Livesley, and 7, Richard Walsh. Peter Can in 80, and Sam Engineer, 28 on row 12. 13th row, 27, Alan Robinson, and 47, Matt Topham. Philip Waterhouse, 66, and Will Kostadinov, 19 on row 14. And the 15th and final row of the grid, 24, Rick Lanier, and Francis Twyman, number 88. Earlier on today, we saw James Harridge take second place. That was enough for him to wrap up the championship. Josh, is there much left to be decided in Formula V now the title's been wrapped up?
Well, I don't think Harridge is racing on point. I don't think he was there when they exited the selection area. But yeah, he's, as you say, go through the points. He's on 235, Danny Hans on 204, and Craig Pollard on 184. So I guess if Hans weren't to finish, Pollard could get second in the championship, but unlikely. But for fourth, it's much closer. Maurice Gloucester's on 155 and Peter Studer on 152, so that's pretty tight. Just behind them, but not racing, is Tim Prober on 145. Then Belzy, Cooper, Harbot and Cressy take the top 10 of the championship coming into this final round.
Yes, so not all of those drivers here and taking part today. Let's watch the 12 car go through, which is that of Craig Cohen, of course, who in the first race early on today, he was 13th. He was in the thick of that battle for sort of 10th position backwards, which was headed and won in the end by Steve Bailey.
I wonder if it's slipperier than earlier. Can you see the tyre marks now from these Formula V cars? I don't think we could see that earlier.
No, so I think as I look out the control box window, you can just get a steady drizzle now, can't you?
And Formula V cars don't tend to have most fun in wet conditions, so
no.
if it's a bit tricky, it might be pretty difficult to ride these cars. They've got lots of torque, haven't they?
Yeah.
Might not have lots of power, but lots of torque, which in tricky conditions means it's not easy cars to drive.
No, and they're putting it down onto the track through the Hoosier tyres, which have been the treaded control tyre used in this championship for quite a few seasons now. So there you can see the cars on the front of the grid. Hans number 2, the blue car on the left-hand side of your picture, and Andrew Cooper 41, the red car.
Is that his first front row start?
I
would have thought.
He's certainly been there or thereabouts. I
Yeah.
don't know if he's been on the front row before, but he's not been far away. As I say, the pace has been good, but he's not always been able to convert it into the results that he might have liked during the course of this season so far.
I don't think Craig Pollard would be too disappointed about a bit of rain. I think he might have been hoping for that because he's down on power a little bit this weekend. That will kind of be minimised, won't it, by the weather.
Yep, 2018 champion, of course, Craig Pollard. Danny Hans won it in 2008, 13 years ago now. Beating Paul Smith and John Hughes that season.
Green flag at the back.
5-second board race then, so 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Lights go out. Now the race gets underway. And who makes the best of starts? It looks like Hans, but Belzy's actually made a pretty good start as well from the third row of the grid. He's up into third position, but no, it's Craig Pollard in actual fact that's burst through into the lead of the race then. So it's Pollard leading, Hans in second and Belzy third as the rest of them tread carefully, but not carefully enough in some cases, through the first corner. Ben Cressy is one that's gone around in the ex-Ben Maludi car.
James Madden was the other.
Yeah, James Madden was the other one, wasn't he? But everyone else looks to have survived. Hopefully, though, we will get going again.
Not sure if there was damage on the Cressy car. The rear right wheel looks to be at an angle that's not planned.
Can the marshals get to that and do anything about it? The 750 Motorsport Rescue vehicle has stopped just behind it as well, but Marshall's on the wrong side of the track, I think, to be able to deal with that there.
Hand is ahead of Pollard for the lead of the race.
Red lights, race being stopped.
This isn't ideal at 5:30, is it, with 2 races to do?
No, so we will hopefully get that dealt with and get a restart before much longer.
See the rear right wheel on that car is
yes,
about a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, it obviously had a touch, hadn't it, from somebody, and as a result of that, the V's will have to re-grid, and they will go from their original grid, because we had less than 2 minutes, or 2 laps, I should say, when the race was stopped, and it will be, I would think, a slightly reduced race distance that we have as well. They'll get the recovery truck onto the scene to get rid of that car as quick as they can. I can see the marshals have pushed it up towards the barrier now. Oh no, that's the other
Mark
car.
Egan, that was the third car.
Right, we hadn't spotted that originally.
Whether because they were quite close together on the grid, were they? A couple of rows between them.
Yeah.
Whether they were involved.
Could have been. But it looks like the Egan car is going to be dealt with fairly quickly. Hopefully the Cressy car can be removed as well, and we'll be able to get underway once again for the Formula V Championship race. The Land Rover will no doubt pick up the car, which is managing to go under its own power, although the way it's reversed is behind the Cressy car, which looks like it needs a lift to me. But we'll see. They'll sort it all out, don't worry.
Question on the chat about where James Harridge is. Well, he's already won the championship, so he's elected not to race here, which is a shame. I don't think if he did race, nothing would have sort of stopped him from winning the championship, would it?
Probably not, but not worth risking things. And we know he's had engine issues in the last couple of meetings, so I guess he's just wanting to be a bit cautious with the car as well. Runs to a tight budget, so he doesn't want to end up having to spend more money than he needs to as well. So the car's heading back round to the grid, and hopefully we'll get a restart. Just as soon as we can. The benefit, of course, of going from the original grid is we don't need the timekeepers to publish a new grid for the second part of the race. The marshals can go on what they already had first time around. Just be held a little bit back from their correct positions and then brought forward into the appropriate grid spots. So, Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship, been running with the 750 Motor Club since 1980. The Formula V was inaugurated in the UK in 1967, just a little bit before Formula Ford, running the VW Beetle air-cooled engines and many components as well from the Beetle, but chassis and so forth, developed on an ongoing basis. The team's always trying to find and do something new within the scope of the regulations, and try and steal a march on their rivals, which is great to see. It's a proper development formula. See the cars being brought forward by the marshals and shown to where to head up onto their correct grid positions.
One's going for the pits.
Is that Craig Curran, possibly?
It's only one of the Bears cars. There was another Bears car a bit further down, I think.
Okay.
So, not sure. From that angle, not easy to tell.
No, not certain on that one. But yeah, Formula V celebrated its 50th anniversary.
Lots and lots of wheel spin from that car that just pulled away. So I think it's quite slippery out there. It's sort of going at about a 45-degree angle with the wheels spinning. The car not going very far at all. But yeah, it got away eventually.
It did. Marshall trying to find a car further back that needs to get its way towards the front.
There's another Bears car, so perhaps it was Craig Curran that came in.
Yeah, so 4 years ago we celebrated the 50th anniversary. Had a special celebration weekend at Cadwell Park to celebrate the 50th anniversary. And that was actually the race that Danny Hans sort of made his comeback in Formula V, having been out of it for a little while. He'd been out of racing completely. He'd done a little bit of Formula Ford 1600, but that didn't end well. And came back into it, having won the 2008 championship, and has contested the championship for the last few seasons. But James Harridge now making it back-to-back championships in 2020 and 2021. Graham Gant it was that won the title in 2019, and Craig Pollard in 2018. Is this going to be the fourth season in a row in which Danny Hans finishes second of the championship? More than likely, it would seem.
Yeah, very likely. There's another car going back, that's 64, that doesn't look like he's going to race. That's Sam Woolbank. But yeah, it's been quite a good end to the season for Hans, hasn't it? Because he didn't win any of the first 5 races, but then he won at Snetterton, he won at Silverstone, and then at Brands Hatch. So he's had a sort of a better second part of the season than the start with. So whether that's him getting on top of this car, which he hasn't raced before this year, the AHS Dominator, which of course was a similar car that won so many championships in the hands of Paul Smith.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Paul Smith, a multiple champion. He won in 16, 15, 13 and 12. That run of AHS Dominator championships interrupted only by Martin Farmer's 3rd title, which came in 2014. He also won in 2010 and 2011, the Sutton Coldfield driver, the proprietor of Torque Racewear, one of the leading racewear brands in the country, and indeed internationally as well.
Missed Martin from the grid for the last couple of years, haven't we?
Yeah, I think it was this meeting last year he made a one-off appearance in Formula V, but we've not seen as much of him as we would like. But he was one of the drivers that was competing way back in the late 2000s. In fact, he was runner-up in the 2007 championship to Martin Galpin, which was that was a point in 2006, 7, 8 when Formula V was really, really competitive. And not to say it isn't now, but there was quite a few young drivers as well that were keen to prove their mettle. Really, none of them, unfortunately, have ever really sort of been able to move on to greater things, with one notable exception. But although he wasn't really sort of the driver you'd imagine to do that, which was Ash Sutton even, of course, who has gone on to win the British Touring Car Championship, but he's gone off in a different direction.
Mike Epps did a bit of these as well, didn't
he? Did,
but
yeah.
He's not been quite so successful as Ash has.
No.
I think he would agree, although he's had... Did he win a Ginetta Championship, Mike Epps, or certainly a front runner in the Ginetta Super Cup?
Not certain of that. But
Ash Sutton looking good for possibly another championship this year. Formula V graduate.
1 minute board is shown, so we're about to go racing.
Are we going to get a green flag?
Once again, are we going to get a green flag lap? One of the great questions.
We normally would, but time
30 seconds and a green flag lap.
No,
so yes, I mean, because it is they are single seaters, it will also allow the drivers to see what's going on with the track conditions now. What we don't know is what the reduced race distance it will be. I'd hazard a guess of 10 minutes or something like that. Looks like 64 is going to go from the pit lane, which is Sam Woolbank and his Storm. They're working, I can see Phil Foster and his team working on the Bears GAC of number 12, Craig Curran, busily in the pit lane, so that might go out again. Looks like Sam Warbank's going to be able to start. Right, I can see the car beneath us being brought in, actually, of Mark Egan. That's got damage to its nose section, the number 75 car there. So some contact certainly involving Mark Egan and we think Ben Cressy at Old Hall for the original start. Mind we've still got one more race to go after this, which is the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship, their final round of the season as well. So it's green flag lap.
James Madden, he managed to sort of hide all that, didn't he, with all the cars off. But he's starting out at the back, so he'll be one to watch. Went well earlier, got inside the top 10, I think for the first time this season. So he'll be hoping for another good result. Andrew Cooper would be hoping for a better start, because I don't think his first start was particularly great, was it?
No, it wasn't. Craig Pollard made the best of the getaways, but before we know it, the red flags were out and the red lights were on, weren't they? So we didn't get a chance to see how that was all going to play out. So it's the Hans in the blue car, number 2, the age dominator, that will go from pole position. 41, Andrew Cooper, the ex-Dan Pitchford GAC, run by Alan Harding, will go from second. Third place on the grid is the 92 car of Craig Pollard, and then the gap where James Harridge would have been, and Steve Owen. Peter Belzy on row 3. Belzy, another driver that made a very good start. Initially, we hear it's going to be a full race distance, but I just wonder if that's possibly, yeah, I think it is, including the lap that they're on, I suspect, is what we did at the previous Oulton Park meeting earlier in the season. The 50-minute will be counting down already. I suspect that's what is going on now, but not have that officially confirmed.
Kind of makes sense, wouldn't it, with the time we're on? Make sure we get the Alfa Romeo race in afterwards as well.
Craig Owen heading to the end of the pit lane in number 12. He's going to have to start the race from the pit lane. Yes, just hearing official confirmation of my hypothesis. It's not always rubbish that I took, so just most of the time.
Probably will end up being about 10 minutes like you originally suggested.
Well, yes, I would think it probably will be, because I think this will take about 4 minutes. It'll take a minute to get them back on the grid. So yeah, you get back to the same answer that I'd originally come up with, more or less, I think.
Will make sense then. With so what's this be? About a 5 lap race then, won't it?
Something like that, I would think.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Drivers are being brought into position on the grids. 2 marshals standing at the front of the grid with their yellow flags. Everyone settling into position. There you can see Craig Curran at the end of the pit lane. So rather than starting from the row 7 of the grid, he's going to be starting right at the back of the field, or after the field has gone past at the through Old Hall for the first time. Let's hope that everyone gets through safely this time. Not quite the case in race 1. It wouldn't be an Oulton Park race meeting with something going on at Old Hall on the first lap of a race, would it really? And it happened in this first part of the Formula V race. 5-second board is shown, and we are about to go racing for 15 minutes. Well, what's left of the 15 minutes. Lights go out, and away we go then. Good start again by Peter Belzy initially. There's sort of going 4 wide in the first corner, and the Hasbin are coming together there, and it's Andrew Cooper and Peter Belzy. Andrew Cooper heading off into the barriers, I'm afraid, into the recticel, so hopefully not too much damage done. Peter Belzy trying to reverse out of the way. Craig Curran joining the race, but a couple of cars off before they even arrived at Old Hall Corner. The lead, I think, Josh, being held by Danny Hans as they went through Cascades for the first time, from Craig Pollard in second, but the red flag's flying, and I rather think that might be the end of the Formula V racing for the day.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think probably some of the drivers didn't realise they were 4 wide as well. And to be fair, 4 wide at Oulton Park doesn't very often end in a positive way, does it? But that didn't go. Sort of the follow-up wasn't as bad as it could have been, I think, with cars tangling and a bit of airball just going on as well.
Yes, drivers out of the car. It's worth pointing that out. You can see Andrew Cooper and Peter Belzy both out of their cars, and a little bit of minor barrier rearrangement has been done of those recticel foam pads, and there'll be routine medical checks for those drivers because there was a collision They're both, certainly one of the cars is going to need a lift, and it's going to take a little minute or two to clear that up. So as I say, having had 2 red flags, I'm not sure that the Formula Vs will be able to have a third start, a second restart of this race, which is unfortunate.
Well, he said that Formula V cars would be a little bit difficult to drive in the rain, but that,
well,
I don't think that was anything to do with much of what happened.
No, I mean, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? I mean, clearly Belzy made a good start, but as they say, they managed to end up 4 wide into the first corner. Cooper and Belzy and Hans and Pollard, didn't they?
And Steve O was in there as well, wasn't he? So it must have been quite close to being 5 wide. It's confirmation on the right screen here that the race is being abandoned, as we thought it would be.
Yes.
So what was supposed to be a 14-round championship for Formula V's ended up being a 12.
Yeah, because we lost a race in not dissimilar circumstances at Silverstone earlier in the year when, again, the race was actually going to be the last race of the day on that occasion. That was red flagged. There was no time to restart it with ambulances out of position and that kind of thing. So it's unfortunate that the Formula V Championship has ended this way. So that, I guess, confirms Danny Hans in second in the championship. From and Craig Pollard third. So yes, same top 2 average from Hans as we had last year.
Maurice Gloucester might get 4th in the championship. That's been a good year for him, hasn't he? Got a podium last time out at Brands.
Yeah, no, he's been a reliable supporter of the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship as Maurice Gloucester down the seasons. And the ex-Aaron Trigwell car. So we're going to have the cars heading back to Parc Fermé. I don't think we're going to have anyone to talk to after this race because there wasn't a race to talk to them about. There will be no result declared after that.
Well, it's a good job we had that MR2 race, otherwise this curse would have been rather continuing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just no need to bring it up again. So there's Andrew Cooper's GAC being wheeled by the marshals.
His day started so well, didn't it? With that good qualifying he had.
And then didn't appear in race 1, not sure why, some issue with the car, no doubt. And then, well, it was the second time of asking that he ended up getting no further, or not even to the first corner. There's Peter Belzy in the background with the black overalls and the white helmet, just being shown to the medical car. He'll get a lift to the medical centre where he'll be checked over. Which is perfectly routine after any collision these days, especially with the medics being mindful of concussion and head injuries and that kind of things resulting from contact. So that's very much the routine thing to do in any kind of red flag situation.
Good job he got that win at Brands, because otherwise the end of his season would have been pretty disastrous, wouldn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah, and that in its own right was a mixed weekend with the contacting Craig Pollard in the first race there, but it was a great race, that second race that we had at Brands on the Indy circuit.
The MSV circuit maintenance team are going to have a look at the Armco barrier. I think that was hit, but hopefully it's not too bad. But pretty much where it should be.
So Cooper's car is being hoisted aloft. It'll be put on the back of that flatbed. Likewise, Peter Belzy's car is going to need a lift as well. So the recovery team being kept very busy here at Oulton Park today. Medical car you can just see leaving the scene to head to the medical centre where the drivers will be checked out. And we hope that they are all okay and the only thing damaged is their wallets. Okay, so we will move on shortly once the circuit is clear to the final race of the weekend. And when that comes up, that will be the Alfa Romeo Championship. Just while we've got a moment, a reminder for those of you here at Oulton Park today, next weekend it's the final car meeting of the season. Next Saturday you can watch the Fun Cup and Formula Ford and Fiestas. So head here to Oulton Park next weekend. 750 Motor Club will be next in action tomorrow at Mallory Park, so why not head along to that, where we've got championship finals for 750 Formula, for low cost, for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the MG Car Club BCV8s, which have already been decided. And also Historic 750 Formula's got a great field of cars as well. So Mallory Park tomorrow is the next 750 Motor Club action with some more championship finals. And then next weekend, 2-day meeting at Snetterton where the remaining championships that haven't already been decided will be settled. So a very busy weekend of racing with the 750 Motor Club next Saturday and Sunday. That's at Snetterton. And if you're thinking, well, I'm here at Oulton Park, it's a long way to head down to Snetterton, don't worry, you can watch the racing at home on the live stream at Alfa Live. So Saturday's action includes BMW Car Club racing, bike sports, and the 45-minute race for the road sports. On Sunday, we've got the Mazda 7 sports specials and the 90-minute race for the 116 trophy. And action on both days for Clio's, Classic Stock Hatch, F1000's, Hot Hatch, and 5 Club as well. So that's all to come next weekend at Snetterton. More 750 Motor Club Championship Finals action. And don't forget the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone on the 23rd of October, the final event of the 750 Motor Club season, one of the showpiece events of the British racing calendar. And we will look forward to that coming up in 2 weeks' time. And again, you can watch that all on Alfa Live, so you can join Josh and myself, as well as Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals for that one. But let's turn our attention to the final race of the day here at Oulton Park. It's the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. Yeah, so sadly we didn't get to see the action from Formula V, but that does mean we still have time for the final race of the weekend for the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. It's their their second race of the weekend and their final round as well, of course. Earlier on today, it was a dramatic win for Scott Austin in his Alfa 156 from Tom Hill, winning the Power Trophy class, and George Osborne, he was third overall and second in the Power Trophy class, whereas in the Twin Spark Cup, it was Andrew Book that took the win ahead of James Ford and the already confirmed Twin Spark Cup champion, Richard Ford, James's brother. So that's what happened in the earlier race. This race, the grid set by the results of the first, and as before, it's a split grid, so the cars from the modified and Power Trophy classes go off first, and then the Twin Spark Cup class cars go off on a 10-second delay to keep their race nice and separate. And we'll give you the grid for that just as soon as we can.
Pleased to report that Roger Evans is there in the Giulietta with the 8C V8 engine. Is there in the assembly area, so hopefully we'll get to see that this time. Didn't race earlier.
That's good to know, and we have the grid, so let's bring that to you now. Pole position then is Scott Austin in the 55 car, and alongside him is number 1, that's Tom Hill. On the second row of the grid, it's 34 George Osborne, and 5 Graham Seeger will be alongside him. 50 Gareth Hayward and 80 Andy Inman line up on the third row. On to row 4, it's Gabriele Icarino, 97, and Keith Waite, number 4. Row 5 is 24 Thomas Waite and 79 Dave Messenger. Row 6, 14 Andy Page and 7 Roger Evans. That would be one to watch from the back of that part of the grid. Then we get into the Twin Spark Cup part of the grid. Andrew Bourke, 86, and James Ford, 23 on the 7th row. 9 Richard Ford and Colin Cunniff, 41 on the 8th. 9th row is 51 Connor Davis and 165 Andy Winterton. And the 10th row of the grid, Tom Williams, 29, and Jonathan Tortolani in number 48. As the rain, I can see out of the window now, just falling a little bit more heavily than it was earlier on.
Don't some of these cars run on slicks?
Well, it's been raining for a while.
But it's not really wet for wets, is it?
No, it's not really wet for wets, but it's going to make for...
Very tricky for the slick-shod cars, this.
An interesting race, that's for sure. Twin Spark Cup cars will go well in these conditions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So there's Scott Austin leading the field out in that number 55 156, the ex-Vincent Dubois 156 2-litre turbo, running in the modified class, and he's going to have one Tom Hill alongside him, the 4-time champion in Alphas in the Twin Spark Cup, and also lastly the Power Trophy as well in that Alfa Romeo GT. Now there's that outrageous looking number 7 car of Roger Evans. The badge does a Giulietta 4.2 V8. And Michael Lindsay in his notes says, having achieved his goal of winning the Alfa Championship title 2 years running in 2012 and 13 with a 147 GTA, Roger looked around for a new project. About 6 years ago, he found the remains of an Alfa 8C in a scrapyard, complete with a Maserati-derived 4.2-litre V8 engine. And it is this that forms the basis of his exciting space frame Giulietta. It's already run at Croft this year, finishing third in race 1 before retiring in race 2 with a gear change problem. However, the car obviously had great potential, and it's only a shame that he doesn't have the all-conquering 156 turbo of Barry McMahon to match up to this weekend. Well, it'll be interesting to see how that car goes in these conditions, Josh.
Yeah, Tom Hill's sideways there, isn't he? Trying to get some heat into the tyres. A couple of championship battles here. In the Twin Spark Cup, for second, James Ford and Andrew Borker equal on points, so that's all to play for. And for second in the modified class, Scott Austin is 1 point ahead of Keith Waits. So a couple of things in the battle for second within the classes to be decided. But as you said earlier, going into today, we already knew the main champions. But yeah, this could be an interesting way to end off the Alfa Romeo Championship season with the track with a questionable amount of grit. And great to see lots of different models out there, isn't there? We've got lots of 156s there in the Twin Spark Cup. I don't think there's actually only 147s today, but then you've got the GTs, the 75s and the 33s as well out there.
That's always been one of the great things about the Alfa Championship. It's a single make but multi-model championship, and I remember it fondly, the late sort of 1980s and early 1990s, where sometimes at Mallory Park, my home circuit when I was growing up, the Alfas would have 3 grids, so many cars did they have, across about 6 different classes as well, and a great variety of models you had as well. And I know that the Festival Italia recently, not only was the main Alfa Romeo Championship, which we see here today on the bill, but also there was classic Alfas as well, and I think between them they had about 60 cars out there, didn't they? So it was really, really good to see so many Alfas of ages from, I guess, 60s to the present day, all out there.
I think that weekend on display there were some former touring cars as well, the ones from the Group 1 period, which has got, amazingly, at Goodwood next week, 60 cars in the Group 1 touring car, which is quite remarkable. I don't think they've ever had that type of car together in one place before.
And that's the members' meeting, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And they're getting 2 green flag laps by the looks of it, which is probably not unsurprising, given the changing conditions from earlier on. So the cars not being stopped on the grid, are being flagged around for a second green flag lap, and maybe this one will be run at a slightly quicker pace just to give the drivers really a chance to test how much grip there is. I mean, I'm just trying to see if it's raining or not. If it is raining at the moment, it's not raining very heavily. No sign of any brawlies up at this side of the circuit.
Cars that can run on slicks would have to, wouldn't they? You wouldn't want to be on wets here.
No,
Right.
exactly.
Is it just the modified class cars that can run on slicks?
And it's a good question, which I don't immediately know the answer to, I must admit, right at this point in time.
But that was my theory. So if we go with that and see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But I would have thought the treaded tyres, particularly on the first couple of laps, will be the ones that have the advantage.
Oh, it could play into the likes of Tom Hill's hands,
I
certainly.
think so, yeah. And we saw he was a few seconds slower than Scott Austin earlier, so Scott Austin might have to push a bit harder in this race. Although obviously we take everyone earlier, but this time perhaps with conditions not to his liking. Of course, modified cars have more power as well to deal with. So, and as you say, a Twin Spark Cup car could end up with a very good outright result here.
Absolutely right. They're less powerful, treaded tyres, and will be probably more adept in these conditions than some of the modified and power trophy class cars are. 8 of them here today. I've seen more than that on occasion this season. And the power trophy, the Twin Spark Cup, almost always provides really great, entertaining racing, often outshining the main modified and power trophy class, the big boys, as it were.
I guess because it's to a more tighter regulation.
Exactly,
isn't it?
exactly. But you get some really spectacular machinery at the front end of the Alfa grids, and I know many people are real Alfa aficionados, aren't they? They just love the model, they love the history that goes with it as well, and the look of the cars. They are good-looking machines.
That Roger Evans car is it draws your eye, doesn't it? And it's in the right colour as well for an Alfa Romeo. And as it pointed out to me yesterday, it looked a bit like what perhaps a TCR car might look like, doesn't it? With the big bodywork on it, the big arches and the rear wing as well.
Yeah, it does have that look, doesn't it? Tom Way in that green 33, he started the first race on the pit lane, didn't he? So I wonder if he'll do that this time as well. Remains to be seen whether he's going to peel in at the end of the green flag lap. The marshals are now standing on the grill, I can see.
See support at home for Colin Cunniff, who had a really good race earlier, didn't he? To 4th in 41 in the Twin Spark Cup division. And see, this could well be his first race in the damp to learn about things. So we're nearly ready to go racing for the final time today. With darkness coming in, lights on I think for everybody, so it's going to have that feel to it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be driving down the M6 in the dark after this, I think.
And yes, for the pit lane is Tom Waite, isn't it? Don't think we got no Dave Messenger or Andy Page. Who I don't think finished the earlier race.
No, Andy Page was a non-starter and Dave
Right.
Messenger a non-finisher.
Okay.
Early on, Tom Waite, heading down the pit lane to take us up there. But yes, headlamps on all of the cars, shining brightly, so this will make for spectacular racing spot. I was on the verge of, should have put the lights on in the commentary box, but no, let's leave it for the remaining 20 minutes.
No, we haven't seen the sunshine we saw yesterday. That would have been even more spectacular at this time of day, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. So last few cars are in position.
Yeah, I thought there might be another car going for the pits there, but I think it was just going at a bit of a strange angle to find its grid spot.
Yeah, so 20-minute race ahead of us. And we've got 34 minutes before the curfew, so that should all work. Green flag waved at the back. And we're going to have a 20-minute race getting underway any moment now as the lights go out. And some wheel spin, no doubt, as the cars head up towards Oulton Corner for the first time. It's Tom Hill that's leading the way then. But the pole position car of Scott Austin not too far behind as the second wave of cars, the Twin Spark Cup class cars, are flagged away from the grid. And it's Andrew Bourke from the 23 car there, which is James Ford once again as they head into Oulton Corner for the first time. And yep, all the way through the first corner, all of them through, no dramas there, exactly as I thought would happen.
Good stuff. So down towards Ireland. Is Tom Hill still in front? No, he's not. Scott Austin has powered back through. Ahead of Tom Hill. Then George Osborne is third. And is that Gabriele? Oh no, it's Gareth Hayward down fourth, isn't it? He went really well at Silverstone at the beginning of the season, but then at Donington he lost his rear wing, if you remember, and had a bit of an off. I don't think we've seen much of him since, so good to see him out this weekend. Then it's Gabriele Ipiano. Then Roger Evans is up to 6, so he's progressing. Graham Seeger's not made a good start from row 2. He's near the back, and already the Twin Spark Cup cars are up with the back of the modified Power Trophy cars already, so they're absolutely flying.
Interesting to see how high up the order these cars can get, won't it?
Andrew Bourke's being held up now by Keith Waite. That's 10 seconds in what, half a lap they've caught.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, these cars will be a bit more manoeuvrable on these the slippery circuit that we have now. Cars heading down towards Hislops then. 8 is Andy Inman, 5 is Graham Seeger. Seeger who finished 4th in race 1. And it looks like, yes, Keith Waite's been, his defences have been breached, and Andrew Bourke and others have now started to get through ahead of him. There's the 165 car of Andy Winterton. And he's just behind the Cunniff and Davis battle there that's heading up the hill.
Top 2 getting away, Scott Austin and Tom Hill. They turn their way through Lodge. Not a huge amount separated them. Take a different line there through Deers Leap, the pair of them. And then it's a big gap to the rest, which is headed by George Osborne. Yes, that's about. And then it's Gareth Hayward in 4th. Then in 5th place is the car of Gabriele Iquiano. And then it's Roger Evans up to 6th then. From the back of the group, but almost with Iquiano now. And Andrew Bourke crosses the line, so he is now in 9th. So it was just Keith Waite he passed, wasn't it? But he's not. There's a bit of a gap then to the next one, so they can battle amongst themselves, and it's him ahead of James Ford. But there on the screen, you can see the Revs Italia car of Roger Evans, looking spectacular.
It's a remarkable looking thing, isn't it?
Yeah, down the lakeside.
That looks absolutely fantastic. Probably not going to see the best of it in these conditions, unfortunately.
It would look good in Club Enduro, wouldn't it?
Would. Not sure if it's got the sort of fuel tanks and so forth to cope with that. So there is the 97 car going through. That is Gabriele Carino.
There's Graham Seeger now ahead of Andy Inman. So whatever happened to him on the first lap, he's up to 7th place. There's Tom Hill. Is Scott Austin still in front of him? He should be. Yeah, it sounds like from the FX mic he is. But there's Tom Hill in second. Another of the Revs Italia cars. The GT up on 3 wheels there, the front wheel drive car. And now he climbs up Clay Hill. But Scott Austin's doing a good job here, isn't he, in the 156?
He is. Yeah, no, I thought maybe these conditions would play into the hands of Tom Hill a little bit more, but Scott Austin in the 6th Vincent Dubois car going very well. Hill obviously in a power trophy car, whereas Austin is in a modified car, which in the normal circumstances you would expect to be ahead of Tom Hill's car, and so it is at the moment. They're both getting ever further away from George Osborne and Gareth Hayward, though. They were only separated by about half a second at the start of the lap, but we'll see if that's still as close for 3rd and 4th as they come through this one. I think it might be, actually, just having a sneak peek out of my commentary box window over towards the left-hand side of the circuit. And here's that next group of cars. In fact, you've got 5 cars, not too far apart. You've got Osborne and Hayward. Then you've got Roger Evans now and Graham Seeger ahead of Gabriele Icarino. So Icarino has dropped back a couple of places on that lap.
I think he had a bit of a moment at Lodge we just caught the end of there. Still pretty new driver to racing though, first season of car racing for him, so he's certainly improved. Graham Seeger pushing on, right on tail there of Evans. That would be a good picture for the Revs Italia banner, wouldn't it, with the two of them together?
Absolutely. They're a little bit too far behind Tom Hill, though, to complete the set. There's George Osborne and Gareth Hayward, and still only about half a second between those two. But Graham Seeger was quicker than both of them, as was Roger Evans on the previous lap. So Evans and Seeger catching Hayward and Osborne in 3rd and 4th position. So that's something to watch out for as this race goes. Yellow flags are waving because of Keith Waite's car being stationary just at the crest of the hill there. It's pulled off by the looks of it with some kind of mechanical issue. So Keith Waite out of the race.
We heard from him earlier that he wanted to finish at 2 races. Unfortunately, that's not been able to happen.
Keith out of the car, so all okay. So Marshall heading there with a spade in a manner that suggests there's either a body to bury or there's some cement dust that needs dressing. Anyway, or maybe something else entirely, because I'm not quite sure what he's doing with that shovel. I mean, I've genuinely no idea. Anyway, 6 minutes of the race gone, coming towards the end of lap 3. It's still Scott Austin, 3.5 minutes to go. 3.5 seconds ahead even. I've lost my train of thought. 3.5 seconds ahead of Tom Hill. He is slowing up to the line. About to pay attention because Tom Hill right with him now as they come through to start lap number 4. And yeah, all of a sudden this race has come alive. That 3.6 second gap has come down to 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, and Tom Hill's challenging. I wonder if it's some sort of gear issue there for Scott Austin, because then he found speed again, didn't he? But then looked slow again on the exit of Old Hall. So they turn their way through Cascades, a long way ahead of the rest. Same order behind, I think. There's George Osborne. But yeah, the leader's now trying to pull away against Scott Austin. So whatever that was all about. Tom Hill set the fastest lap at 2:01.1, which is about 5 seconds slower than he was doing earlier. So it's quite similar to what we saw really in the MR2s, isn't it? Something like that. And in the race before that, Sport from Thousands. So this rain that's been coming down gently, sort of been about the same all the way through the second part of the afternoon.
It's been consistent, hasn't it? It's not got any heavier, it's not really got any lighter, it's just sort of there. Andy Winterton there and Tom Williams, 14th and 15th overall, and that is for, what, 6th and 7th within the Twin Spark Cup class. So they're having a nice little scrap behind the likes of Colin Cunniff and Connor Davis. But there's the 2 leaders again.
Sounds very rough when Scott Austin changed gear there into the chicane.
Rasping, isn't it, a little bit? So is this going to give Tom Hill the opportunity to get ahead? Still 12 minutes of this race left, so plenty of time. But actually, on up Clay Hill there, Scott Austin was able to power away a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a good gap again into Druid, so it's fluctuating somewhat, this gap for the lead. Tom Hill, not yet won a race this season, of course. He won a few last year, I think, in that car when he debuted it. He raced and won the championship many times in the Twin Spark Cup. Moved into this 3.2 litre GT last year. Kent through Lodge, he gets very close. It's down on the brake, going down a gear is where Scott Austin seems to be having these problems.
Yeah, into Oulton corner they go.
Not convinced he's changing down there.
No.
Maybe on purpose.
Yeah, some kind of gearbox issue maybe then is what's going on there. Third, fourth and fifth and sixth, all pretty close together now. So we've got the 34 car through in third place, which is George Osborne. Then it's Roger Evans in fourth, Gareth Hayward fifth, and Graham Seeger sixth. So Roger Evans has made up a place on that lap.
Graham Seeger's just set the fastest lap of the motor race, so 1:59.88, which on that lap was 4 seconds quicker than the two leaders.
It was, wasn't it? And actually 2 seconds better than they've lapped at any stage in this race. So Graham Seeger.
And Roger Evans is only 100th slower, so Evans and Seeger, the two Italian cars, perhaps they are going to get to Tom Hill before the end.
Right, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, we think Scott Austin's got a problem. I wonder if Tom Hill's got an issue as well.
He's a bit stuck behind him.
Yeah, well, that's probably his problem, isn't it? That he can't find a way through.
Roger Evans is up with George Osborne. We passed Gareth Hayward on the last lap.
Going to get Roger Evans into a podium position here, I reckon, aren't we?
And for the lead, side by side, pretty much down into the chicane, and this is where Austin seems to struggle. His car's almost stopping in the middle of the corner, but Tom Hill can't find any way to go through, so they stay in the same order.
Well, it shows how difficult it is to overtake at Oulton Park, and actually the strengths are still strengths for Scott Austin, and as you can see there, he's able to power away up Clay Hill in towards Druids. So the strengths are, he's still good at. It's the bits that perhaps where he would be weaker he's not so good at, but Hill can't capitalise.
Third, it looks like Evans is ahead of Osborne now, so he can go after these two. And will they be able to catch them? There's still half the race to go. They turn down into Lodge. Yeah, I wonder if Scott Austin's stuck in a gear. Although he wasn't too bad through Lodge that time, but doesn't sound like he's on particularly many revs through the corners.
Yeah, the way listening to it from the commentary box window, it sounds very flat in terms of no real gear shift changes. Roger Evans 7.68 seconds behind the leaders, but he's done the best lap of the race on that lap, of 1:57.5. He was 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the cars in front on that lap. So what price Roger Evans for victory here, Josh?
It's looking quite possible now, isn't it? He's getting that car going well, which is good to see. And Austin, where's Hill gone? He's a long way behind. So has Scott Austin solved those problems? He's through the chicanes though, isn't it? That's where he's really been struggling. So let's see what happens there this time. He's certainly got a bigger gap to Tom Hill. So Hill's trying to push on again. Graham Seeger, who's at the quick lap on the previous lap, hasn't progressed at all, has he? He's still in sixth. Scott Austin still goes up over the curves there through Britain. And here's Roger Evans. He uses a bit of curb, and that front splitter's a bit vulnerable when he does that. Graham Seeger sideways, just about held onto it. This is where Austin struggles. Let's see what happens this time.
Again, slow at that part of the circuit. Hill closes right in, which is great, but now as Austin gets on the power, watch this. Oh, no, don't watch that. This is where he's able to pull away. Well, I think actually he is. It didn't go quite so well as he accelerated away this time, but he still managed to get a few car lengths lead by the time they get up towards Druids, but not as he had on the previous laps.
Roger Evans hasn't really caught anything this lap, has he? So 7 seconds, if anything, he's more than that now. So
yeah,
that chase is...
Well, so it'd be interesting to look at the lap time. So on the previous lap, Evans did a 1:57.5, and these two in the 2-minute ones. No, 2:2s, weren't they? In fact, on the previous lap.
Scott Austin takes a weird line through his lead. You don't know if he was on the grass on the right-hand side of the track.
So they come through to complete lap 6. The gap between them 1.02 seconds. They both did personal best laps on that lap. 2:00.05 for Austin, a 1:59.82 for Hill. And Roger Evans went over the line, and that time they did a 1:58.3. So he did take a little bit out of them, but not an awful lot.
Twin Spark Cup's quite close. There's 3 seconds between the top 4. Andrew Bork from James and Richard Ford, and then Colin Canives. So that's pretty close as well.
It's about 7/10 between Bork and Ford, in particular, at the front of that battle.
they are.
There they are, as we say it.
So Andrew Bork is still in front, looking for his 5th win of the season, a bit sideways into there. Of course, this is his battle between he and James Ford for 2nd in the Twin Spark Cup Championship. And whoever comes out on top, I think, will be the person in front in the points as well.
Richard Ford having already wrapped up that championship, but a great drive here for Colin Cunniff as well, because he's right with those 3 more experienced drivers. Connor Davison, the yellow car, a little bit further back this time, number 51, but he's really in 5th place in that class and 13th overall. There he is, just catching a glimpse of him down the hill. Here are the leaders again, separated by a second at the start of the lap. It's less than that now, as we've seen before here at this part of the circuit.
But can Tom Hill get alongside? Not really, can he? He's behind through Knickerbrook. And then Scott Austin doesn't accelerate off the corner, and Tom Hill has to jink past him. He does get in front, but by the time they get to Druids, will Scott Austin re-challenge, with Roger Evans catching a lot on this lap. And in the Twin Spark Cup, James Ford trying to get alongside Andrew Bork, can't quite make it. What battle do we watch? It's difficult to know, isn't it?
It's we are being spoilt with this final round of the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. Let's go back to this one. It's the outright lead. It's Tom Hill leading. It's Scott Austin back down to 2nd place. And look at this, because Roger Evans is almost with them now. He was nearly 6 seconds off the lead at the start of this lap, but he's probably about 1.5 seconds off it now. Over the line they come to complete lap number 7. And the top 3 right together now. So Tom Hill in a Power Trophy car. You've got Scott Austin in the modified car. And it's actually an invitation class car for Roger Evans. So they're all in different classes, as it were. But it's a great fight. And there's a good scrap going on outside our window as well for 4th position, because that's George Osborne and Graham Seeger. Andy Inman's going off through the gravel at Druids. Josh, it's all happening.
Don't get stuck there. That's not good, is it?
No.
Dear, oh dear.
Anyway, right, oh yes, go on, keep going, Andy. You've got to plough your way out of there.
Oh my goodness. For Lodge for the Twin Spark Cup lead, it's banging Dormo is between the top 2, and James Ford goes through on the inside of Andrew Bork, and he gets past. This is absolutely great racing for the Alfa Romeo Championship, and trying to buy into this as well is Richard Ford. The 3 of them are going to be together as they come up across the line, with Colin Cunniff having a great view of it all, and they go side by side again as Andrew Bork fights back on the inside line, trying to come around the outside of both of them is the champion Richard Ford. He slots in on the right-hand side of the track, and he's still alongside Andrew Bork. They make contact again, so Andrew Bork made contact with both of the Fords within, half a lap.
And you could see in the background at the bottom of the shot that Roger Evans was up to 2nd place as well overall, and right behind Tom Hill. But Andrew Bork just about fending off the 9 car there of Richard Ford. So it's James Ford that's gone through into the lead of this race. This little sprinkle of rain we've had before this has been like a seasoning on top of the race to make it even better. And now Roger Evans has gone through to the lead as well. Fantastic stuff. I didn't think this car would be suited to these conditions. How wrong I was. Roger Evans goes through to take the lead away from Tom Hill now. And this is, once again, what's going on in the Twin Spark Cup. Colin Cunniff now is ahead of Richard Ford for 3rd place.
That's right, yeah. So not far behind them is Connor Davis, is he? Having a good race. So
Andy Inman there into the pit lane out of the race.
And very sideways now is Richard Ford heading through the British chicane. I think he saved it. 2 laps to go for the lead as they cross the line. Roger Evans is in front. His best lap now, a 1:56.9. He should be able to pull away from Tom Hill. So in the first race, Scott Austin came from the back to win pretty much, and now Roger Evans has done the same. If he can hang on over the last 2 laps. Here at the Twin Spark Cup, who knows what's going to happen here. James Ford is currently in front of Andrew Bork, who somehow still got both his mirrors pointed vaguely where he wants them to, after he had a bit of touching going on the previous lap. But yeah, you got 5 of them separated by not very much at all as they come down towards Druids, with James Ford in front of Andrew Bork as they turn their way then through there. James Ford hasn't won since the first round of the season at Silverstone. Can he bookend the year in the Twin Spark Cup?
Oh, well, there might be a chance. There certainly could be a chance. 2 3/4 minutes of this race left to go. I think they're going to go on to their penultimate lap now. There we go, James Ford, number 23, leading the way, but Bork is going to try and attack into Oulton corner. No, he ducks back in behind James Ford and Colin Cunningham here having the race of his life, really.
Short career.
Well, exactly, but it's going really well for him to be right in contention for a Twin Spark Cup class victory is an absolutely outstanding effort. There's the 165 car of Andy Winterton. He's a bit further back now, and was battling with Tom Williams earlier. I'm just about 15 seconds behind him now, so I think he may have had a problem. There's the overall race leader, Roger Evans, but Tom Hill's not given up on this, has he?
No, he's not far behind as they turn their way down to Lodge for the penultimate time. About to go on to the last lap. There's Tom Hill then turning through Lodge Corner. He's going to take a Power Trophy win, it would seem, but he'd quite like the overall win if that is a possibility. As they start then this, the 10th and final lap being headed then by Roger Evans in that car then that he turned through. He's just setting another fastest lap, a 156.7, but Tom Hill not really lapping much slower than him. And Tom Hill's now only a second slower than he was in the earlier race. So track conditions aren't too bad once everything's sort of up to temperature.
Exactly. Last lap board's gone out, but I don't think the two leaders saw it. And that's Andrew Bourke, who was trying to get back into the lead of the Twin Spark Cup class, and he's got it all wrong. He's had to pick his way through there, and he's going to lose out, I think, to probably Colin Cunningham. He probably ought to give up the position in a way because he's held on to second place by straight lining the chicane, which is not something that is really too great. But yes, so that's given James Ford a little bit more breathing space in the Twin Spark Cup. There's Colin Cunningham trying to go up the inside of Andrew Bourke into Druids. Bolt move if you can make that work, Colin. I think you've done it. I think you've gone through. So fantastic drive there. He's at the wheel of one of the Bianco run cars. But no, Bourke's not given up, is he? They're side by side into Lodge Corner. Last of the late breakers. Bourke swings back in front of Cunningham, I think. Bit more experience there from Cunningham, but Cunningham is not letting that stand in his way. He is going to challenge Bourke over the line into Oulton Corner. He's got his car on the inside line for Oulton. And I was going to say he's gone through, but he's not really, has he? They're still alongside. Bourke in number 86 and Cunningham in number 41. Cunningham in the blue car, the silver car for Bourke. And there's a touch there, and Cunningham has gone off, and there's been contact, I'm afraid, with Richard Ford, number 9. Damage there on the front of number 41, Colin Cunningham. And with the race coming towards its end, it's going to be...
Andrew Bourke stopping as well after that contact.
Andrew Bourke stopping as the checkered flag goes out, and the race victory is taken by Roger Evans, their number 7. He sees the checkered flag. He didn't see the last lap board. A convincing win in the end. He pulled away from Tom Hill on that final lap. The last lap has yet to be updated. I think, that was the last lap. A 156.72 was his best lap. A 157.45 on the final lap. It was a slower lap from Hill on the final lap, but we've still got Twin Spark Cup action to sort out.
Most of the cars are damaged, unfortunately, but Andrew Bourke's got back going again. I'm not really sure why he stopped there briefly, because it's Richard Ford and Colin Cunningham that have got the damage. Has Connor Davis come into a podium spot in all of this? Yeah, he's second, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, I think so, because Cunniff's behind him.
You've got James Ford, then Richard Ford, and then...
It's third.
Yeah.
They're still on for a podium anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's Richard Ford with front-end damage heading up the hill as 97 Gabriele Carino, he has 3 shot. He's going for 7th position, but here's our Twin Spark Cup leader. The result sheet will say that James Ford has won this race easily, but that's not been the case at all. Behind them, there's been some kind of end-of-season destruction derby going on with damage being picked up by Richard Ford and by Colin Cunningham on the final lap. And I don't think there was any damage for Andrew Bourke, but he did manage to get involved in all of that as well, down towards Cascades on the final lap. But there's going James Ford, and he's going to end the season with a victory in the Twin Spark Cup class of the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. Second place is going to go the way of the car of Richard Ford, his brother, and third place then is going to be Connor Davis. So he kept out of all of that. That went on towards the beginning of the final lap and took a class victory, or a class podium as a result. There's our overall winner, Roger Evans, from the invitation class in that remarkable space frame 4.2 V8 engined car, which wasn't the one I got my money on, I must admit, in those conditions, but nevertheless an 8-second victory in the end over the GT of Tom Hill.
Remember, he was about 15 seconds behind at one point because he took the first few laps quite steady. But then once tyres got up to temperature, I guess, he really pushed on. and that was all rather exciting stuff. And I think it would be fair to say, that was the most exciting Alfa Romeo Championship on the 750 Motor Club bill since they've joined. It was frenetic stuff. I think the start was quite calm, wasn't it? Then it sort of built up and built up.
No, it did, and I do think the sort of slight change in conditions actually, from an entertainment point of view, really helped. That's like Formula One. It's only good when it rains, or most of the time that's the case anyway. I'm not saying that's the case with Alphas. It's always very entertaining, but that was something else. There's always something to watch, and the 20 minutes just flew by. So we've got the cars heading round on their slowing down lap. They'll be showing their appreciation to the marshals, and we'll extend our thanks to all of the marshals here at Oulton Park this weekend. Sterling work done by all of you today. It's very much appreciated. And if you're just an Oulton regular, we look forward to seeing you again next season. If you travel with the 750 Motor Club, perhaps we'll even see you at Mallory Park tomorrow. But many thanks to all of the marshals and all of the other people behind the scenes who make these meetings run so smoothly. It's really very much appreciated. Some final thoughts from you, Josh?
It's been a good day's racing, hasn't it? We've had a shame the Formula V race didn't go to plan, but I think apart from that, everything's been pretty good. The Club Enduro race, that was absolutely crazy, wasn't it? To be fair, we've had quite a bit of frenetic motor racing, haven't we, over the course of the race. We've had oil down that Sport 1000 race at the start of the day, and the cars off everywhere. But I don't think we've had too much in the way of damage, really, have we? So that's been good, and I think lots of people at home, you've been enjoying it, so thanks for tuning in. And as you've been saying, Ian, it's not long before my 750 Motor Club racing is in action either at the track or on the Alfa Live coverage.
Yeah, don't forget next weekend, Snetterton, the weekend after, on the Saturday, the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. So for those of you that enjoy watching your club racing online, maybe you get it on your TV at home, on the smart TV, then don't forget next weekend, Snetterton, the weekend after, Silverstone for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race throughout the whole of Saturday. Well, let's go down to Park Formulae for the final time today and speak once again with John Ratcliffe.
Well, you join me down here in Park Formulae for the final time today for the 750 Motor Club, and we just had the Alfa Romeos. What a race that was. I'm joined here by Roger. Fantastic race from you, sir. Charging through the field and getting into the lead relatively late on in the race, managing to hold it. And see, how was that?
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I've spent probably 7 years, 8 years building this car, and this is its first win. So can't be better than that, can it?
That's so special. I was going to say, what an absolute beauty that car is. And also, I believe, a 1-2 for the Revs Italia boys as well. Fantastic.
Yes, yeah, fantastic, yeah. But Tom drives the wheels off anything anyway. So.
Yeah, he was giving you a run for your money at points, but you managed to stay ahead, so congratulations, mate. So well done, and thank you for speaking with us. Cheers. As speaking of the devil, we'll talk to Tom. Fantastic race from you, sir. It looked like you could be on for the win there. Didn't quite happen. He kind of charged past and took off, but can you kind of talk us through from your perspective?
Yeah, that's it. Well, as I say, like Roger, Revs Italia, really good job on the car. I mean, Roger's car has got, you know, a huge amount, incredible bit of engineering. But yeah, I mean, it was a case of sort of, you know, I needed to stay up pole in class and then just lock on the back. You know, I could see Scott was, you know, obviously had a mechanical issue, and then kind of managed to sort of get around that safely, and then it was just a case of when Roger came past, just trying to lock on the back, maintain the lead, look after the car, and away we go. So yeah, it was a good race, thank you.
It looked so frustrating for you at points because there were bits where you were right on his tail and then he'd get on the straight and he'd be away again.
So, trying to get the slipstream, but not quite there, trying to get the old shake and bake going, but yeah, not quite happening for me. But yeah, no, it was a great one for me, thanks.
Nice one, mate. Congratulations on the P2, well done. Well done. And yeah, finally, we'll speak to Scott. Hello, Scott. Well done on your P3. It seems you had a bit of mechanical issues in that one.
I basically had 4th and 5th gear left out of 6 of them, so I was a bit slow coming out the chicanes and just, you know, I just so disappointed that, you know, I couldn't keep the lead I had. But, you know, we'll fight another day. We got the car home. We got the car home in one piece even.
Clearly, you showed the other pace to take the P1, but yeah, Tom was all over your rear bumper in those slow sections. Then once you got onto the straights, it was actually all right.
Yeah, like I say, I just had 4th and 5th left in the gearbox, so I had to do what I had to do. So I'm happy with 1st in class and 3rd overall.
Exactly. You should be very happy with that, mate. Well done. Thank you for speaking with us. Cheers. Nice one. Well, there we are. As I said, some beautiful cars to finish off the day. Look at these stunning, stunning Alfa Romeos. But I'm going to send it back to the guys in the comms box for the final time. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for this 750 Motor Club meeting, and I will see you later. Back to the guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much indeed, John Ratcliffe, doing sterling work down there in Park Formulae and the pit lane all day. Many thanks to you. And yes, it's been a great day of racing here at Oulton Park, the first instalment of our 750 Motor Club Championship Finals weekend. Not live streamed, but 750 Motor Club are in action tomorrow at Mallory Park. With 5 different championships, each having different, or categories each having different double headers there. Then Snetterton next weekend, a full 2 days of racing, lots of championships still to be decided. That's going to be absolutely fantastic to watch on the live stream or at the circuits if you're over there in Norfolk. And as I say, the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, a fortnight today. Join Josh and myself, Marcus Pye, Lewis Beals, the whole team will be there to bring you the full story of one of the iconic races in British motor racing. That's the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, a fortnight today. So lots to look forward to on Alfa Live. But for now, from everyone at the 750 Motor Club, Alfa Live and Motorsport Vision, have a very safe journey home if you're at the circuit. And to everyone watching on the live stream, very good night and speak to you next week.